Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Everyone is eating hot pot around the table. There's one thing I'm very curious about, which is why your left arm emitted red light at that time, Yenju said. That's an incinerator cannon. If Long gets serious, the whole block will disappear in an instant, Bushikui explained. That's too much. Don't talk so horribly. At most, I just want to burn the guard, Nangong Long said, while rubbing Chui's head. Burning the guard would be a big problem, too, Satomi complained. I'm not exaggerating. I saw it with my own eyes on the way here. The dragon blew away the entire mountain in its way, Bushikui retorted. Yenju almost spit out the food in her mouth. No way. I don't want to take a deeter. This reason was not woven. This is really exaggerated no matter how you look at it, Yenju said in disbelief. Kigen heard another meaning from Chui's words. Brother, didn't you come here by plane? No, because I wanted to see what the unexplored area looks like, so I came here on a motorcycle. It's a miracle that you made it here alive, Yenju complained. It's not a miracle. It's all based on strength, Chui said indignantly. Don't worry. Here you go. Nangong Long added a piece of meat and handed it to Chui's mouth. Seeing this scene, Weiji immediately opened her mouth and looked at Nangong Long expectantly, and the little lowly Ellie also followed suit. Nangong Long added 2 more pieces of meat and fed them each of them. What are you doing? Kizara said angrily while glaring at Miyori. Of course it's an exchange of love, Weiji said with a proud smile. Seeing that they were about to quarrel again, Nangong Long decisively fed Mu Gung a bite. Biji, what are you doing? I didn't tell you to soar, said Mu Gung with a red face. In order to hide his shyness, Mu Gung changed the subject. Did the Holy Emperor come to see you yesterday? What conditions did you propose? I plan to build a house in the outer area to house them. I just want to remind her that I will kill anyone who makes trouble, Nangong Long said, touching Ellie's head. Do you need my help? This isn't an easy task, Weiji said. I'll tell you if you need me to. That's not what you said yesterday, Bushikui revealed. Does any condition include yourself? Bushikui imitated Nangong Long's tone and repeated what he said yesterday. You little traitor, Nangong Long said with amusement while pinching Chui's cat ears. Can you tell me what's going on? I'm curious. Me too. Kizara and Miyori exuded a very terrifying aura. I just said it casually. Real. Of course, you have to trust my character. Well, for now, let's just assume that what you said is true, said Kizara. By the way, Long, you haven't joined any security company yet, right? How about coming to my house? Weiji suggested with a turn of her eyes. As long as you're willing to come, you can do whatever you want with my body, Weiji said temptingly. Impossible. If you want to join, you'll have to join my company, Xiaogung said viciously, glaring at Chuangji. How dare you work for such a poor company? Miyori glared back without showing any weakness. So what? The strength of a company is not determined by its appearance. Strong reasoning. Please choose one. They both looked at Nangong Long and asked at the same time. I'd better join Kizara's company. After all, if I'm not around, she'll have to skip meals again, and it's not good if she's hungry. Nangong Long glanced at Kizara's chest, and Miyori and the others naturally understood what he was talking about. Even though he was extremely shy, Kizara still looked at Miyori with pride. I won't give up. After the pleasant meal, Nangong Long accompanied Ellie back to District 39 and gave all the things they bought to the group of little Lolas. He returned to Kizara under the Lolita's reluctant gazes. Nangong Long plans to build a school in District 39 after dealing with Scorpio. I believe we will meet again soon. Next day, Nangong Long learned the approximate location of the source of infection, the spider-type gastrula, from Mu Gung and took Bushi Chui to its location. Looking at the spider floating in the sky, Chui asked, Do you want to take it down? No need. We are just here to watch the show. The height of the gastrula slowly decreased. When it reached a certain level, a petite figure jumped out of the forest, and with a flash of a knife, it cut the gastrula into several pieces. Dad, Recycling is complete. Well done. At this time, Nangong Long came over. Nice to meet you again, Nangong-san. Are you trying to stop me? Just giving you a piece of advice. I don't want any initiates to die at your hands. Got it. I understand, Ing-yin replied. After expressing his understanding, Ing-yin took Xiao Bainai away. To be honest, he did not want to have a head-on conflict with Nangong Long before the plan was completed. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it was evening of the next day. Brother, you must come back, said Mugong. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Unexplored areas. Boom! A loud noise was heard in the silent forest. Someone used a grenade. Incineration cannon. Nangong Long burned all the guys who were in the way to ashes. 497, let's go. Relying on his searching ability, Nangong Long quickly arrived at the edge of the cliff. Bu Shikui understood Nangong Long's meaning in an instant and jumped onto him and hugged his neck. Nangong Long jumped off the cliff, and the powerful impact caused the ground to crack rapidly. Dragon, there is light ahead. Chisho Natsuyo looked warily at the two people who suddenly broke into her hiding place. It's you, Xiashi said in surprise. Don't try to be stubborn if you're injured, Nangong Long said as he walked up to Xiashi. Then, Nangong Long handed Xiashi a bottle of potion. What is this? Xiashi asked curiously. It's a healing potion. Your injuries will heal immediately after you drink it, Bushikui explained. After drinking the potion, Xiashi saw his wounds heal quickly and muttered, a new type of medicine? Here, eat something. Xiashi took the bread and looked at Nangong Long in confusion. Where did you get these things from? I could do magic. Isn't that great? My IQ is about 210. Do you think I would believe it? Forget it. Why did you come here? Are you regretting it? Xiashi asked. No, I'm waiting for the Zodiac. Xiashi's pupils shrank slightly, and he said, what a crazy man. What are your plans next? Wait for Mr. Jiang Jian to contact you. Don't get your hopes up. Understand. After a moment of silence, Xiashi said, I envy you. My husband takes good care of you. At this time, the communicator placed next to Xiashi made a chaotic sound, and then gradually became clearer. Hey, are you still alive? I'm so glad you're okay, mister. How could I be in trouble? I have good news for you. We found that B**************** D and are about to kill him. The supervisor described the location. You should come here soon, too. After saying this, he unilaterally cut off contact with the prisoner. Xiashi got up, put out the fire, put on his luggage, and prepared to leave. We'll go with you. Thanks. Nangong Long took Chui and left for the agreed location. We still inevitably encountered Gastral on the road, but no matter how many of them came, they would just die. Are all the mechanical soldiers of a new human plan so powerful? Xiashi sighed. No, I'm an exception. That's right. If they were all so strong, they wouldn't need us. After walking for a long time, they arrived at the agreed location, but there was no one there. It looks like they've left. You two stay away from me. Bushikui pulled Xiashi to the side, and then Nangong Long jumped up from the ground and leaped directly into the air hundreds of meters high. Can you do this? Xiashi asked with his mouth open. I can't do it. A few dozen meters is already the limit, Bushikui said, shaking her head. Soon Nangong Long fell rapidly from the sky. When he was approaching the ground, dark red flames spewed out of his hands to slow down the force of his fall. The main purpose of doing this was to avoid the shock wave affecting Chui and the other person. I saw a light in the church over there, but there was no sound of fighting. I'm afraid it's... I understand. Let's go over there. Wait a minute. Nangong Long, who was moving forward, suddenly spoke. What's wrong? Xiashi asked. Let me take care of the trouble behind me first. Nangong Long turned around and put his hands together and stretched them towards his chest. His arms and shoulders began to deform rapidly, and a large number of gun muzzles appeared with ominous flames flashing inside. And incineration cannon. The fierce flames swept towards the countless gastrula creatures in front, and everything was reduced to ashes wherever the flames passed. Done and called it a day. Nangong Long pinched Xiashi, who seemed to be in a daze. Recovered. Your strength doesn't require a starter at all, Xiaoshi said after taking a deep breath. Who said that? I was counting on Chui to act cute for me every day, otherwise I wouldn't have the motivation to work. You do this again, Bushikui said shyly with a blushing face. You are really weird, Xiaoshi Dao said. The three of them quickly arrived at the church and saw the corpses scattered all over the ground. The result was obvious. Hey, classmate Nangong, you are here too. Let us enjoy the coming of divine punishment together. Ingyin Jizi opened his arms and looked at Nangong long and invited him. Operational headquarters. The conference room fell into deathly silence. Through the real-time images transmitted back by the reconnaissance drone, they saw that the police officers who rushed to the scene were completely wiped out without any resistance. Where are the other police officers nearby? Saint Emperor sighed. The fastest one will arrive in an hour, said the defense minister, wiping his sweat. Please make the decision, Lord Saint. The door opened and two girls walked in. Who are you? Step back. I asked them to come here, said the Holy Emperor. President Tendo, what do you think of Mr. Long's chances of winning? 100%. If what Bushikui said is true, I really can't imagine the possibility of Long losing, said Weiji. That's too naive. How can we, as mechanical soldiers, definitely win? The chief cabinet secretary sneered. Chui, go gather up the initiators who are still alive. Good. I'm not interested in divine punishment, Nangong Long said, looking at Ingyin. Version upgrade turbo. Nangong Long directly skipped G4 and upgraded himself to turbo mode, then rushed straight towards Ingyin. Repulsive force field. Nangong Long punched the invisible barrier, but only paused for a moment, and Ingyin still couldn't escape being blown away. This pain, huh? I can feel that I'm still alive. It's awesome. Dad, if I don't beat you up, I'll be really upset. How is it possible? Said Chief Cabinet Secretary Zhu Sheng. It looks like there's no problem. The Holy Emperor breathed a sigh of relief. Do you feel that the dragon's appearance has changed a little? Miori looked at Kizara and said, Really? Little Benet slashed directly at the hateful guy who injured his father. Frankly speaking, except for its extremely fast speed, Xiaobanai's swordsmanship was completely random. Nan Shoyulong easily blocked all the attacks with just one hand. It's useless. In my eyes, your speed is no different from that of a snail, and even if I stand still, you can't cut me. Kobanai's double swords broke again. Xiaobanai hates you, a guy who can't be cut. Come back. Dad, I try my best, little Benet said dejectedly. Unlike the last time, this time Xiao Bainai used all his strength but still couldn't do anything to Nangong Long. It doesn't matter. I'm getting more and more curious. Which genius made the transformation for you that could completely defeat the initiator? Ingyin said, You didn't kill the initiator, so I won't kill you this time. So leave now. Hidden Zen, Black Sky Wind. We won great. The people in the conference room cheered, but soon they stopped laughing because the Zodiac's sign Scorpio appeared. Stage 5, like a mountain, began to move towards the Beijing area. I finally waited for you. Is this stage 5? Xia sure, good one. And Chui said in shock. That's right. You wait here for me, I'll go and kill it. At this time, Nangong Long's cell phone rang. Hey, what's up, Mugen? Brother, I've already proposed to the Holy Emperor that you can use the ladder. Not necessary. Brother, can't we just defeat it? There's no need to do it yourself. Besides, you are at least 50 kilometers away from it now, Mu Gung shouted. Trust me, it's okay. If I win, how about you wear a nude apron? That way I'll have a reason to win, right? Mu Gung on the other end of the phone had a face as red as a cooked crab, and steam was still coming out of his head. Okay then, it's settled, Mu Gung replied stutteringly. What did Long say to you? Weiji replied suspiciously. Unfortunately, Kizara was still immersed in his own world and didn't answer her. Dragon H. Bushikui pouted and said unhappily, It's obvious that I already have one. You'd better wait a few more years to grow up, said Nangong Long, rubbing Chui's head. Snort. You two have such a good relationship, Xia Shi said enviously. You two just wait here for me to come back, okay? Clear. Hey, wake up, what did Long say to you? Miori asked while shaking Kizara. Oh, Long said he can do it himself without the need for a ladder. There has to be a limit to arrogance, the chief cabinet secretary said with a grim expression. Then go by yourself. Just shut your mouth if you can't. Mu Gung retorted bluntly. Okay. Everyone be quiet, said the Holy Emperor. The chief cabinet secretary immediately shut up and said nothing. President Tendo, did you tell me how to get there? No. Hey, why is the dragon gone? Weiji, who had been staring at the screen, said in surprise. What? Find it for me quickly. The Holy Emperor ordered hurriedly. Yes. The operator began to sweat. Finally, he couldn't find the image and could only slow down the image several dozen times to give it a try. Only then did he find a blurry figure. Saint Emperor, the other party did not disappear, but moved too fast to be seen by the naked eye. Are you kidding me? The chief cabinet secretary snapped. No, this is what I saw after slowing down just now. The operator hurriedly projected the captured images onto the big screen. Everyone present gasped. Can it be clearer? The Holy Emperor asked calmly. If it's slower, you can only look at pictures. It doesn't matter. Finally, the operator transferred the processed and clear images to the big screen. Nangong Long was seen running, with dark red flames spurting out from his shoulders and legs. Can mechanical soldiers really achieve such a level? The chief cabinet secretary said in disbelief. The dragon transformer must be a genius. Miori laughed with her hands covering her mouth. In just a few tens of seconds, Nangong Long arrived in front of stage 5. Boom, boom, boom. Seef! Countless shells hit Scorpio, but they were useless under the powerful regeneration ability of Phase 5, and the shells were quickly squeezed out of the body. Scorpio let out an unpleasant cry and waved its tentacles to shoot down all the attacking drones. I can only rely on you, Mr. Long, the Holy Emperor thought. Stop all shelling to avoid hurting Mr. Long, ordered the Holy Emperor. No, but didn't you see it just now? OG is completely useless against it, the Holy Emperor said firmly. Yes. Nangong Long followed Scorpio's huge body and began to move towards his head. Machine gun punch. Nangong Long broke all the attacking tentacles. After reaching the head, Nangong Long jumped up into the air, and a strong light began to emit from his chest. Super Spiral Incineration Cannon. In the pitch-black night, a huge column of dark red flame shot towards Scorpio, piercing straight through its head, and even the sea level behind it was split in two. Scorpio regenerates its cells at an extremely fast rate, but unfortunately the karmic fire destroys them even faster. Hades of Erosion. This is a curse magic that is specifically used to deal with monsters with strong recovery abilities. It can suppress their regeneration ability. Nangong Long still needs Scorpio's body for analysis and as a raw material for making medicine, so naturally he doesn't want the karmic fire to burn it. After destroying Scorpio's brain, Nangong Long stopped the karmic fire from burning and stored the entire Scorpio into the system space, handing it over to the system for analysis. Meeting room. When Nangong Long launched the fire bombardment, the people in the conference room were already stunned with surprise. Now I absolutely believe that what Bushi Sui said is true, Miori exclaimed. I have always believed in my brother. President Tiantong, what are you talking about? Sheng Tianzi asked curiously. On the way here, my brother flattened the entire mountain that was blocking the road, Mu Gung said proudly. Is it necessary to be so willful? The officials present thought speechlessly. Even if his flames are very powerful, can they destroy the regenerative ability of the Gastrula? The chief cabinet secretary questioned. At this moment, the picture changed again. The Gastrula stopped moving and remained motionless as if it were dead. Everyone looked at the chief cabinet secretary with strange eyes. However, the changes were not over yet, and Scorpio disappeared from the screen. Did we win? Weiji said with her mouth wide open. I think so, Kizaru responded mechanically. But why did stage 5 suddenly disappear? Asked Miori. I don't know either. Anyway, we won, Exine Weiji said with a long sigh of relief. Yes, we won. The conference room was filled with cheers. Church. Welcome back, Chui said happily. Let's go back. Mr. Long was eliminated in stage 5, right? It disappears for the same reason as you create bread. Xia sure guessed. You guessed it after just one look. You're truly a genius with an IQ of over 200. What exactly is that? Can you tell me? Yes. To put it simply, it is similar to space compression technology, which can store objects in a specified space. Do you understand what I mean? It's possible, but I just find it incredible. Xiaoshu nodded. The general is dead. What are your plans for the future? It will probably be recycled to ISO. Would you like to follow me? May I? Certainly. Then please give me more advice in the future, Xiaoshu said with a smile. After the unconscious initiators woke up, Nangong Long took them away. When passing by District 39, Nangong Long sent them to Ellie. After all, if they were taken back, they would be recycled by ISO. He will come to District 39 to build a base tomorrow. On the barren mountain. Kizarai. Brother, where did Scorpio go? Nangong Long repeated what he had said to Xiaoshu, to Kigan and the others, and also explained the reason for his change in appearance. This is Xiaoshu, and he will stay here in the future, said Nangong Long. Welcome aboard, Kizura said with a smile to Natsuyo. Please advise me. Brother, the Holy Emperor has invited us to attend tomorrow's celebration. Do you want to go? Do you think it's necessary to go? It's better to show up. Then go ahead. Don't ignore me, Miori complained. Hey, you're still here? Mugung pretended to be surprised. Of course I was there. After all, I always felt that your face was red and it was abnormal. You immediately changed the subject when I asked you something. It was really suspicious. Miori stared at her with suspicion. Even, what's it got to do with you? Mugung said firmly, but his face began to turn red again. You see, that's it, Long. What did you say to her? Weiji asked, staring at Nangong Long. Oh, don't say it, or I'll quit, Mugung interrupted. There's nothing I can do. Nangong Long spread his hands to indicate that he was powerless. It's suspicious, too suspicious. I've decided to stay here today. No, there's no place for you to live here, Mugung objected firmly. It's okay. I can live with a dragon. I don't mind, Miori said with a smile covering her mouth. That's even more impossible. The two quarreled again, and in the end, neither could do anything to the other, so they had to compromise with each other. Miori was pulled into Mugen's room to watch over her, to prevent her from sneaking into Nangong Long's room. Well, it seems that I won't be able to see Kigan's naked apron today, Nangong Long thought with regret. However, there's still a long time, so there's no need to rush and go to sleep. The next morning, Nangong Long woke up to Mugung's roar. What's wrong? Xiaoshu rubbed his eyes and said in confusion. Is it morning yet? Chui said. Brother, what's going on? The scene that appeared in Kigan's eyes was that Bushi Chui was holding Nangong Long's arm, and Xiaoshu was lying on Nangong Long's chest, looking like he had not woken up yet. They must have sneaked here on their own. In fact, Nangong Long can sleep or not. Choosing to sleep is just his habit. Oh, so Long likes little Loli. No wonder he rejected my invitation. Miori looked very sad. Of course, Long is a Lolita complex, so you don't stand a chance, Bushikui interrupted. Don't talk nonsense, Long said, grabbing Chui's cat ears. After some noise, Nangong Long finally managed to get up. Here, clothes for the party. Mugung handed the clothes to Nangong Long. Nangong Long put on the suit casually, and Mugung pouted in dissatisfaction. Be serious, Kizara said as he sorted it out for him. That much better, huh? The tie is still a little off. Kigan untied his tie and tried to tie it again, but after trying for a long time, he was still not satisfied and his face turned red. Let me do it. Miori squeezed through Gung and saw the two of them showing their affection in front of her. She had been enduring it for a long time. Look, what do you think? Weiji looked at Kuin Gung provocatively. Snored. By the way, Kizara, where do you get the money to buy clothes? Brother has completed the mission of the Holy Emperor by dealing with Hiriko Engin and Scorpio, so he received a large reward, said Mugung with a smile. I see. What's your brother's account number? I'll transfer the money to you. No need. I'll leave it where you are. Tsk, a kept young lady, Miori said sarcastically, emphasizing the last 3 words especially. Mugung blushed. I am happy to. Haha, I don't mind raising her for a lifetime, said Nangong Long, touching Mugung's hair. Brother, Mugung lowered his head shyly. So biased. Weiji curled her lips. You are a real rich girl. Do you still need me to support you? Nangong Long teased. Of course. Haha, fine. I'll raise them all. That's more like it, said Miori with a smile. Okay, you guys should go change your clothes too. Kizara and the other returned to their room and changed into dresses for the banquet. Very beautiful. Kizara was wearing a black dress, while Miori was wearing a light pink dress. What about me? What about me? Asked Miori. It's also beautiful. Then who of us is prettier? Miori asked. Mugung looked at Nangong Long expectantly. Each has its merits. Time is almost up. Let's go, Nangong Long said, changing the subject. Asterisk 1.0. I've asked someone to pick us up, said Weiji. Everyone went out and got on a luxurious stretch car to the banquet venue. Holy residence. Nangong Long pushed open the door in front of him, and the scene suddenly became quiet. The Holy Sun, sitting on the throne, smiled slightly. Mr. Long, you came just in time. The Holy Emperor walked down the steps and came in front of Nangong Long. Natsuo, Midorikawa, Kizara, and Miori stood a little further back. How does it feel to be the savior? I'm not a savior, and the world doesn't need me to save it. The absence of anyone in this world will not have any impact on the world itself, said Nangong Long, shaking his head. The Holy Emperor's face froze, but he immediately said, 0. Mr. Long is joking. Mr. Long will continue to work for Dekyung District in the future, right? Don't you know very well why I'm fighting? Nangong Long said with a wicked smile. The Holy Emperor's face suddenly turned red. Ahem, that's it. I now announce that based on the results of this incident, the IP ranking of Nangong Long and Bushikui will be raised to the 1,000th place. The people at the scene were suddenly excited. I always feel that there is something fishy here, Miori whispered to Kizara. I will keep a close eye on my brother, said Kizara, clenching his fists. Mr. Long, are you willing to accept it? Good. So, Mr. Long, do you have anything else to say? No. Then this ceremony is over. Please feel free to do as you please. After saying this, the Holy Emperor was about to leave the banquet. When he passed by Nangong Long, he whispered, Mr. Long, please come with me. Seeing that Nangong Long was about to leave with the Holy Emperor, Mugung blocked their way. Brother, where are you going? Mr. Long and I still have something to discuss, the Holy Emperor replied. Mugung could only move aside helplessly after hearing this, but she approached Nangong Long and warned him quietly. Don't do weird things. What about you? Nangong Long teased. Mugung's face turned as red as a ripe apple, and he didn't even notice that Nangong Long and the other man had left. Kigura, don't be so shy all the time, Miori said with a headache. What do you care? Kigen turned his head away from Miori's sight. The Holy Emperor brought Nangong Long to her office and walked into the lounge further inside. Oh, Mr. Long, this is it. Take your reward. The Holy Emperor took a deep breath and sat stiffly beside the bed. From her expression, one could tell that she must have abandoned her personal feelings at this moment. Seeing her like this, Nangong Long couldn't help but feel a little touched, and he didn't even feel like teasing her anymore. He walked up to the Holy Emperor's side and said, I don't like the way you are now. The Holy Emperor, who was already trembling all over because of Nangong Long's approach, trembled even more violently now. Nangong Long placed his hands on the shoulders of Saint Emperor and said gently, I won't do anything to you. It was just a joke that day. The Holy Emperor was a little stunned when he heard this. She had not thought it would unfold like this. And then, August 17th, Gong Long was still talking. Don't do things you don't like. There's no need to sacrifice yourself for others and force yourself to do things you don't like. People live for themselves, not for others. I'm done. I'm leaving. Just as Nangong Long was about to turn around and leave, the Holy Emperor suddenly grabbed him. Why? Because I don't want to see you unhappy. What's going on? Why is my heart beating so fast? Am I not beautiful? Beautiful beyond description. Then why isn't there? If you were looking at me with a smile and shyly just now, I would have pushed you down without hesitation, Nangong Long said with a smile. The Holy Emperor blushed and chuckled. Mr. Long has so many requirements. The Holy Emperor suddenly stood up and quickly kissed Nangong Long on the cheek. This is my personal thank you gift. Can I give you a kiss? F. The Holy Emperor was halfway through his words when he covered his mouth in surprise at Nangong Long's change. What's going on, Mr. Long? It turned out that Nangong Long had lifted his transformation and returned to his human appearance. I can switch between mechanization and human at will, and it's not surprising or surprising. The Holy Emperor poked here and there curiously, which made Nangong Long frown. Really? There's no metallic feel at all. I didn't expect you to have such a childish side, Nangong Long teased. No humph. Do it again here, Nangong Long said, pointing at his lips. The Holy Emperor's face turned red with embarrassment, but he still pecked Nangong Long gently on the cheek. It's not the face, it's here. That's it. Well, let's leave it for next time. Seeing that steam had begun to come out of the Holy Emperor's head, Nangong Long thought it would be better not to continue teasing him. Am I the only one who knows about this? For now. Really? The Holy Emperor said happily. Okay, go ahead. I have to start taking care of government affairs. It seems like I'm going to be ruthlessly driven away. Nangong Long spread his hands and pretended to be sad. No, I don't mean that. The Holy Emperor quickly waved his hand to deny it. When he saw Nangong Long's teasing look, the Holy Emperor realized that he had been deceived again. You lied to me again. The Holy Emperor clenched his fist and hit Nangong Long. Because you're so cute when you're silly like this. Snort. After sending Nangong Long away, Saint Emperor sat on his office chair, touched his chest, and muttered to himself. What's wrong with me? Nangong Long, who had regained his mechanization, walked out of the office. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Kigan and the others standing outside. What are you doing? Being a guard? Nangong Long asked with a smile. Mu Gung went straight to Nangong Long and sniffed him. He didn't know what he smelled, but his brows suddenly frowned. Why did you turn to a puppy? Brother, you smell like her. Tell me what you did in there. Tell the truth, Wei Ji echoed. Xiashi watched this scene with great interest, while Bu Shikui lowered her head and muttered something. How is it possible that I'm not stained with any smell when I am with her? Besides, what can I do in such a short time? Nangong Long said innocently. It's not short at all. From the time you entered the door to the time you came out, it was a total of 31 minutes, 57 seconds, 69. I was talking on the phone the whole time, said Weiji. Please, this amount of time is not enough for me. Oh, how long will it take you? Miori asked without any shyness. You will know if you try it yourself. Okay, you shameless guy, I'm going to sing you guys. Mu Gung stared at Swarry fiercely. Come on, who's afraid of who? Weiji refused to give in. Nangong Long quietly gestured to Xia Shi. The two people who were still arguing suddenly realized that the person was gone. They turned around and saw that Nangong Long had gone far away. Brother, wait for me. Kizara chased after him, and seeing this, Miori also hurriedly followed. Kizarai, why are you still here? Kizara looked at Miori unhappily, who refused to leave. I can stay as long as I want. Don't push your luck. Okay, Kizara. Miori will come back sooner or later. I don't believe she will ignore her own company. Asterisk 4. I'm going to the outer area. Do you want to come with me? Certainly. Long, are you ready to build the house? Asked Weiji. Okay, I'll call someone to help. No, I have my own way. District 39. Nangong Long knocked on the manhole cover on the ground. Ellie opened the manhole cover and saw a familiar face and smiled. You are here. We have been waiting for a long time. Have you notified the other children in District 39? I've already done this. Ellie, 2.3 expressions of you praising me. What can Ellie do? Of course, Ellie said proudly. Go get all the kids here. I'm going to start working. Okay, I'll call my friends to go with me. Half an hour later, the little Lolas gathered one after another. Is he going to adopt our big brother? I think so. It looks weird. Can Big Brother support so many people? A little girl asked worriedly. Have no idea. You won't do this or that to us, will you? The topic seems to have gone in a strange direction. It's all here, Ellie said. There weren't as many little Lolas as Nangong Long had imagined. There are probably 750 million people still alive in this world. Less than 100 cities remain, and occasionally mass extinctions occur, causing cities to disappear. Cursed children only account for a small proportion of newborns. They may be abandoned as soon as they are born, and if they are abused by people, even fewer of them will grow up. Moreover, without inhibitors, their erosion rate will increase rapidly, and it is unknown when they will turn into gastrula. ISO would also come to the outer areas regularly to capture talented children. The above was the reason why there were less than 5,000 Lolas in front of Nangong Long. Nangong Long brought the Lolas to a spacious open space and asked them to wait for him there. Brother, what are you going to do? Burn something? Nangong Long walked through all 39 districts, burned all the things that were in the way, and then returned to where the Lolas were. Can I perform a magic trick for you? Okay. The young Lola's tender voices rang out. Long, what are you going to do? Where are you going to arrange so many children? Asked Wei 24G. Nangong Long smiled without saying anything. He picked a suitable open space, took out the magic crystal, and activated the magic sealed in it. Terrain Reconstruction Town. This is the 5th tier magic, which is not very high level. Its only function is to transform the battlefield into a town to prevent the team from being surrounded or sniped from a distance. However, this function is only useful in the early stages of the game, and is useless in the later stages when encountering those earth-shattering moves. Nangong Long took it out at this time, not for fighting, but to create a home of their own for the Lolas. Nangong Long also has magic to create houses, but what he built are all fortress level, which is basically not related to a home. The most important thing is that no one except him can open Yaoan's door. The Lolas looked at the scene in front of them curiously and saw houses appearing out of thin air, but not at all abrupt, as if they were supposed to be there. Kizara and Miori were so shocked that they were speechless. The scene before them was simply a ruthless trampling of their 3 views, and it had been trampled on countless times. The town is similar to Western architecture, but the interior is completely modern. After all, the game is played by modern people, and it is impossible to design it completely according to mythology. Not only that, even the corresponding stores have corresponding items placed in them. This is just a matter of words for the game setting, but it is completely reproduced in reality. This will be your home from now on, Nangong Long said with a smile. Yeah, we have a home. The Lolas happily played with each other. Big brother, is this true? A little girl with purple hair asked anxiously. Of course, as long as I'm here, no one will bully you, Nangong Long said gently, touching her little head. The little girl tried hard to hold back her tears and not let them stay. Cry if you want to. The little girl burst into tears, which seemed to be a signal. Most of the little girls started crying too. Only a few did not cry and were still comforting the younger children around them. There's a place to live, but there are not enough people to take care of them. Maybe in the future, they will accept humans who are willing to live with the children, but for now, they have to figure out a way on their own. Nangong Long picked up the purple-haired lowly with one hand and let her lean on his shoulder, with his empty right hand ready to cast the next magic. At this time, Mu Gung and the other man, who had finally recovered, were about to ask what was going on when they saw something similar appear in Nangong Long's hand. Made creation. This was only a 3rd-tier magic, and its only effect was to create 50 first-tier artificial maids. Their appearances were randomly generated, so they couldn't be compared to the maids that Nangong Long's companions had carefully designed, but they were still much prettier than ordinary people. Each maid was given her own name the moment she appeared, which saved Nangong Long the trouble of thinking of names. It's still not enough. Nangong Long took out a few more identical crystals and stopped only when the number of maids reached 300. It should be fine for now. There are 2 reasons why Nangong Long has so many such low-level props. One is that he saved them by spending money on lotteries, and the other is that he purchased them before the game was shut down. After looking at the maids, Nangong Long felt that he should create a few leading maids who would also serve as managers of the city. Creation Guard's Battle Maid. This is a 5th-tier magic crystal, which can create a group of 10 combat maids at around level 30. If you're lucky, there might even be 1 or 2 maids at around level 40. To put it bluntly, it all depends on luck. Apparently, Nangong Long's luck was pretty good, as a level 40 silver-haired maid really appeared. Greetings to the Supreme Lord. Hundreds of maids knelt in unison. Get up. From now on, your task is to take care of these children. We will swear to complete the orders of the Supreme Lord until our death. Not that exaggerated. Lena, I appoint you as the head maid, responsible for assigning work, Nangong Long said to the silver-haired maid. Clear. The moment the maids appeared, their names automatically came to Nangong Long's mind. Big brother, are you a god? The purple-haired lowly in his arms asked in admiration with starry eyes. I'm not a god. I'm a big devil who specializes in catching cute little girls like you, Nangong Long threatened. Brother, you are lying. I don't believe you. And you don't have to catch me. I will go with you by myself, the little lowly said cutely while blinking her big eyes. Haha, you've been crying for so long, but I still don't know your name, Nangong Long asked while pinching her face. My name is Leia, and I am 6 years old. Bushikui came back to her senses and tugged at the corner of Nangong Long's clothes, opening her arms as if she wanted a hug too. There was no other way. Nangong Long could only pick her up with his other hand. Xiaoshi was much quieter. He just watched Nangong Long from the side without saying a word, and no one knew what he was thinking. I want it too. I want it too. I want a hug. Soon a group of little Lolas surrounded Nangong Long, and one of them even climbed onto Nangong Long and hung on him. Haha, stop making trouble and follow us to where you live. There are not only new clothes, but also delicious snacks there. Good. The little Lolas were very obedient and left in groups following the maids. After Nangong Long said that he would visit her often, Shia left with her friends. Only after the Lolas left did Mugung and the others have the chance to get close to Nangong Long. Brother, how did you do this? Yes, and what about those maids? Asked Miori. You can think of this as a supernatural power, magic, or superpower, Nangong Long replied, pointing at the house. As for the maid, she's a man-made person. Artificial human? Clone? Miori asked. No, you can think of it as a combination of alchemy and magic. Brother, are you still human? Definitely not. Xiaoshi nodded affirmatively. Why do those maids call you Lord Supreme? Asked Miori. Simply because I created them. The last question is why maids are so beautiful, and judging from their attitude towards you, they will devote themselves to you without hesitation if you just beckon them. Pretty and pleasing to the eye, who would create a bunch of ugly monsters. You didn't refute what I said later. Miori stared at Nangong Long and said. Hearing this, Kuan looked at his brother with an even more dangerous look. Well, because what you said is the truth, but I won't do that. Nangong Long shrugged and said calmly. Now I can only follow my brother closely, Kizura muttered. Oh, in that case, Long, come and do it with me. Weiji looked at Nangong Long cunningly and said with a charming and seductive smile. What are you talking about, bud? Do you want to die? Kizura stared at Miori with a look as if he was looking at a dead person. Miori ignored her directly, took a step forward and stuck close to Nangong Long, then raised her head and looked at Nangong Long with warm eyes. My body is very soft. Kizura couldn't bear it anymore and pulled Miori away roughly. It seems that I can only send you, a bug, to hell with my own hands. Ah, how can you say such things to your future sister-in-law, Miss Kizura? Miori teased. I will never acknowledge you, Kizura yelled. I'm just your stepsister, not your biological sister, so I can do that kind of thing, Mugung thought with a slightly blushing face. Don't worry, stop arguing. We are leaving, Nangong Long advised. After hearing this, Mugung and the other man stopped arguing, but they continued to play the staring game behind Nangong Long. After reaching the edge of District 39, Nangong Long stopped and turned to face the town. Fortress Triple Wall. The land at the edge of the town began to shake, and black walls hundreds of meters high rose up on all four sides, surrounding the entire town. On the surface, There are only 4 walls, but in fact each side is composed of 3 layers of walls. Kizara and the others were no longer surprised. After all, they had just seen even more bizarre scenes, and their worldviews had been almost shattered. Afterwards, Nangong Long threw several angel statues in 4 directions. "What is this?" Xiashi asked curiously. "Gorum, I will automatically attack anyone approaching with malicious intent. I really want to strip you clean in every sense of the word," Miori said with a giggle. "I should be the one to say this." "That's fine," Miori said with her hands covering her mouth. Seeing that Kigen was about to go berserk again, Nangong Long quickly changed the subject. "Kizara, I'm planning to move here. What about you?" "I also want to be with my brother, but I still have to go to school, and it's inconvenient to live here," Mu Gung said frustratedly. "It's okay, I can drive you there." "Really? That's great," Mu Gung said excitedly. "You bully me," Weiji pouted in dissatisfaction. If you want to come, you can. That's more like it." 2 days later, Chui and Xiashi went out to find other Lolas to play with. Although Chui was easily shy, she still made some friends. By the way, Xiashi was dragged away by Chui. So at this time, there were only Nangong Long and Mu Gung at home. "Kigara, is it time to fulfill the agreement?" Nangong Long said with a wicked smile. "Oh, what, you want it now?" Mu Gung was startled by this sudden statement. Of course, Chui and the others are not here right now, so this time is just right. But I haven't had time to buy an apron yet," Kizara explained with a blushing face. "Also, I don't know what style my brother likes." "Hey, I'm ready." Nangong Long took out a pure white apron and handed it to Kizara. "Give." Mu Gung was a little caught off guard. She didn't expect her brother to be prepared in advance, but then she thought about it and became very happy again. He is still very attractive to me. Kizara quickly snatched away the apron and ran away. "Hey, just change here, don't mind," Nangong Long shouted. Mu Gung stumbled and said without turning his head, "No way." "In Muzara's room." "Do I really want to wear it?" No. We have already made an agreement." "What if my brother is unhappy?" Mu Gung shook his head to deny the idea that had just come to his mind. "Well, come on, you can do it, Tendo Kimura. This way you can put a big gap between yourself and Miori. This is my victory." Mu Gung suppressed her embarrassment and put on the apron that Nangong Long gave her. Looking at Wang Nua Zhao, his current appearance, Mu felt even more ashamed and annoyed. "Is Kizara still not well?" Wait a minute, I'll be right there." You can do it. It's okay for me to just take a look at it." Kizara opened the door of his room with the determination to give it a try. Mu Gung stood in front of Nangong Long coquettishly, without saying a word. "So beautiful," Nangong Long exclaimed. Kizara revealed a barely perceptible smile. With the beauty in front of him, how could Nangong Long not be tempted? Just when he was about to take this opportunity to proceed to the next step, there was a noise outside the house. Kizara ran back to his room like a frightened rabbit. Nangong Long smiled bitterly. He knew without thinking that the 2 little brats had returned. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It seemed that there was no hope this time. After Mu Gung returned to her room, she never came out. She didn't even respond when Nangong Long called her to have dinner. She must be still shy. Thinking of this, Nangong Long put dinner at her door. "Kigara, I left dinner at the door." Fortunately, the next day was a school day, and Kigen finally came out of her room, but she couldn't help blushing when she saw Nangong Long. "Brother, take me to school." You two remember to go to school later, and don't sneak out, okay?" "I know." Nangong Long set up a school specifically for teaching these little Lolas, with ordinary maids serving as teachers. As for the combat maids, Nangong Long sent them out to search for Lolas in other districts. In the past few days, almost all the children from the outer districts have come to this town that appeared out of nowhere, and only a few Lolas are still scattered in other urban areas. After instructing Xiashi and the other person, Nangong Long took Mu Gung to Maiwa Academy. Next time, I'll find a chance to continue what I didn't finish yesterday. Kigen's face suddenly turned red. Her hands were entangled together. Her eyes were wandering. She neither agreed nor objected. After a long while she finally spoke. but she talked about something else. Brother, Dr. Muroto, Samaire wants to see you. Do you want to go? Nangang Long was slightly stunned. He had never met the otaku scientist who liked corpses since he came to this world. He originally planned to find her after some time, but he didn't expect that she would invite him first. But on second thought, he probably understood why Muroto Samaire wanted to see him. Good. Dr. Samaire is waiting for you at Kotada University Hospital. Halfway through his words, Kizara frowned, not knowing how to introduce Samaire to his brother. After thinking for a moment, Kizara spoke. Jean has a strange personality. She doesn't like interacting with people. Also, I know, I have some understanding of the Four Sages. The Four Sages? Nangang Long stepped on the brakes and did a perfect drift, parking the car in front of the school gate, which immediately caused screams from the surrounding female students. Here we are. I will explain the matter of the Four Sages to you tonight. Brother, don't go out and flirt with girls when I'm not around. Before getting off the bus, Mu Gung reminded her again and again, and only after seeing her brother nod in response did she feel at ease to get off the bus. Nangang Long, who was about to drive away, suddenly remembered something, so he rolled down the window, tilted his head out of the window, looked at Mu Gung who was leaving, and shouted, "Remember to eat on time. I'll put the lunch in your bag." Hearing the voice behind him, Mu Gung's face flushed slightly. I know. Then she quickened her pace and walked into the school. She could not stand the gossiping looks from people around her. So handsome and warm, a female student said enviously. Her friend couldn't help but criticize her. She's already taken. You don't stand a chance. TSK, you can't just think about it. Hey, isn't that Kizara? He actually has a boyfriend, and he's so kind. You can't judge a person by his appearance. He usually looks very serious, but he hides his true colors very well. Apparently among the students were Kizara's classmates. Kizara walked into the classroom and sat in his seat as usual, waiting for class. However, today was a little different from usual. It was rare that a classmate came over to say hello to her. Good morning, Tinda-san. Mu Gung was a little confused, but still nodded in response. Don't be so cold. Was the person who just sent you here your boyfriend? The students around seemed to have heard some incredible news, and the classroom, which had been a little noisy, suddenly became quiet. A barely perceptible blush passed across Mu Gung's delicate face. It turned out that he came here to gossip. No, that's my feeling. Really? Can you introduce him to me? Jingwei asked excitedly, yet shyly. Mu Gung's expression changed slightly, and he immediately became alert and replied coldly. Can't. Oh, why is that? Jingwei, deeply shocked, returned to her seat in frustration. Humph, brother just needs me. I won't let you get close to me. Nangang Long rode his motorcycle to Gaotian University and went to the university hospital. The sports car has allowed him to regain some space in his system, but when he's alone, he still prefers to ride a motorcycle. Nangang Long knocked on the door that seemed to lead to hell, and a weak voice was heard from inside the house. Come in, the door is not locked. Nangang Long pushed the door open, and the scenery before him was indescribable. What caught my eye were all kinds of sophisticated experimental instruments and corpses. Suddenly a hand grabbed Nangang Long's calf, and a pale face appeared in Nangang Long's eyes. Yes, there is no food. Nangang Long handed the food in his hand to her. When he came, he remembered that Muroto Samaire would eat some strange things. In order to avoid this situation, he bought some food from a street shop on the way and brought it over. Resurrected. After eating her fill, Muroto Samaire looked Nangang Long up and down, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. You are the brother that Kizara misses so much. It should be me. Can I see your body? Muroto Samaire made no secret of her desire to explore the unknown. It's not good to be so aggressive just after meeting each other. Nangang Long protected his chest with his hands and pretended to be very scared. Your acting is too fake, and I'm not interested in a brat like you. That's not certain. You might fall in love with me someday, Nangang Long teased. Oh, then you have to work hard. Now, can you let me check your body? Well, it doesn't matter, but it's useless to look at it. Muroto Samaire took out tools and knocked on Nangang Long's body, but she couldn't pry open the share at all. Instead, She was exhausted and sweating. Is the level difference so big? I didn't expect that. I don't even have the qualifications to dismantle it, Jean said self-deprecatingly. Having tried all possible methods, Jean could only sit back in her chair helplessly. If you agree to one condition, I can show you the internal structure. What do you want to do? Are you tempted by my lust? Jean said boldly. You think too much. Just promise me that you won't eat those messy things anymore. Nangong Long shrugged and said easily. That's it. Certainly. You are such a strange person. Did Mu Gung tell you about me? Nangong Long nodded. I'll starve to death if I don't eat those things. You can't go out to eat. I hate interacting with people. Hey, I could deliver it to you, right? Why? Jean showed a suspicious look. She didn't believe that someone would be nice to her for no reason. I like you. Is this an acceptable reason? Oh, then what about Mu Gung? Samire asked playfully. Is it not possible to have both? You want to start a harem? And Nangong Long nodded in acknowledgement. It was the first time that she met a man who openly admitted that he wanted to have a harem, and the corners of Jin's mouth rose unconsciously. I'm a little interested in you. I promise you. After leaving Niroto Samire, Nangong Long went to wander around the streets with the idea that maybe he could pick up 2 Lolas to take back with him. He had nothing to do anyway. If you just look at the people coming and going on the street, you won't think this is the end of the world. It's no different from the normal world. But this is just an illusion. The reality is that humans are huddled in the giant stone tablet and struggling to survive, and outside is Wang Yang's sea of gastrula creatures. Before he knew it, Nangong Long had reached the commercial street, and he heard pleasant singing in his ears. The voice was very childish, probably from a child. Nangong Long followed the sound to find the owner of the singing. But the sound suddenly disappeared, replaced by sounds of beating, scolding, and cheering. Get back to the outer area. Little b asterisk 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 d. A man who looked like a bad gangster was pushing the weak little girl with silver hair towards the glass fence beside the bridge. Instead of stopping this evil act, the people around him cheered. Even after being treated like this, the silver-haired lowly still had a smile on her face, as if she was not the one being beaten. Nangong Long frowned and quickened his pace towards the direction where the sound came from. Nangong Long roughly pushed away the person who was blocking him. The person who fell to the ground was about to curse, but what happened next made him shut his mouth immediately for fear of attracting Nangong Long's attention. Nangong Long grabbed the gangster's neck and lifted him up. Is it fun for bastards to bully children? When the people around saw this scene, they all blamed Nangong Long. What are you doing? He didn't do anything wrong. It's just a fight with the devil. Let him go quickly. If you don't want to die, get the hell out of here. Frightened by Nangong Long's fierce gaze, everyone retreated one after another. The timid ones had already sneaked away, but after all, there were still some brave ones who didn't believe that Nangong Long would dare to touch them. Let go quickly, or we will call the police. The passerby took out his cell phone and waved it while speaking. Plug your ears. Oh, the dazed lowly obediently covered her ears with her little hands. Although she couldn't see anything, she understood that the person in front of her was here to help her. Nangong Long pulled out his pistol and shot the phone into pieces. The onlookers were stunned. They didn't expect that the other party would dare to openly shoot in the street. If you don't get out of here, I'll blow your heads off next time. Passers-by were immediately frightened and ran away in all directions, not realizing that they had 4 legs. The gangster was so scared that he was shaking all over. He was lucky that he didn't wet his pants. He couldn't understand why it turned out like this. He had done this many times before, and no one would stop him. Instead, he would get applause from the people around him. Why? Did he encounter such bad luck this time? Why do you want to stand up for the murderer? The silver-haired lowly was heartbroken upon hearing this, but she did not refute. Countless tragic experiences had taught her that refutation would only result in a more severe beating. Who did she kill? Nangong Long asked, staring at him. My family and friends were all killed by the gastrula creatures. Don't you have any family members killed by them? The gangster stared at the silver-haired lowly with hatred in his eyes, as if they had a blood feud. Boring. If you have the ability, then step out of the stone tablet and kill the gastrula creatures. What's the point of hiding in the safe zone and abusing children? The gangsters seem to have heard something unbelievable. Get out, I'll die. Identification completed. You're just a complete rubbish. It's my fault for talking so much nonsense with you. Nangong Long walked to the edge of the bridge, and the gangster was hanging in the air. What do you want to do? Nangong Long threw him out fiercely. Without some strength, it would be difficult for him to suffer any serious injuries from a height of 5 or 6 meters. Whether he lived or died depended on his own energy. When pedestrians on the street saw this, they all moved away from the scene. Some called an ambulance, while others secretly called the police. Feeling that the matter was over, the silver-haired lowly said, "Can I touch your face?" "Okay." Nangong Long squatted down so that he was at the same height as the lowly and pulled up the lowly's soft little hand and placed it on his face. The silver-haired lowly searched carefully. She wanted to remember the only kind person who had helped her. Big Brother is very handsome. There must be a lot of girls who like him. Please give me flowers. Oh, I don't deny that. Nangong Long picked her up. The little girl was a little overwhelmed and waved her hands in panic. What happened? Don't be afraid. I'll take you away from here, and no more people will die. Why? Because I'm afraid I won't be able to help but kill those annoying guys. The little girl didn't understand much, but she knew that her big brother would not harm her. Brother, where are we going? District 39 is also your new home in the future. The little girl was stunned at first. Then she seemed to suddenly remember something and said, "Is Big Brother the pervert who is rumored to be collecting Lolis everywhere? Is something weird going to happen to me?" 0. Nangong Long's face suddenly turned black. Why is there such a strange rumor? Who is ruining my reputation? Nothing will be done. That's a rumor, and it's false. AAA. The little Lolita laughed like a silver bell. May I have your name? Big Brother, I have a younger sister. Can you take her with us? Shwena asked. Well, where is she? We live in District 41, and my sister is still waiting for me to come back. Okay, let's go pick her up. District 41 is very close to the monolith, and it is conceivable how difficult it is for Shwena to come to the city to beg for money every day. Nangong Long took Shwena to Area 41, found her 5-year-old sister Shirley, and returned to Area 39, handing them over to the maid. Of course, before that, Nangong Long had used the healing scroll to heal Shwena's eyes. The two Lolas, one big and one small, were surprised to see the new home in front of them, and there were many children like them here. I'm leaving now. Just stay here and be at ease. Big Brother, where are you going? Shwena and Shirley grabbed the corner of Nangong Long's clothes and asked, I will come to see you often. Of course, you can also come and find me. The children here all know where I live. After Nangong Long and Shwena said goodbye, they went to the school to pick up Mugung and take him home. After all, it was already evening after all the trip. After breakfast, Mugung and Nangong Long sat opposite each other. I have a new commission. I want to be the bodyguard of the Holy Emperor. Do you want to go and take a look? The Holy Emperor has already discussed this matter with Nangong Long in private. But since he is a member of the Tiantong Civilian Security Company, he still needs to formally entrust the company with the permission of the president. I'll check it out later. It has been a month since I defeated Scorpio. 3 days after the town of District 39 appeared, someone finally couldn't help but come to investigate. When they saw the majestic 100-meter-high city wall and the tall golem angel statue, they were shocked beyond words. Seeing that someone often let a group of little girls into the city wall, the investigators planned to sneak in at night to see what was going on inside. There is no doubt that he failed, because he sneaked in with hatred for the cursed 753 child. When he stepped into the range of 200 meters of the golem, the angel statue automatically activated into annihilation mode and beat him to pieces on the spot. The companions behind him were so frightened by this scene that they could not move. It took them a long time to retreat and pass the news back to the headquarters. Afterwards, more people came to investigate. No, it could no longer be called an investigation. It was more of an assault, and even armed helicopters were sent. Unfortunately, the angels can fly, and they were wiped out. The matter got so serious that it reached the ears of the Holy Emperor, so he called Nangong Long privately to ask what was going on. Nangong Long told her the truth, and there was nothing to hide about this matter. The Holy Emperor immediately said that he would restrain his subordinates and not let them cause trouble again. The Holy Emperor personally ordered that the mastermind behind the scenes, Tendu Kikunajo, could only give up, at least not do anything on the surface. So he began to use his power to spread the word that someone had established a district in District 39 to adopt cursed children. When the people learned that the cursed children lived better than them, they were immediately furious. On what basis could those red-eyed demons be happy? This is absolutely not allowed. Things escalated, and extremists even began to march and demonstrate, strongly demanding the demolition of District 39 and the expulsion of the cursed child from Dekyung District. Seeing this scene, Tendo Kikunasuk laughed. He didn't believe that Nangong Long dared to offend the public, but reality ruthlessly slapped him in the face. Nangong Long didn't bother to care about the people's parade, just let them swim as long as they felt tired. However, anyone who dared to cause trouble at the doorstep would be shot to death as a warning to others. District 39 suddenly became a restricted area, and no one dared to come here anymore. Upon hearing the news, Tendo Kikunasuk was almost furious, but he could only endure it because he couldn't beat him. This iron-blooded approach silenced the people for a while, but was followed by a greater backlash. The extremists began more frequent and larger-scale demonstrations, strongly demanding that the Holy Emperor sanction Nangong Long. Normally, Kikunasuk should be very happy, but on the contrary, he was very troubled. He had seen Nangong Long's powerful strength, and it was possible that the military strength of the entire Dekyung district was not enough to withstand a single shot from him. Finally, there was really no other way. The Holy Emperor could only ask Nangong Long if he could announce that he was the one who defeated Scorpio. Nangong Long nodded in agreement, as he didn't want to make things too difficult for the Holy Emperor. When the people learned that Nangong Long was the hero who defeated Stage 5, they fell into silence for a long time. They needed time to digest this explosive news. Almost all the people were silent and stopped making trouble. Only a few people were still insisting, but that was meaningless. There were even a few people who began to support Nangong Long and said that he was right. This is human. This is reality. No one wants to be driven away by themselves when they could defeat the strong man of Stage 5. With such a strong man, their lives can be better protected. Of course, this does not rule out the possibility that there are people who are willing to accept a cursed child. After sending Mu Gung to school, Nangong Long went to Xingju. The guards of the holy residence already knew Nangong Long, so he entered without any hindrance. Arriving at the place where the Holy Emperor usually worked, he pushed the door open and walked in. Judging from his proficiency, it was obviously not the first time he had done this. "You are here." The Holy Emperor knew who was coming without even looking up. In the holy residence, the only person who had the courage to enter without knocking on the door was Nangong Long. Nangong Long found a place and sat down casually, then made a gesture to the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor blushed, stood up, and walked to Nangong Long and sat down in his arms. When he was in close contact with a girl, Nangong Long would remove the mechanization and restore his physical body. The mechanization was only used to show off, and it was not necessary to hug a girl. "When did it start?" "You want to hug me as soon as you come," the Holy Emperor joked. "Hug? More than that." Nangong Long lowered his head and kissed her. The Holy Emperor stared at him with wide eyes. The Holy Emperor held his chest and breathed rapidly. "I'm not going to pay attention to you. You just know how to bully me. If people outside saw you like this, I think they would be so shocked that their eyeballs would fall to the ground," Nangong Long joked. "I won't let anyone see it. So this is mine." The Holy Emperor slightly adjusted his posture and leaned his head on Nangong Long's shoulder, whispering to the ancient Taoist. "You're asking even though you already know the answer. Damn it. Hey, why do I hear someone saying bad things about me?" No. Stop kissing. Let's talk about things first, okay?" The Holy Emperor looked at Nangong Long with watery eyes and asked, President Chi Wu is coming to visit Dekyung District this time. I want you to be my bodyguard. Is that okay? Nangong Long nodded in agreement. Long, do you know anything about President Chi Wu? Arrogant 0.4. Warmongering, self-centered. I might be too tired. I seem to be hallucinating. Did you just mention war maniac? Yes, you heard it right. The Holy Emperor felt a tightness in his heart. That's terrible, but Mr. Tiantong is not here at this time. I guess that guy picked this time on purpose, but don't worry, I'm here and I won't let you get hurt. The Holy Emperor leaned in further, pressing tightly against Nangong Long's body. Long, after this matter is over, I want to give you a gift. Oh, what is it? The Holy Emperor lowered his head so as not to let Nangong Long see his face, which was red, as if he had fever. I won't tell you. You just have to look forward to it. Nangong Long took advantage of the Saint Emperor a lot, and was eventually pushed out of the room by the ashamed and angry Saint Emperor. Phew! It was so dangerous, he almost died. I was planning to give him a surprise. After tidying up his clothes and patting his face, the Holy Emperor calmed down and sat back in his office chair to continue handling government affairs. Oh, I forgot to introduce the guard officer to Long. Never mind, it's not a big deal anyway. Thinking of this, the Saint Emperor continued to read the documents in his hand. A sleepy blonde girl in pajamas was riding a bicycle, staggering forward. Because she was still sleepy, the little girl accidentally bumped into a gangster, and the gangster's companions immediately surrounded the little girl. Hey, you little brat, you hit my leg. It might be broken. Pay me the money. Where are your parents? The gangster pushed and hit the little girl as he spoke. The confused blonde didn't quite understand what was happening. Nangong Long, who had just walked out of the holy residence, happened to see this scene. Just as the gangster was about to hit the girl's wrist, someone grabbed it forcibly. The severe pain in his wrist made his face begin to distort. The companions around immediately gave up the little girl and surrounded Nangong Long. Let go. Let go quickly, or you'll be in trouble, the gangster's companion threatened. Annihilation Scorpio only disclosed Nangong Long's name and that he was the founder of District 39 and kept everything else secret, so these gangsters didn't know him. Nangong Long ignored them completely and kicked each of them 7 or 8 meters away. This was the result of his mercy, otherwise this kick would have blown them to pieces. The thugs were all scared. They had offended a ruthless guy this time, so they immediately showed their attitude. Well, actually she was the one who bumped into me, so it's not too much for me to hit her twice to vent my anger, right? Are you hurt? Yes, my leg may be broken. The gangster stretched out his left leg to show Nangong Long, pretending to be in pain on his face. Ah, it wasn't all fake. At least half of it really hurt because Nangong Long pinched it. I see. Nangong Long kicked the gangster's left calf and broke it. The gangster let out a howl of pain, and this time it really couldn't be more real. That's very similar. Nangong Long threw the gangster to his companions. If I see you bullying others again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Get lost. The thugs were relieved upon hearing this, and quickly left with their companion with a broken leg. The blonde lowly looked up at Nangong Long and murmured, "This is the first time I've seen a hero of justice." The little lowly followed Nangong Long to the seat next to the sink. Then Nangong Long walked to the faucet, took out a handkerchief, soaked it, and returned to sit next to the little lowly. He used the handkerchief to wipe the little lowly's dirty face, and Lowly let him play with her as he pleased. Lowly stood up and bowed. Thank you. After he finished speaking, he did not raise his head and just kept bowing. Nangong Long leaned closer and saw that he had fallen asleep. Oh yeah, no. Lowly took out a bottle of medicine, took a handful and put it directly into her mouth and started chewing. Sorry, I feel sleepy during the day and I can't stay awake without this. Lowly sat back in the chair, still drowsy, as if she could fall asleep at any time. Nangong Long, my name is... Nangong Long looked at Lowly. The meaning was self-evident. For some reason, the Lowly's eyes wandered, but in the end, she seemed to give up struggling and spoke. Tina Sprunt. To call me Tina. Tina, do you remember how you got here? Tina fell in a deep thought. I wake up in the morning, brush my teeth, take a shower, change my clothes, and go out fresh. Looking at Tina talking nonsense seriously, Nangong Long was still very impressed. Her skills were almost catching up with his. You usually go out in pajamas. It was ruthlessly exposed. Mr. Long is actually a Lolita complex. He just stared at my exposed skin intently. I swear to God that Nangong Long really didn't watch anything. Nangong Long stretched out his claws and wantonly ravaged Tina's golden hair. Don't spread rumors about me. How did you notice that when you can barely open your eyes? Forget it. Do you want me to take you home? Tina shook her head to indicate that she didn't need it. Seeing this, Nangong Long told Tina his cell phone number. Just call me if you have any questions. Tina took out her cell phone and dialed the number directly, and the phone in Nangong Long's pocket immediately rang. Hey, what are you doing? I'm afraid you gave me a fake number. I still love Lolita. Tina hung up the phone. Actually, I remember the apartment I lived in. I want to go back. I'm really happy today. See you next time. Tina walked away with unsteady steps. We'll see you soon, Tina. It was already completely dark when Tina returned to her remote residence. There was basically no one living around here except her. Tina's spirit becomes active at night. She stands in front of the mirror in the house and looks at herself carefully. Is this how I appear in front of him? Wouldn't it be cuter if I put on a skirt and dressed up carefully? When Tina thought of this, she couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. After adjusting her mood, Tina went into the bathroom, took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and went to the place her master had mentioned to pick up the weapons for this mission. Unfortunately, she was noticed by the police on the way back. Tina had no choice but to follow her master's orders to eliminate the unstable factors. Nangong Long's home. Everyone was sitting together eating hot pot, but there was one more person at home today, Xiao Yanju. Recently, Xiao Yanju often came to District 39 to play with other Lolas, not to mention that there were people she knew here. Every time she played too much and forgot the time, she would run to Nangong Long's house to stay. When everyone was enjoying their meal, there was a knock on the door. Mugung got up and went to open the door. As soon as she opened the door, she immediately closed it even faster. Who is it? Kizara. It's okay. I must have heard it wrong. There's only a bug outside the door. The knocking on the door became more intense, and Nangong Long knew who was outside the door without even thinking. As expected, a weak voice came from outside the door. Long, open the door. I can't take it anymore. There was no other way Nangong Long could only go and open the door himself. If he waited for Kizara, Miori wouldn't be able to come in even if she was dry. As soon as the door opened, Weiji fell on Nangong Long. I'm sick, take care of me. Weiji was obviously feeling much better after taking the medicine and was able to sit down and eat hot pot with Nangong Long and the others. Mugung was so angry that his teeth itched. He chewed the meat in his mouth fiercely and stared at Miori, saying word by word, "What tricks are you going to play?" Miori stopped using the chopsticks in her hand and said with a sweet smile, "No, I'm just sick and want Long to take care of me. Why wouldn't my brother take care of you? I won't let the dragon take care of me for nothing." Weiji looked at Nangong Long with blurred eyes and flushed face. "The reward is mine. You can do whatever you want, even if it's a little excessive. I'm very weak now anyway, and there's no way I can resist you." Weiji looked like she was so weak and wanted to bully me. Mugung was so angry that he was shaking all over and poked the bottom of the bowl with his chopsticks. His next words completely ignited the powder keg. "Long, in fact, you must be enduring it very hard. You have Runyo Mugung by your side, but they are extremely well protected. If you attack Chui and Xiashi, you will be caught. So I'm the only one who can satisfy you." "My words are fine," Xiashi on the side said suddenly. Bushikui's face turned red, and they started playing the finger-poking game, with her cat ears drooping because of shyness. "I can do that," the furious Kizara shouted. "I have shown my brother naked aprons, but I am far inferior to you." The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and Weiji looked incredulous. "Impossible. How could you, a conservative person, make such a bold move?" "Brother, it doesn't matter if I'm naked." "Oh, what am I saying? Never mind. Love will be what it is." Kizara gritted his teeth and looked at Miori. He couldn't back down at this time. Miori turned and looked at Nangong Long with a hopeful heart. "Kizara is bragging, right? Nangong Long shook his head and gave the answer that Weiji didn't want to hear. It's true. Chui, who was standing by, touched her washboard and couldn't help feeling a little frustrated. See, you've already lost. Ah, damn it. I'll let the rigid Kizara get ahead of me. I miscalculated, but I won't give up. Miori stood up and prepared to take off her clothes. What are you doing? Kizara rushed over and stopped Miori's actions. Humph, of course I want to let Long appreciate my beautiful naked body. What's so good about you, poor guy? Upon hearing this, Kuan Gung and Wei Ji had another earth-shattering battle. Nangong Long said he would just watch and not say anything. Finally, the two exhausted men sat back in their original seats and began to eat frantically, apparently preparing to replenish their energy for another battle. Mu Gung, who was busy eating, seemed to remember something and looked up at Nangong Long. Brother, how is the commission going? Yes, I took it. Okay, I'll send you the detailed information later. Hearing the conversation between the two, Miori also stopped what she was doing. What mission? You don't need to know, Mu Gung said unhappily. The Holy Emperor commissioned me to be his bodyguard. Miori's pupils shrank instantly, and then she glared at Kizara and said, Why did you accept this commission? None of your business. You are creating opportunities for the Holy Emperor, Weiji said unhappily. Mu Gung was suddenly panicked. She really didn't think that much. No way. Miori looked at Nangong Long with a cunning look. Elder brother? Mu Gung looked at Nangong Long suspiciously. Nangong Long sighed inwardly. He was shot even when he was lying down. It's okay, let's eat. Next day, in the extended luxury limousine, Bushiki sat on Nangong Long's left, Xiashi sat on his right, and the Holy Emperor sat opposite him. After driving for about 2 hours, we finally arrived at our destination. Nangong Long and the Holy Emperor got out of the limousine, while Chui and Xiashi stayed in the car, as it was not convenient to bring children to the meeting between the heads of state. Nangong Long and the other person walked into the building and took the elevator to the top floor. Don't leave my side for a moment. Don't worry, I will always be with you. Don't be nervous. The Holy Emperor felt much more at ease. Finally reaching the top floor, the first thing that caught my eye was the blue sky, followed by the burly man standing next to the elevator. Chi Wu, who was sitting on a specially designed sofa, stood up and looked here. Nice to meet you, Your Excellency the Holy Emperor. After seeing Nangong Long, his tones sank. You are the other adopted son of the Tendo family. I don't like this name, Nangong Long said lightly. Watch your attitude. You're just a police officer. A mere police officer can take your life right now. Nangong Long retorted without any hesitation. I've never been afraid of anyone when it comes to bickering. In the end, Chi Wu took a step back and returned his seat. When the Holy Emperor heard the two people's heated words, he clenched his hands nervously and his face turned ashen. Nangong Long came back behind her and whispered, This won't do, my princess. The Holy Emperor couldn't help but roll his eyes cutely. But then he remembered that this was a meeting and immediately regained his serious expression and sat on the sofa opposite the glass table. Is the guy who carved the Buddha statue okay, Nangong Long? Still alive. Normally, what would follow would be a conversation between the leaders of the two regions, but Chi Wu had no such plans. I heard that you defeated Stage 5. How about coming to my side? A fragile place like Dekyung District can't give you a bigger stage, but I can. We can enjoy the joy of conquering the world together. The Holy Emperor tried to get up in a hurry, but was held down by Nangong Long. Sorry, I'm not interested in old men. Chi Wu was not angry when he heard this, but continued to extend an olive branch. As long as you're willing to come, you can choose the status, wealth, and women you want. The Holy Emperor was completely panicked. She was really afraid that Nangong Long would nod in agreement. Nangong Long smiled disdainfully, pointed at the Holy Emperor, and said, Is she as pretty as she is? This unexpected answer instantly made the Holy Emperor's delicate face blush. Chi Wu nodded as if he understood something. I see. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful at such a young age. No, there's no such thing. Before the Holy Emperor could finish his words, they were drowned out by Chi Wu's words. But I will not give up. I will win over all powerful people to work for me. My will is the will of our country, and the will of our country is my will. No-nos. 1. It's about time to get down to business, the Holy Emperor interrupted. Chi Wu seemed uninterested. Ah, yes. The talks lasted for more than 2 hours before they ended. When Nangong Long and the other man came out, it was already completely dark. The Holy Emperor spoke with some uneasiness. Long, I really didn't lie to you. I really like you, and I don't mean to take advantage of you. Nangong Long placed his hand on Saint Tianzi's head, rubbed her hair, and said with a smile, Of course I know, little fool. You don't think I would believe what that old guy said. Huh, you actually call me stupid. I'm really worried, okay? It's rare for the Holy Emperor to show his feminine side. The two got in the car and found that Shui and Xiashi had fallen asleep, so they quietly sat opposite them without disturbing them. The Holy Emperor leaned on Nangong Long's shoulder, looking a little tired. Please don't leave me, please. Nangong Long was currently thinking about whether or not to find an opportunity to kill the old man Chi Wu. The Holy Emperor looked out of the car window with gloomy eyes. Don't be sad. You've done a good job. Even if a regional war really breaks out, it doesn't matter. With me here, you'll be the only one who wins. The Holy Emperor regained his senses and slowly spoke. I would like to avoid war if possible. I don't want to continue to spread sadness. Do you know who dies first in war? Without waiting for Nangong Long to answer, the Holy Emperor said, They were babies and the elderly. During the chaotic post-war period, I visited various places in Kyoto with my mother. I saw dying children trying their best to smile at me, but they soon turned into cold corpses. So I want world peace and no more sadness. It's not just talk, but we have to make it happen through our own efforts. After hearing these words, Nangong Long felt helpless. They were really too idealistic. Where there are people, there are struggles. This is an eternal theme. Unless everyone becomes a machine without a mind, your idea is too idealistic. The Holy Emperor was not struck, but said firmly, I don't want to live a life without ideals. 857. Nangong Long sighed and hugged the Holy Emperor tightly in his arms. Very silly and naive, but I don't hate it. At this time, Xiashi suddenly woke up and looked at the two of them. It looks like there's another competitor. The Holy Emperor's face suddenly turned red, and he wanted to leave Nangong Long's arms. Xiashi poked Bushikui, who was still sleeping. Don't sleep. The dragon is about to be kidnapped. What? Bushikui sat up in shock. Don't move. Something's happening. Asked the driver to stop the car. The Holy Emperor stopped struggling and immediately ordered the driver to stop. She had absolute trust in Nangong Long. A large caliber bullet hit the ceremonial car, and then Nangong Long protected the Holy Emperor and got out of the car. The Holy Emperor was a little frightened, and his legs began to tremble and become weak unconsciously. He leaned against Nangong Long and barely stood. Nangong Long gently patted the Saint Emperor's jade shoulder and comforted him. It's fine. The Holy Emperor stopped trembling after hearing this, but still did not leave Nangong Long's arms. Only here could she feel at ease. This scene made Bao Xie, who was hiding aside, furious. That position should have been mine. It's all your fault, you damn Nangong Long. I will definitely make sure you die a miserable death. Sniff, sniff, sniff. 3 bullets came at the same time. If an ordinary person faced this scene, his hair would stand on end, and he would be killed instantly. Unfortunately, the people present were far from being ordinary people. Xiashi raised the gun provided to her by Sima Heavy Industry and fired several shots in succession, all of which hit the same position accurately, successfully exploding the bullets. Xiashi was originally unable to do such a thing, but after Nangong Long injected her with the latest potion, her strength increased by leaps and bounds. The analysis was completed 1 day after Scorpio was killed. The solution given by the system can indeed cure the lawless, but their power will disappear. Nangong Long didn't want this, so he put forward a new requirement to treat them without eliminating the lawless strength. The omnipotent system quickly came up with a second plan, raising the upper limit of the erosion rate to allow Meng Li and the others to maintain their original form and fuse the virus. Nangong Long directly decided to choose the second plan. Although the potion obtained by analyzing Scorpio could only increase the upper limit to 80%, this was not a problem at all. It was just a matter of killing a few more zodiacs. Erosion rate, Shasher 43.72%, Bushikui 51.23%. Bushikui stretched out her cat claws and cut the incoming bullets into countless pieces. Nangong Long was much simpler. He just grabbed the bullet in his hand and crushed it to pieces. Bao Xie, who was watching the whole process, couldn't help but tremble in his heart, but he did not give up his plan against Nangong Long. Since he couldn't solve the problem by force, he would just outsmart the policeman. Tina in the distance widened her eyes, unable to come back to her senses for a long time, and finally put down the gun in her hand. She knew that she had no chance this time. There was a buzzing sound in his ears, and Nangong Long knew that it was made by Sienfeld, so he ignored it. "Do you want to give chase?" Xiaoshi asked. "No need. The other party has already left." The guard who had been hiding before finally showed up and walked to Lu Lai's side, wanting to escort her away. Bao Xie stared at Nangong Long fiercely and said angrily, "Take your dirty hands off the Holy Emperor." The Holy Emperor frowned in displeasure and started a reprimand. "Stand back." "Ow! How could it be, Lord Saint Emperor?" Nangong Long looked at the clown in front of him with amusement and deliberately tightened his hands on the slender waist of the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor naturally noticed Nangong Long's little action, but he did not resist and instead let him hug him. Bao Xie was so furious, especially the submissive attitude of the Holy Emperor, that it almost drove him crazy. "You guys came out after the enemy disappeared. You're really qualified guards." Nangong Long looked down at the Holy Son of Heaven. "Just throw away these garbage. It's a waste of resources to keep them." Hearing his words, the guards were extremely angry, especially Bao Xie, who could no longer control his emotions. He walked forward and tried to forcefully separate the two people who were hugging each other. Nangong Long was not going to let him off and kicked Bao Xie away. Bao Xie fell to the ground and rolled for several times before stopping. He fainted, and he didn't know how many ribs he had broken. If the Saint Emperor hadn't been there, Nangong Long would have killed him. The other guards showed expressions of disbelief. After all, they were guards of the Holy Emperor, and yet they started fighting over a disagreement. The guards couldn't help but look at the Holy Emperor, hoping that she would severely punish the arrogant policeman, but they were destined to be disappointed. The Holy Emperor only gave Nangong Long a slightly reproachful look, then turned around and ordered them, "Send Mr. Baowei to the hospital." Seeing this scene, no matter how dumb the guards were, they knew that the relationship between the Holy Emperor and Nangong Long was not as simple as that between a police officer and a client. "Who is hindering me?" "I'm sorry, Master. I failed." There are very strong police officers among the other party's guards. "Police? There's no mention of that in the intelligence." There was an angry voice coming from the other end of the phone. "Did you see the other person's face clearly?" "Sorry, it's too far." The next day, the Holy Emperor once again summoned Nangong Long to the holy residence, thinking that she had some urgent business. However, when she arrived, Nangong Long found that it was completely different from what he thought. With a shy look on her face, Saint Emperor hurriedly brought him into her private room, then asked Nangong Long to sit in the living room and wait, while she ran back to the bedroom. After waiting for a long time, her expectant, shy, and trembling voice was heard from the Holy Emperor's bedroom. "Okay, come in." Nangong Long walked towards the Saint Emperor's bedroom and pushed the door open. The beautiful scenery that came into his eyes made him lose his mind for a moment. The Holy Son of Heaven, wearing a gauze, sat diagonally on the large white bed. "This is the gift I gave you. Do you like it?" Manual harmony. Fill in the blanks yourself. After the lovemaking, the Holy Emperor lay in Nangong Long's arms. "Do you know why I gave myself to you in advance?" I guess it's because of the assassination." The Holy Son smiled. "As expected, I can't hide anything from you. I don't want to have any regrets before I die." Nangong Long hugged the Holy Emperor even tighter. "Don't worry, I'm here so you won't get hurt. I believe. Ever since Yashir found Nangong Long's chest too hard for sleeping, Nangong Long no longer maintained his mechanization except for fighting. Almost everyone around him knew about this and were quite surprised by it. That day, Nangong Long stayed in Shungju and did not go home. He didn't go back until the evening of the next day, so naturally he couldn't avoid being questioned by Mugong. Fortunately, he managed to get away with it, and Nangong Long quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Garden. Nangong Long took the takoyaki he had just bought and returned to the bench where Tina was. Tina rubbed her eyes that were about to close and happily took it. Thank you. Nangong Long sat next to Tina, looked up at the sky, and couldn't help but think of the meeting a few days ago. They started a discussion about the attack on the Holy Emperor and who was responsible. After discussing for a long time, they were just passing the buck to each other. If the Holy Emperor had not been sitting next to him, Nangong Long would not have participated in such a boring meeting. Bao Xie attended the meeting despite his injuries just to bring down Nangong Long, but he ended up seeing the Holy Emperor sitting together with the person he hated, and he was nearly mad enough to burst a blood vessel. It's him, he must be the traitor. Bao Xie stood up and pointed at Nangong Long and shouted. Unfortunately, no one responded to him, especially the senior officials who looked at him with eyes that showed concern for the mentally retarded. $1*G at *caret. The people at the top knew very well that it was Nangong Long's own strength that defeated the Stage 5, and he did not rely on the initiator at all. Wouldn't it be a waste of time to provoke him? Besides, they have sharp eyes, so how could they not see the special attitude of the Saint Emperor towards Nangong Long? As for those who are not at a high enough level to know confidential information, seeing that their superiors do not speak up, they naturally will not step forward. Few people who can reach this position are fools. Bao Xie felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong, and the script did not go according to his idea at all. Shouldn't everyone agree with him and put all the blame on that annoying guy? In this way, no one would be punished and everyone would be happy, right? Bao Xie couldn't stand those glaring eyes and shouted angrily. What are you looking at? Am I wrong? There have never been any assassinations before when he was not around, so he must be the traitor. Request flowers 0. The security officer must provide evidence. Mr. Nangong Long has no idea how the itinerary plan was leaked. It would be more convincing if you say you are the traitor. Bao Xie completely lost his mind. Why are so many people on his side? How am I worse than him? I'm obviously better. How can you talk like that? Believe it or not, I will immediately dismiss you from your position. The Holy Emperor is now filled with rage, but Nangong Long looks calm. There is no need to be angry with a dead person. That's enough, Mr. Bao Wei. From today on, you will no longer be the captain of the guards. 0. And you have all been dismissed as well. The Holy Emperor continued, looking at the rest of the guards. The senior officials looked as if they knew it. Bao Xie couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. He was dismissed from his post. How could this happen? Shouldn't the person who was kicked out be that rubbish policeman? Bao Xie roared fiercely. Sir, you can't do this. Before he could finish his words, Bao Xie suddenly fell to the ground and lost his voice. It turned out that Nangong Long used heart control to crush the annoying fly to death. The person next to him quickly squatted down and put his hand in front of Bao Xie's nose, exclaiming, Dead, dead. The others were very surprised, but they didn't take it too seriously, thinking that he was just angry and died. Finally, Bao Xie was carried out of the meeting room. Nangong Long held Saint Emperor's jade hand and pulled her into his arms, but Saint Emperor immediately dodged away. She was still very shy when there were many people around, but she was afraid that Nangong Long would be angry, so she could only whisper, Don't be angry, come back to the room later, whatever you want. Snap! The sound next to his ears brought his thoughts back to reality, and when he saw the takoyaki on the ground, he instantly understood what was going on. Nangong Long reached out and took the box of takoyaki from Tina's hand, stabbed the takoyaki with a bamboo skewer, and forced it into Tina's little mouth. Tina opened her eyes wide in surprise, but immediately relaxed the muscles in her cheeks and began to chew gently. Mr. Long, I want it. Nangong Long couldn't help but laugh at Tina, who looked like a little hamster, and continued to feed her the takoyaki in his hand. After eating all the takoyaki, Nangong Long took out a handkerchief and wiped Tina's little mouth. Tina closed her eyes and enjoyed this happy moment. I like Mr. Long. Nangong Long listened to Loli's confession calmly. This is probably the first time someone cares about me so much. 617. Tina seemed to remember something sad, and a depressed voice came out. After my parents died, my life was filled with pain. This was the happiness I hadn't felt for a long time. Can you tell me about yourself? Tina's eyes were a little wandering. Seeing this, Nangong Long did not force it and instead mentioned it. Xiao Mihu, where do you want to go today? Tina thought for a moment and looked up at Nangong Long. Can I go to the outer area? Okay. Tina took the initiative to put her little hand on Nangong Long's hand and let him hold her hand. Nangong Long took Tina to the 39th district. Instead of driving, they chose to walk and take the subway because Tina also wanted to see the situation on the road. Mr. Long, there are very few cursed children in DxD district. Tina had been here for so long, but she had hardly seen any cursed children. The only ones she saw occasionally were initiators. She was very surprised by this situation. Were they born young, or were they driven out of DxD district, or were they killed? When she said the second half of the sentence, Tina's mood became obviously sad. Nangong Long rubbed Tina's golden hair. Don't think so darkly. You will know the answer soon, and it will definitely surprise you. Upon hearing this, Tina realized that things were not as she had imagined, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Stop rubbing it. It's all messed up. Although I say no, I actually don't hate this feeling at all. Soon Nangong Long and Tina arrived at District 39. Looking at the city wall in front of them, Tina remained silent for a long time. Where is this, Mr. Long? This is the outer area. Nangong Long found it very interesting to see Tina with her eyes wide open and a look of surprise. After all, Tina always looked sleepy during the day, so it was not easy to wake her up. This is the outer district? Is Kyoto such a wealthy area? Okay, let's go in. There are more surprises to come. Tina obediently followed Nangong Long into the town. Tina's mouth never closed along the way. She felt that the environment here seemed to be much better than that in the city. Finally, Nangong Long brought her to where the Lolas were. When the little Lolas who were playing games together saw Nangong Long coming, they immediately gave up the game and ran towards him. Big brother is here. Huh, I must hug you this time. That's wishful thinking. I will definitely be the first one to arrive. Seeing the Lolas rushing towards her collectively, Tina was a little confused. She hadn't figured out what was going on. Nangong Long still couldn't escape the fate of having a group of Lolas hanging on him, but he was almost used to it. After all, it was an indispensable part of every visit. Okay, everyone be good. I'll introduce you to a new friend. Nangong Long took off the Lolita clothes one by one, then pulled Tina, who was still in a daze, over and said, "This is Tina, just like you guys. Is this something my brother brought back? Will you live with us in the future?" The little Lolas were talking to each other as if they had 100,000 questions. Tina was dragged away by them in a daze and started playing games with the Lolas, but she seemed to fall asleep while playing. Seeing this, Nangong Long took Tina away and prepared to return to the city. Tina perked up, looked at Nangong Long, and asked, "Mr. Long, can you hold me like you held them just now?" Nangong Long did not answer, but directly picked up Tina. Tina smiled with satisfaction. Can I call you brother too? I've always wanted to have a brother like Mr. Long." "Sure. Elder brother." "What?" "Nothing. Just wanted to yell." After getting the results she wanted, Tina asked about what happened just now. "When did my brother find out?" Tina didn't say what it was specifically, but she knew her brother would understand what she meant. "I knew it from the beginning." Where's the flaw?" Tina tilted her head in confusion and looked at Nangong Long in confusion, wanting him to give her an answer. "It's very simple. How can a normal little girl be fine after taking so many medicines?" Tina covered her mouth and smiled. "Brother, you observe very carefully. Then those just now were all cursed children." "Well, What you see is just a small part. In fact, almost all of DxD District is here. This place was built specifically for us, right? Is DxD District so friendly to us? To be honest, I don't feel that way. Your feeling is correct because I built this city and it has nothing to do with DxD District. Tina opened her mouth in shock and didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Should I say he is your brother? Nangong Long pinched Tina's little face. Where else do you want to go? That's all for today. I have to go back too. Okay, I'll take you to the 1.9 city area. Tina nodded obediently. She didn't want the happy time to end so soon. When Tina returned to her temporary residence, her cell phone rang. The new itinerary of the Holy Emperor has been obtained. A smug voice came from the other end of the phone. So fast. Tina was surprised. Well, after all, there are many people who hate Gastrola. The police officer who obstructed you last time has also been found to be from the Tiantong Civilian Security Company. Tina was stunned, staring blankly ahead. So, Tina, your next mission is to kill Tendo Kazara. The cold voice reached Tina's mind, causing her to temporarily lose her ability to think. She could only mechanically reply, "Yes, master." Looking at the dim sky outside the window, Tina murmured to herself, "Brother, you knew a long time ago, right? At Nangong Long's house at night." Bushikui ran into Nangong Long's room in a panic. "Dragon, no look, I have a tail." Bushikui looked at Nangong Long with tears in her eyes, and the white cat's tail behind her was swinging restlessly. Nangong Long understood what was going on immediately, squatted down, touched her little head, and comforted her. "It's okay. This is the same reason as your cat ears. It must be caused by the erosion rate. But, wouldn't this be weird? Will you stop liking me?" Bushikui said uneasily. "How come? It's even cuter this way." Bushi showed a look of surprise. The next morning, after breakfast, Nangong Long asked Chui to follow Mu Gong, and he took Xia Shi to Ko-Tian University. Miroto Samayer contacted him and said that she had something to discuss with him. Before Nangong Long entered the basement where Jean was, her loud laughter was heard from inside. When I heard the door being pushed open, I knew who was coming without even turning around because there was no one else willing to come to this room. Long, the gang members actually believed the rumors and bought up a lot of land on the moon. Isn't that funny? Jean was lying on the table with her arms and legs spread out, laughing nonstop. Nangong Long found a place and sat down with Xia Shi in his arms. "What do you want from me? Is there no food again?" "No." Jean walked to the side, pulled open the white curtain, pointed at a corpse, and said, "You should be familiar with it." Nangong Long nodded. "The person who brought it here said that you made it die of anger, but after I dissected it, I found that was not the case at all. His heart seemed to have been crushed to pieces, but the most incredible thing was that there was no other external injury." Xia Shi showed a look of surprise, then lowered his head to think about whether there was any way to smash the heart without damaging the appearance. But he came to the conclusion that it was simply impossible. Jean walked back to the table, sat on it, stared at Nangong Long, and asked, "How did you do that? Why are you so sure it was me?" "I can't think of anyone else but you." 11. Unable to bear Jin's curious gaze, Nangong Long could only give a brief explanation. "I'm really becoming more and more interested in you," Dong said with a smile. Nangong Long stood up and said, "I have something else to do, so I'm leaving now. I'll come see you in 2 days." Tina is about to take action at this time, but what choice will you make since you already know that I belong to the Tiantong Civilian Security Company? As for what Jean said about Nangong Long last time, I also had some clues, but I didn't expect that a few words would cause Jean to change so much. Could it be that I also opened up the protagonist's mouth cannon aura? 3 days ago, Nangong Long came to Gateta University as usual to deliver food to Miroto Samayer, but this time was a little different. Miroto Samayer showed a rare, serious expression and asked him a question. "Do you think I did the right thing?" Nangong Long knew that Jean was referring to the new human creation plan, so he replied without thinking too much. "You did nothing wrong. Those who underwent the surgery were dying. You saved them for whatever reason, so you don't need to blame yourself." Jin's complexion improved a little. but her face was still full of self-blame. But it was I who led them to the path of killing. Nangong Long shook his head to deny her words. They're soldiers. Whether you show up or not, the result will be the same. How can you say that you're leading them? But it was me who gave them superhuman powers. Power is neither right nor wrong. It's up to them to choose. Samire, there's no need for you to take everything upon yourself. What's more, most of them are still fighting against the gastrula creatures to protect the last territory of mankind. This is all thanks to you, isn't it? Miroto Samire was silent for a long time before she spoke again. Thanks. Afterwards, she returned to her sloppy look and lay casually on the table. Tindo Civilian Security Company. Nangong Long pushed the door open and walked in. Mu Gung was sitting at his desk, doing his homework, while Bushi Chui was sitting on the sofa in a daze. It seems that Tina didn't come. Brother, are you done? And, has anyone been here? Mu Gung shook his head and asked. Brother, is there something wrong? Otherwise, why did you let Chui follow me? I just thought someone might come and attack you. Mu Gung showed a surprised expression. She didn't remember ever offending anyone. Why? The people who assassinated the Saint Emperor might try to eliminate you. After all, if they can find out the Saint Emperor's schedule, there's no reason they can't find you. Don't you think I'm dangerous? To Mu Gung's surprise, Nangong Long denied her words. It should be fine. Tina's failure to come here means she has given up on assassinating you. Mu Gung showed a puzzled look, looked at Nangong Long, who was sitting on the sofa, and asked, Tina? Brother, do you already know who the assassin is? Well, the starter of IP ranking 98th. Mu Gung slapped the table in surprise and stood up, saying in shock, That wasn't a bad one. It's okay. Tina is not a bad person by nature. I will handle this matter. You don't have to worry. But after this time, one more person may have to join the company. Kazara felt relieved upon hearing that and sat back in his chair. That means my brother has kidnapped another lowly. Loricon, playboy, Chui muttered. Just admit it. There's nothing wrong with being a Lolita complex, Xiaoshu interrupted. After leaving Kigan, Nangong Long went to Sima Heavy Industries. He had already made an appointment with Weiji, and he planned to experience the virtual battlefield. When Nangong Long arrived, Weiji was standing at the company gate to greet him, and he didn't know how long she had been waiting. Then Miori took him to the underground room where virtual technology was controlled. I'm looking forward to it. Show your true strength. Nangong Long smiled and entered a huge space with white walls on all sides through a special passage. According to Miori, this is a huge cube that is 1,000 meters long. The walls on all four sides are made of special rubber that can withstand various live-fire drills. Therefore, police officers and guards often come here for training, and of course there are also those who have money and want to have fun. A clear electronic, synthesized female voice came to my ears. Welcome, Mr. Nangong Long. This is your first time here. How's that? Dragon. Unwoven voice came from the headset. No problem. As soon as he finished speaking, the scenery in front of him changed, and there was only desert all around. Nangong Long squatted down and grabbed a handful of sand. The touch was quite real. Ahead of science is magic, which can turn the impossible into possible and do things that are incredible in the eyes of ordinary people. What level of pain should I adjust? It doesn't matter. It will be over soon anyway. That's right, but don't use your ultimate moves, or my little place will be ruined. At this point, Weiji paused for some reason, and then immediately changed the topic. It doesn't matter if it's destroyed. I can ask you to compensate me this way. Just give me yourself as compensation. It's about to start. Soldiers of varying numbers appeared in various places in the desert, aiming at Nangong Long and shooting. After trying the magic first and finding that it had no effect at all, Nangong Long showed an expression of as expected. Compared with the system's training space, it was still far inferior and could not recognize the power of magic at all. Come to think of it, the Sima Heavy Industry training room was programmed by humans. How could he program magic if he didn't believe in its existence? Thinking of this, Nangong Long didn't plan to play anymore, so he relied on his own speed and strength to quickly end the game. Clear. The pleasant synthetic female voice sounded again. Miori was obviously stunned for a moment, then said, I didn't expect you to be so strong even without mechanization. You are worthy of being the man I like. Weiji, can this device create virtual scenes on the spot according to personal wishes? Miori's slightly apologetic voice came through the headset. I'm sorry, I can't do that for the time being. Nothing, I'm just asking. Afterwards, Nangong Long followed Weiji to her private office. Miori, who was sitting in the office chair, suddenly laughed and looked at Nangong Long with a slightly coquettish look. Do it. Nangong Long looked at the giggling Miori with a suspicious look and said, I always feel like you're up to something bad. Miori immediately showed a hurt expression and bit her lip and said, How can you say that about someone? Seeing that Nangong Long's expression remained unchanged, Weiji had no choice but to tell the truth. You really guessed wrong this time. I didn't have any bad intentions. I have fully realized that you can't give up Kazara, and I don't want to leave you. In this case, I have to make some sacrifices, Joe. Miji looked at Nangong Long with pitiful eyes. I want to be yours completely before Kazara. Is that not okay? After a fierce battle, Nangong Long, feeling refreshed, sat on the sofa, holding Weiji in his arms. Miori leaned against his chest and whispered, If you dare to abandon me, I will beat you into a beehive. She is beautiful and kind-hearted. How can I bear to part with her? Weiji nodded in satisfaction. I'm tired. I need to take a nap. Just as Nangong Long was about to pick up Weiji, he was interrupted by Weiji. No need to change places. This place is fine. I have already instructed that no one will disturb us today. But you have to hold me, Miori said coquettishly. Okay, it's up to you. Nangong Long took out a prop similar to a soft blanket from the storage space and covered 607 with it to prevent Weiji from catching a cold. It was not until the evening that Weiji woke up slowly. It seemed that she was really tired. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Weiji said in a daze, What time is it? It's getting dark, my lady. What? Miori exclaimed. Nangong Long carefully got off the sofa, then picked up Weiji by the waist. Seeing him so gentle, Weiji smiled sweetly. Seeing the luxurious bathroom in front of him, Nangong Long couldn't help but smile. The bathroom in the office is so luxurious. Isn't it worthy of being a rich lady? Why do you envy me? Do you want me to support you? Okay, eating soft rice is not bad either. Nangong Long gently placed Weiji into the bathtub full of water. You can come too. Miori looked at Nangong Long coquettishly with her gentle eyes. When the two finished washing, Ian was completely black. After putting on her clothes, Weiji said reluctantly, I want to go back. Nangong Long immediately grabbed the limping Weiji. Why, it's time for you to go back, right? If you want it, you'll have to wait until next time. Weiji said something contrary to her own will, but in fact she really wanted Nangong Long to stop her. Come home with me. See, why aren't you afraid that Mu Gung will get jealous? Weiji looked at Nangong Long with a cunning look, but did not break free from his hand. You'll know sooner or later, won't you? Miori suddenly turned around and hugged him tightly and whispered, I suddenly feel that I have made some concessions, but I don't want to quarrel with her today, so just send me to your room. I haven't gotten enough sleep yet. Upward transfer. After returning to Nangong Long's room, Weiji took off her clothes again and occupied Nangong Long's big bed. This place is mine now. I'm going to sleep. Nangong Long covered her with the quilt and kissed her forehead. Sweet dreams. Nangong Long would occasionally teleport back, and he looked no different than usual, so Mu Gung and the others didn't suspect anything. Although Chui's sense of smell and hearing were very sensitive, Nangong Long had already used magic to interfere with them in advance, so she did not notice anything unusual. The reason why Weiji chose to sleep obediently in the room was that she didn't want to make things difficult for Nangong Long, and he naturally wouldn't waste Weiji's kindness. It will take some time for the girls to get along well with each other, so take your time. Tina's temporary residence. I got the news that you didn't kill Tendo Mugen. Are you going to betray me? A cold voice came from the other end of the phone. No, I didn't. I just didn't make a move because I didn't have absolute certainty of killing her. Are you kidding me? How can a mere human being be stronger than my masterpiece? Ayn Rand's exasperated voice reached Tina's ears. Tina quickly explained, "There's a very strong initiator beside him who's protecting him all the time. I don't have a chance to attack him." Even if Bushi Chui hadn't been there to guard Mu Gong, Tina wouldn't have taken action. This was a decision she had made when she learned that the target of the mission was someone Nan Gonglong knew. It was just that Chui's presence gave her a good excuse to deal with Ayn Rand. Stronger than you? It goes without saying that Ayn Rand must have frowned at this moment. Well, it should have reached the realm that the master once mentioned. Tina was not wrong about this. Bushikui had already reached the realm when the erosion rate exceeded 48%. What? An unbelievable voice came from the phone, and it was a long time before Ayn Rand's voice sounded again. Are you sure? More than 90% chance. This matter was not mentioned in the intelligence. It's really tricky. You try your best to complete the task of assassinating the Holy Emperor, and don't worry about the rest. Yes, Master. If you're captured, kill yourself. Tina is the result of his research, and she cannot be caught alive by the enemy. Understood. Tina clutched the hem of her skirt tightly. Brother, please don't come. Tina doesn't want to fight with you. A few days later, the second meeting was held as scheduled. The Holy Emperor and others were sitting in the stretched limousine. Nan Gonglong did not suggest changing to another car. With his strength, that was unnecessary. Actually, you don't need to attend any talks. Just refuse directly. The Holy Emperor shook his head and said seriously, "As the head of state, I cannot refuse talks without reason." You just think too much, Nan Gonglong said slowly, touching her head. Tina was ready on a tall building in the distance, with her gun aimed at the Holy Emperor. Brother, you finally came. Tina is so sad. A gunshot broke the silence of the night. Nan Gonglong directly broke through the car window to block the incoming bullets. Come on, stop the car. The driver braked immediately. Xia Shi, you stay here to protect the Holy Emperor. Good. Chui, we are. Although he knew that there would be no problem with Nan Gonglong's strength, the Holy Emperor still couldn't help but worry. Be careful. I'll wait for you to come back. Peace of mind. Nan Gonglong took Bushikui to the building where Tina was. The distance of 1,000 meters was nothing to the two of them, and they soon arrived at the destination. Why, brother, you have to come here. Tina has finally found happiness. Tina's sad and tearful voice reached Nan Gonglong's ears. Give up, Tina. Impossible. If I give up the mission, my existence will be meaningless. How can it be meaningless? We have met, haven't we? Tina was slightly stunned, revealing a conflicted expression as if she wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. My brother is so cunning. Come with me. Hearing Nan Gonglong's words, Tina's heart was moved. She really wanted to live happily with her brother forever, but her long-standing fear of Ayn Rand still made her shake her head and refuse. She would still struggle a little bit, thinking that this would be okay. There's no other way. We can only pack it up and take it away. Brother is really overbearing, but I don't hate him. Tina smiled, and her smile was very genuine and happy. Let me do it, said Bushikui, who had been watching for a long time. Nan Gonglong did not object to Chui's decision, as Chui's domain was already so large that there was no possibility of losing. AAA. Tina released all her bits. She knew that it would be the most foolish thing to do to conserve her strength when facing an initiator who had reached the realm. Although Tina is a powerful participant in the new human creation plan, she is still far behind Chui, who has already reached the realm. Chui disappeared from the spot in an instant, and even the self-detecting and electronic eyes could not find Chui's location. It was destroyed by Chui one after another. Is the gap so big? Tina couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Tina, who had lost all her bits, was quickly subdued by Chui. After all, Tina was best at long-range attacks, and was much weaker in close combat than Chui. I lost, kill me. My body is the fruit of science and technology, and cannot be obtained by other countries. You are my prisoner now and have no right to speak. Nangong Long picked up Tina and prepared to return to the previous place. Tina leaned her little head against Nangong Long's chest and smiled mischievously. Then, brother, you have to take responsibility in every sense of the word. Chui, who was following beside her, pouted in dissatisfaction. Long, you're actually a blonde Lolita lover, right? Tina's eyes lit up. If it was true, then her chances would be very great. Why do I have to add the word Lolita complex every time? Nangong Long said helplessly. Because you, brother, are a Lolita complex. Tina and Chui spoke at the same time, surprisingly. It seems that I can't get rid of the title of Lolita Control. In this case, I'm a total control, black silk maid, royal sister, innocent, pure young lady, animal ears, flat chest, uniform. As long as they are beautiful girls, I will control them all for you to see. TSK, isn't that just being fickle? Bushikui complained. Tina was stunned, then she started laughing. Brother, you really don't hide your desires at all. I will work hard. Nangong Long looked at Tina in confusion. What are you working hard for? Of course I'll turn my brother into a pure, blonde Lolita. No, it should be a Tina Lolita. Chui on the side couldn't help but fight back. Long is only a cat-eared Lolita control. That is, control me. The two half-grown Lolas had a heated argument about Nangong Long's preferences, and it was hard to tell that they were enemies just now. Because of the assassination incident, this meeting had to be canceled temporarily. Originally, the Holy Emperor planned to send someone to notify Qi Wuzong Xian, but Nangong Long vetoed it, leaving the old guy to wait there foolishly. Seeing Nangong Long's firm attitude, the Holy Emperor could only nod and agree. Office of the Holy Son of Heaven. Tina is not a bad person. I hope you can give her a lighter punishment. Okay, leave this to me. Seeing that the Holy Emperor agreed so readily, I felt very guilty. Sorry. The Holy Emperor looked at Tina tenderly and said, I forgive you, so don't blame yourself anymore. Tina's matter was quickly downplayed by Saint Emperor, and then Tina was taken home by Nangong Long. The old fellow Chi Wu felt that he had been fooled, so he flew away from June 47 the next day. Before leaving, he threatened to go to war with DxD District. However, Chi Wu no longer had the chance to see what was to come, as Nangong Long had released a timed magic trap on his plane, which would activate once the plane landed, and everyone on the plane would die of cardiac arrest. Chi Wu, who had just stood up and was about to get off the plane, suddenly covered his chest with a grim look on his face and died without saying a word. Chi Wu didn't know what happened until he died. The last thought in his mind was, I still want to dominate the world. How can I die here? But reality will not change according to his will. As soon as Chi Wu died, the entire Dabin area fell into chaos. Those politicians who had been suppressed by Chi Wu in the past emerged one after another and began to fight for power. No one was willing to give in. After all, this was a rare opportunity, and they might become the head of the region. No one could refuse such a huge temptation. At first, they also investigated the plane that Chi Wu and others were on, wanting to know what caused the people on Plane H to die in almost the same way. The researchers in charge of the test initially speculated that someone had hidden toxic chemicals on the plane with the intention of damaging the human body through chronic invasion. However, after the test results came out, this speculation was immediately overturned because the test report showed the absence of any toxic chemicals. The researcher simply couldn't believe the result, and he did several more tests without giving up, but the results showed no change, so he had no choice but to give up. At this time, someone proposed a new speculation that it might be some protogastric organisms with strange abilities, but this theory was immediately rejected by everyone. Aircrafts traveling between different places were specially made of holmium metal, so how could protogastric organisms approach them? If it was true, wouldn't it mean that there were protogastric organisms that could resist the erosion of holmium metal? They instinctively refused to believe this terrible speculation. Some people also said that it was done by DxD District, but without evidence they could not just accuse other regions. Otherwise, it would trigger a war between regions. They were not Chi Wu and did not want to start a war for no reason. In the end, no conclusion was reached and the discussion ended in nothing. The most urgent task is to elect a new regional head to lead the Big Ban area, and everything else can be left aside for now. Caught in the power struggle, they had no time to think about the real cause of Chi Wu's death. He was already a dead man, so who would care about him? After the people in the Big Ban area learned the news of Chi Wu's death, they even started celebrating, which shows how unpopular Chi Wu was. Soon, the news of the unrest in the Daban area reached the ears of Saint Emperor, and she contacted Nangong Long immediately because she felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. Holy Sun, private room. The Holy Emperor leaned on Nangong Long's shoulder and said in a tone that was half certain and half speculative. Chi Wu's death was caused by you, right? The Holy Emperor looked up at him with a puzzled look. Why do you do that? Nangong Long stretched out his hand and pinched the smooth face of the Holy Emperor and said seriously, "Who asked that old guy to hire someone to assassinate you? How could I let him go?" Although he had guessed it long ago, the Saint Emperor still felt warm in his heart. You know, the top leaders in the Bar region are now vying for the leaderless position. Well, that's inevitable. There are few people who wouldn't covet that position. The Holy Emperor looked at him with a smile in his eyes. You too. I have no interest in that position at all, but you are the one that I covet. The Holy Emperor blushed immediately. You bullied me again. No, I'm serious, okay? Snort. After a while, the Holy Emperor continued. The people in the Daban area are very happy now. Chi Wu, who oppressed them, is no longer here. From his point of view, I'm also very happy. It's better not to continue to hold on to this mood. The Holy Emperor didn't understand what Nangong Long said. Isn't it a good thing for people to feel happy? Why? Who do you think the new head of state will be? Nangong Long asked back. He should be someone loved by the people. The Holy Emperor said uncertainly. Unfortunately, that is impossible. The new head of state will only be born among the top leaders, and Chi Wu's subordinates will not have anyone who cares about the people. Maybe there were some at the beginning, but people like Chi Wu will not allow those who oppose him to live in the world. So the conclusion is obvious. The new rulers of the Big Ban areas will still be brutal guys. The only difference is the degree of brutality. The Holy Emperor looked sad. How so? Don't worry about those things. If they can't stand it, the people in the Ban area will revolt. If they don't fight for it themselves, it's useless to think too much. Nangong Long rubbed the hair of the Holy Emperor and continued. 3.9. As for you, just do your best and don't let Dekyung become like them. Yeah, I know. After adjusting his emotions, the Holy Emperor whispered. And don't worry. You'll keep rubbing it even if I don't tell you. It's all messy. Luckily, it's almost evening, or else I'd still have to clean it up. I can only say sorry to Miss Kazara tonight. I want you to stay. Seeing Nangong Long's agreement, the Holy Emperor continued with a ruddy face. I want to have a baby for you. This is a bit difficult. The chance of a human conceiving Nangong Long's child is still very low. However, he would naturally not say such a disappointing thing. If the chance is low, just do it a few more times. After the ups and downs, the Holy Emperor fell into a deep sleep. A surviving urban area in Europe. After the Chi Wu incident, Nangong Long embarked on a journey to various surviving areas to collect Lolita. Of course, things were not smooth sailing, not because of the people in the surviving urban areas. After all, they could not stop Nangong Long from doing anything, but because of the Lolita themselves. The long-term life of being bullied made the Lolita mature early and unwilling to trust anyone easily. Even if Nangong Long expressed his kindness and said he would take them away to live a better life, their reaction was only vigilance. Nangong Long, who had been wandering around the outer area for half a day, suddenly had his eyes light up as he finally spotted a pink-haired loli. The loli in front, please stop for a moment. Anya Agnes, who was returning home with food, was startled by a sudden sound behind her. She subconsciously looked back and saw a man with glowing eyes running towards her. What happened? Was she being targeted by a perverted Lolita? Thinking of this, Anya started running. She believed that an ordinary person would never be able to catch up with her. After running for a while, Anya looked back and found that there was no one behind her. TSK rubbish, it can't last after just a moment, Anya thought smugly. Bang! 24 Anya felt she bumped into something while running, and was about to fall when someone reached out and grabbed her. Anya looked up and immediately showed an expression of disbelief. Impossible! How could you run ahead of me? The person standing in front of her was Nangong Long, who disappeared behind her. There was no way the little lowly could be faster than him. Nangong Long gave the little lowly a helpless smile. I told you to stop. Why are you running? In the eyes of the little lowly, Nangong Long's smile was so evil that she couldn't help but tremble in her heart. I don't believe it. After shouting this loudly, Anya turned around and ran. How could an ordinary person possibly outrun me? I'm a cursed child. Thinking of this, Anya couldn't help but smile bitterly. Unfortunately, no matter how many times she ran, she would always be caught up by Nangong Long. Anya, who was exhausted, sat on the ground, looking at the man who was chasing her relentlessly, and said with a heavy breath, "You're not a human being, you pervert." Nangong Long didn't mind the dirt at all. He just sat opposite the lowly and said with a playful smile, "No more running. What on earth do you want to do? Are you a perverted girl control freak who is interested in my body? This is not the first time that this has happened." Nangong Long has been described as a pervert more than once in the process of collecting lolis. Nangong Long could not help but look up at the sky in silence. I just want to do good things. Why is it so difficult? With a glimmer of hope in his heart, Nangong Long showed what he thought was a kind look and said, "Do you think I look like you?" "Not at all." Seeing the man in front of her showing joy, Anya rolled her eyes and smiled slyly. "You are." Alas, the pink hair turned out to be all black when cut open. Gong Long couldn't help but sigh. Anya was in the mood to make such a joke simply because she didn't see any disgust in the other person's eyes. He was fundamentally different from the people she had met before. Of course, if the other party really intends to do something excessive, she will definitely resist immediately. She is not one of those cursed children who allow others to beat and scold her. "So you are from ISO. Are you going to capture me and make me the initiator?" Speaking of ISO, Anya's little face clearly showed disgust. Nangong Long knew very well why the little lowly had such an expression. Although ISO adopted a large number of cursed children, it was purely for the purpose of cultivating combat power and did not consider the children's own feelings at all. It can be said that ISO just treated them as props to be thrown away after use. The only benefit was to provide the initiators with enterovirus inhibitors. "No, but I am here to take you away. I will take away not only the cursed children in your area, but also all of them." Anya frowned when she heard the first half of the sentence, but when she heard the second half, there was only shock and disbelief on her face. "What do you want to do? What's your purpose?" "I promised you that I won't betray my companions." Nangong Long covered his forehead and said helplessly, "Please, do I really have to look so inhuman?" "Forget it. It's a good thing to have this level of vigilance after growing up in that environment. Let me introduce myself. My name is Nangong Long." Anya hesitated for a moment, but finally told him his name. "Anya Agnes." "Then we are friends." Anya was stunned. This was the first time an ordinary person was willing to be friends with her. "You are really a weird person. Most people would stay away from us, even if they don't beat or scold us." Nangong Long smiled and said, "Why would I do that? In my opinion, you are just cute little girls. TSK, I want to be a Likun." The inadvertently upturned corners of her mouth betrayed Anya's true feelings at the moment. "I built a city, and all the people living in it are children like you. Be realistic when you brag," Anya said with a curl of her lips in disbelief. Anya didn't believe what Nangong Long said at all. Even if he was willing to build a city, there had to be people willing to work. I guess everyone would run away once they heard that the city was built for the cursed child. "I know you don't believe me. I'll take you there now. When you come back, you have to promote it for me. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to deal with so many Marys. Have you finally revealed your true colors? You're trying to trick me into a place where no one is around and do all sorts of things to me." Nangong Long held Anya's little head. "What's going on in your head at such a young age?" After saying this, Nangong Long directly initiated the upper transfer and returned to District 39. Anya was confused. She didn't understand how she found herself in a completely unfamiliar place the moment she lowered her head, and there were girls around her who were about her age. 280 hee hee. Look how funny she is. How dare you laugh? You were like this when you first got here, too. The companion beside her ruthlessly exposed the laughing lowly. I don't want to save face. Anya stared blankly at the quarreling girls. She could tell that none of them were really angry. They were just playing around. Nangong Long waved his hand in front of her. You've come back to your senses. Do you believe it now? They are all the same as me, Anya stammered. Don't doubt it. We were all brought back by my brother, you see. The lowly who ran to Anya showed her red eyes. It's actually true. Of course my brother wouldn't lie. There are people from other countries like us living in other areas. I went to see them, but I couldn't understand what they were saying. Luckily, the maid translated for me. Nangong Long arranged the Lolas from the same country in one area to facilitate their communication. After all, the languages of different countries are different. Fortunately, the maids have their own translation skills, otherwise it would be difficult to deal with. In the eyes of lowly, translation is just repeating what others say to the maid. I have to sigh at the power of the game system. No matter what you say, it will be automatically translated into a language that others can understand. Only then can Nan Tanglong communicate smoothly with Lolas from different countries. Anya finally convinced herself and looked up at Nangong Long. Are you human? Nangong Long rubbed Anya's pink fur and said with a smile. What do you think? Anya nodded as if she had suddenly realized something and gave Nangong Long a mischievous smile. You are a super Lolita control. Nangong Long smiled indifferently. Then do you want to stay here with a Lolita, like me? Anya shrugged and pretended to be helpless. Do I have a choice? No. Anya gave Nangong Long a cute eye roll. Then why are you asking me? It's just a formality. Wouldn't it be better if you agree? We're going back. Nangong Long picked up Anya and started the upper transfer back to where they were before. Anya didn't struggle, but leaned obediently in his arms. If he had held her like this from the beginning, she would probably have resisted fiercely. The Lolas around him were no longer surprised by Nangong Long's sudden disappearance. After all, they had seen it many times. Schwa. Although she was mentally prepared, Anya was still surprised when she saw the familiar scenery. Anya stared with wide eyes and asked curiously, How did you do that? Magic, superpowers, whichever you like, just treat it as that. What a perfunctory answer, Anya complained. Anya took Nangong Long to where she lived. There was no doubt that her residence was also a narrow space under the manhole cover. Along the way, Anya seemed very excited and told Nangong Long a lot about herself and her companions. After arriving at the place, Anya reluctantly got off Nangong Long and squatted on the ground and knocked on the manhole cover. Soon a blonde lowly opened the manhole cover and was obviously relieved when she saw her companion. But when she saw Nangong Long behind Anya, she immediately became alert. Anya, who is he? Don't worry, Nellie, he's my brother. Anya paused suddenly. Her eyes rolled and then lit up. He's my fiancé. Hey. Anya, when did I get this identity? How come I didn't know about it? Fiancé? Why haven't I heard you mention him before? Nellie asked puzzledly. Anya stood up and said domineeringly, Just now, if you like someone, you should take action without hesitation. This is my life principle, Anya. Anya, you're here again, Nellie said helplessly. However, she already knew that Nangong Long was not here to bully them, as Anya had such a great liking for him. Nangong Long stretched out his hand and flicked Anya's finger. Anya immediately squatted down, covering her forehead, and looked at him with tears in her eyes. Why bully others? In fact, Anya didn't feel any pain. She just wanted to do it. She liked this kind of play, which was a feeling she had never experienced before. You're a little brat. Wait until you grow up before you say such things. Anya curled her lips, turned around, and went down the well, saying to Gu Dao without saying a word. I don't want to wait that long. Nangong Long heard it clearly, but did not answer. This was not the first time that Lolita said this, so he remained extremely calm. After Anya went down, Nangong Long followed her. The little Lolis looked at the stranger, Nangong Long, with curiosity. Anya, who is he? The Lolis asked the same question, and this time it was Nellie who answered them. Anya explained Nangong Long's purpose to her companions. The Lolis had different reactions. Some were suspicious, some were surprised, and some were confused. Anya, are you sure? I'm afraid I was cheated. Really? Facing her companion's doubts, Anya patted her chest and assured, absolutely no problem. I have seen it with my own eyes. Although the Lolis still had some doubts, they still chose to believe in their companions who they were with day and night. In that case, can you do me a favor? What's up? Ignoring the Lolita's vigilant gazes, Nangong Long continued. Can you please persuade your companions from other areas to gather here? No problem. Anya agreed without hesitation. With Anya taking the lead, the other Lolis also nodded one after another to show their agreement. It seems that Anya still has a lot of prestige among her companions, even though she is a lowly. The Lolis moved quickly and soon dispersed to various places in the outer areas, and a small number of them ran to the urban area. After returning to the ground, Nangong Long found a place to sit down, and Anya sat on his lap without any hesitation. Anya is very comfortable to hug, and she is as soft as a high-end pillow. Why don't you go? I want to stay and watch you. If you run away secretly, we will suffer a great loss. Nangong Long looked up at the sky, smiled, and said nothing. Anya had her back to Nangong Long and could not see his expression. Suddenly, there was no sound behind her. Loli became anxious and turned around and said, Don't be angry. I just want to stay with you. Nangong Long looked at the nervous Loli with some amusement. I'm not angry. Then why are you ignoring me? Thinking about something, Anya turned her body sideways so that she could see the changes in Nangong Long's expression. What are you thinking about? There are more and more Lolita. I am considering expanding or moving to another place. It would be better to expand it. Wouldn't it be too troublesome to rebuild the place? Time passed by unknowingly, and the Lolis who went out came back one after another. More and more Lolis gathered, and Nangong Long decided to teleport these Lolis in front of him back first. He did not choose to use the portal. After all, if you don't know the effect, it will still be very scary when you see it for the first time. Nangong Long asked the Lolis to hold hands together, and directly initiated an upward transfer to bring them back to District 39. Anya couldn't help laughing because the Lolis were just staring at everything around them in the same daze as she was just now. There was already a maid on standby here, taking Mengli and the others to change into new clothes. Then Nangong Long returned, and Anya still followed him. Outside the giant stone tablet, a huge and strange-looking monster was moving towards the city where Anya was. Nangong Long, who was waiting for the Lolis to return, suddenly looked in a certain direction and frowned. Looking at Nangong Long, who looked unhappy, Anya asked cautiously, What's wrong? It's okay, just a little trouble. Trouble? Anya tried hard to look in the direction that Nangong Long had just looked at, but she saw nothing. Dun District Palace. In the emergency conference room, a huge display screen was showing images captured by the satellite 3 hours ago. A protogastric animal was moving towards the Ldun district, and its abnormally large body showed its powerful strength. The young queen, sitting in the first seat, spoke solemnly. Has it been confirmed? The intelligence processing officer stood up and said affirmatively. This huge creature with 2 heads is undoubtedly the stage 5 Gemini. The queen took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. How long will it take to get close to the Stonehenge? 1 hour at most. What will be the best outcome if Stonehenge were destroyed? The Minister of Defense replied in a cold sweat. If the evacuation goes smoothly, about 20% of the people will survive, but if there is no rescue after a month, the people who survived will also die. The hearts of those present suddenly sank. Everyone knew that the chance of rescue was 0, which meant that the Ldun district would become history and turn into hell. The assistant officer broke the brief silence. Queen, please evacuate as soon as possible. No, I'm leaving. Where are the others? No one spoke, and everyone knew there were only two possible outcomes: death or transformation into a gastrola. Organize a counterattack immediately, the Queen ordered, and call in the police. In short, mobilize all available forces. The future of Eldun District is in your hands. Yes. Stage 5 Gemini has approached the monolith. Anya looked at Gemini in horror, and she finally understood what the trouble Nangong Long was talking about was. That's a protogastric animal? Nangong Long nodded. How is it possible? Can protostomes be so big? Anya opened her mouth in disbelief. The Lolas who rushed back and were waiting on the side were already furious. Really? I haven't seen it before. Are we going to die? These are the ultimate protogastric animals of Stage 5. They are not affected by the magnetic field of the monolith. Their appearance means the end of the city. They have existed for 10 years and rarely move now. It's normal that you don't know about them. Looking at the calm Nangong Long, Anya was a little confused. Isn't this a big crisis? Why are you so calm? Nangong Long pinched the little girl's face and gently pulled it to both sides. Because it can't beat me, there's no reason to be afraid. Anya broke free from Nangong Long's hands and stared at him with wide eyes. Don't be so stubborn. Just take them away. What about you? Anya's eyes dimmed, and she lowered her head and said, I still have to wait for the other companions to come back. Don't worry, I will be fine. If you don't leave, I won't leave either, said Nellie firmly. Me too. And me. The Lolas around all said that they would not abandon their companions and run away, and the braver ones even suggested that everyone go together to kill Gemini. Nangong Long rubbed Anya's hair randomly and said domineeringly, Just wait here obediently. I will take care of this scum in minutes. Under the surprised gazes of the Lolas, Nangong Long activated the Forbidden Hand transformation and flew towards the Zodiac. Partner, I have a bold idea. Arubian's interest was immediately aroused. What is it? The artifact will respond to the host's expectations, right? So how about swallowing my mechanized form? Oh, that's a good suggestion. After the excitement, Arubian's deep voice came. Partner, are you sure you want to do this? I don't know what will happen. Previous hosts have never done this before. Ha ha ha. That's why it's fun. Arubian was also infected by Nangong Long's laughter and replied generously. Now that you've said that, how can I back down? I'm the only dragon left. If Drake knew I was being cowardly here, he would laugh his head off. Let's get started then. Nangong Long activated the highest level of mechanized lightning core in the Forbidden Hand state. The devouring and fusion began immediately, and other colors slowly emerged from the pure white armor. 03103107 Meeting Room. The Minister of Defense is directing the operation. Emission. On the ground, rounds of missiles were fired at the Gemini, and the bombers in the sky dropped all the explosives they were carrying. Boom, boom, boom. Wrote. Countless powerful shells exploded on Gemini, but to no avail. The wounds on Gemini's body healed in an instant, and the bullet shell was squeezed out of the body by the regenerated muscles. All the fighter planes in the sky were shot down by the furious Gemini. As for the police, many of them chose to refuse when they heard about the confrontation with Zodiac. Even if there were a few people willing to fight to the death, it would be difficult for them to arrive in a short time. Everyone looked at the real-time transmitted images in despair, and some people even couldn't control their emotions and started crying. The Queen's expression didn't change much. Perhaps she had already prepared herself for death. Just at this moment, things seemed to take a turn for the better, and Gemini suddenly stopped moving forward. The Queen, who had been staring at the screen, suddenly pointed at the screen and shouted, 0. Quickly enlarge that area to the maximum. At this time, the operator also reacted and started working quickly, and soon a clear, magnified image appeared in front of everyone. Nangong Long, who had completed the evolution of the artifact, instantly appeared in front of Zodiac. The armor was still mainly white, with black and dark red patterns on it. There were also some small lightning patterns on the chest, and the wings on the back were faintly flashing with sparks and light. This feels pretty good. Nangong Long looked at his new look with satisfaction. That is to say, Your partner has no life limit. If it were someone else, they would die before the fusion is completed, Alubian said with emotion. What is this? The assistant officer asked everyone's question. An unknown gastrula? Probably not. With such a small body, it can only be stage 2 at most. There is no reason for Gemini to stop for an ant. Seeing that the Minister of Defense was halfway through his words, the others hurriedly urged, just finish what you're saying. Maybe it's a new type of man-made weapon. Do we have that kind of thing? Everyone couldn't help but look at the Queen. The Queen said expressionlessly, I can tell you for sure that there's no such thing, but no matter what the situation is, this is a turning point and it won't be worse than before. Everyone nodded in agreement, and then everyone stared at the screen intently, expecting a miracle to happen. Nangong Long flashed and appeared above Gemini's head, punched out, and a sonic boom sounded. Even though Zodiac's skin was unusually hard, it still couldn't avoid having its head smashed to pieces. Everyone in the conference room looked at this scene in surprise, but the Zodiac immediately began to regenerate itself and sent them back to hell again. The protogastric animal is really a qualified sandbag. Arubian was slightly surprised at the Zodiac's strong regenerative ability, but that was all. Arubian tries out new abilities. As soon as he finished speaking, the gem on the armor began to glow with flames, and countless flames shot out from it towards Gemini. From a distance, it looks like a huge firework exploding, very beautiful, but in fact it is a firework of death, and anyone who touches it will die. The little lowly in the distance stared at this 460 scene in amazement. After a brief silence, there was a heated discussion. So beautiful. This is the first time I've seen such beautiful fireworks. The companion next to her couldn't help but pat her on the head and said angrily, Fireworks you be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. It's obvious that the big brother just used a big move. But it's really beautiful, the beaten lowly said aggrievedly. I don't deny that either. Don't be in trouble, Lolita. Anya looked at the battlefield with a worried look. Nellie patted her shoulder and comforted her. We will definitely win. Didn't he say that? We just need to trust him. Yeah, you're right. The flames shot Gemini into a honeycomb. The wicked fire that entered its body destroyed its cells crazily. Severe pain instantly swept through its body, which made Gemini furious. It stretched out limbs that were not sure whether they were arms or tentacles to attack the tiny thing in front of it. Meeting room. The Queen's hands were entangled tightly together, and she was full of worry. Just when he was about to hit Nangong Long, Gemini suddenly stopped, which puzzled everyone who was watching the whole process in the conference room. Nangong Long, who was suspended in the air, saw clearly that the light in Gemini's eyes had disappeared and only deathly silence remained. UK. Nangong Long threw the dead Gemini into the system space. Now the research on the medicine will go a step further, which is really a good achievement. Nangong Long put away his armor, looked up at the sky, smiled playfully, and then returned to where the Lolita gathered. The conference room was already in turmoil. The Queen stood up in shock and stared at the screen for a long time without saying a word. It's actually a human. No, that's not right. Can it really be considered a human? Mechanized humans? That's very different from what was rumored. Impossible. The soldiers of the new human creation plan cannot be so strong. This is a completely one-sided massacre, and the one who was killed was Zodiac. The Minister of Defense immediately rejected his colleague's speculation. Why did the Zodiac disappear? The assistant officer, who had been silent for a long time, spoke up. The only possibility I can think of is that the other party activated some unknown ability to destroy Zodiac's body in an instant. Due to the limitations of common sense, he didn't even think about spatial abilities. That's too exaggerated. I agree with the assistant minister's idea. The other party's strength is far beyond our imagination. The Minister of Defense took a deep breath and continued. Before disappearing, the other party obviously smiled at the unmanned transmission machine. There is no doubt that the other party has discovered us. The problem is that there are such powerful people in Eldun District. How come we don't get any information at all? I think your idea is wrong. The other party might just be passing by and taking care of the Zodiac by the way. The administrative minister laughed. In any case, the crisis has passed. The most urgent task is to find this person. If we can bring him to Ldun district, then... The assistant official only spoke half of the words, but everyone present understood what it meant. Your Majesty, the Queen nodded in understanding. Use all resources to find this person. Anya ran to Nangong Long and jumped in his arms, hugged his neck, and said loudly, "Welcome back, Lolita." Nangong Long spread his hands and pretended to be helpless. "It seems that it is difficult for me to change your impression of you. Big brother, you are awesome. Are you Superman? Is that firework magic?" The rest of the Lolas also gathered around one by one. Nangong Long's head was a little swollen. The little girls had too many questions, and they were all very strange. After finally waiting for all the Lolas to gather, Nangong Long immediately used magic to transfer back to District 39. After handing the Lolas over to the maid, he ran away decisively. The people in Ldun district were exhausted but ended up finding nothing. It was all in vain. It happened that ISO sent someone to inquire about what happened, so the Queen gave them the video she had saved, hoping to get some useful information from ISO. After watching the video, the people from the Ldun district ISO branch immediately sent it back to the headquarters. This was no longer an incident they could handle. After comparing the data and confirming with the Holy Emperor, the people at the headquarters quickly determined that it was Nangong Long who did it. A week later, ISO's official IP ranking certification was delivered to the Holy Emperor, Office of the Holy Son of Heaven. The Holy Emperor handed the certificate in his hand to Nangong Long and then smiled. "Congratulations, your ranking has risen to 37th place." Nangong Long was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he could directly reach the 100th place this time. The last time he defeated Scorpio, he only reached the 1000th place. Don't be surprised. You're the only one who annihilated 2 Zodiacs. If you hadn't received so few missions, you would probably be the first one now. The Holy Emperor suddenly put his pretty face close to Nangong Long and looked at him in an angry manner. "Tell me the truth about what you did to the Queen of Ldun. She used a special channel to ask me about you on 4.3. I haven't even seen her, okay? What can I do?" "Real." Nangong Long took advantage of the fact that Saint Emperor was not paying attention and pulled her into his arms, pinching her cheek and saying, "Of course it's true." The Holy Emperor did not struggle, but leaned on his shoulder and whispered, "I believe you, but don't run away. I can sense that the Queen wants to win you over." Nangong Long pinched the Saint Emperor's delicate chin and asked her to raise her head and look at him. "Then, my princess, will you give me some benefits?" Nangong Long's burning gaze made Saint Emperor's cheeks flush, and he said in a mosquito-like voice, "What do you want to do? This is an office. I don't mind. You." The Holy Emperor was embarrassed. She didn't even ask him if he minded. After leaving the holy residence refreshed, Nangong Long did not go to other districts as usual, but walked out of the giant stone tablet and entered the unexplored area. He decided to find a place to rebuild a bigger city. There were too many Lolas, and District 39 was almost full. The environment outside the stone tablet had long since changed beyond all recognition, and all kinds of plants grew as they pleased, completely ignoring the restrictions of the region. This was still considered good, as Nangong Long didn't recognize any of the strange-looking plants. He walked and killed people all the way, and finally Nangong Long chose a place with good terrain and stopped. "Let's do some spring cleaning first." Fire of Rebirth. The pale flames instantly spread in all directions with Nangong Long as the center, leaving no grass behind. Even if healthy animals have strong regenerative abilities, they can't escape the fate of being reduced to ashes. Destruction means rebirth. This is the meaning of the Fire of Rebirth. After burning everything, Nangong Long took out a giant stone tablet from the system space and surrounded the selected area. The giant stone tablet was collected from the destroyed city areas when he traveled around. Nangong Long took out all the existing giant stone tablets, and his plan was to occupy as much space as possible. Looking at the charred land in front of him, Nangong Long took out a bunch of magic crystals and threw them as he walked. In a blink of an eye, the barren land became colorful and full of vitality. These crystals contain magic that can be used to quickly transform the environment around the gaming guild. The ones used by Nangong Long are not of high rank and can only simply change the environment. Nangong Long also has a higher level one, but he doesn't plan to use it because the higher levels will have various traps and negative effects, and he doesn't want the lowest to accidentally trigger the magic effect. As he walked, Nangong Long came to a deep pit. Originally, there was a lake here, but it had just been burned dry. What should I do with this? It's not good to leave it like this. Nangong Long began to look through his props, hoping to find one that would be suitable for solving this situation. The system will automatically classify items after storage, so it didn't take long for Nangong Long to find the items he wanted. Water Monster Legend. This is the name of an entertainment prop, Nangong Long complained as he looked at the effect description. There is no rank. It is just a magic used for entertainment in game activities. After using it, a lake will appear, and of course the water monster is in it. Although it is called a water monster, it actually has no combat power at all and can only be used to be cute. Nangong Long himself couldn't remember when he got these props. It was probably sold to him by someone else in a package. Looking at the transformed environment, Nangong Long nodded with satisfaction, then returned to District 39 and activated a large-scale transfer magic to transfer the entire area away. The people in the city only felt a sudden blackness in front of their eyes, but they recovered immediately. Most people did not care too much and did not even know that they were no longer in the Beijing district. The maid could feel that this was the power of the Supreme Lord, so she showed no panic except for a look of respect and admiration. Mu Geng, who was practicing swordplay in the yard, instinctively felt that things were not simple. He turned to look at Bushi Sui, who was sitting on a chair, and asked uncertainly, "What just happened?" Bu Shikui nodded and said affirmatively, "It should be that the dragon did something. The feeling just now is similar to that of the dragon belt." Kigen's face showed doubt, and there was a hint of disbelief in his tone. "You mean we were totally transported?" At this time, Xiashi, who had been thinking with his head down, raised his head and analyzed seriously. "It's very likely. Long told me not long ago that this place is too small to adopt more children like us. He planned to expand or leave Dikyung and rebuild the city. Now it seems that Long chose the latter." "What's wrong?" Tina, who had fallen asleep, woke up after falling on the chair, rubbing her eyes in a daze. "Let's go out and take a look," Chui suggested. "Good. Hey, wait for me." Tina cheered herself up and quickly followed them out of the house. Nangong Long is working hard to build a new urban area, expanding outward with the original District 39 as the center. After Kazura and the others walked out of the edge of the original 39th district, what came into view was no longer the familiar scenery, but a brand new urban area. The new urban area did not bring much surprise to Mu Geng. After all, she had seen it once before. Instead, Kigen and the others were surprised by the scenery they saw after leaving the city. There were forests and flowers everywhere, which was so beautiful that it didn't seem like a human world. "What kind of plant is that?" "I've never seen it before," Tina asked, looking up at Mu Geng. Kigen seemed a little embarrassed. She didn't know either. Not to mention the ones Tina pointed out, there were many things she didn't recognize even when she saw them. This is not Kigen's problem, but the problem with the game props. The plants in the game are naturally not designed completely according to reality. I don't know about that either. "Oh, hey, what is that?" Xiashi screamed and ran into the forest. After a while, Xiashi came out with a white spherical creature in his hand. "Is this a creature from before the Gastrula outbreak?" Mu Geng crossed his hands in front of his chest and said in a strong negative tone, "These 337 species absolutely do not exist." Chui poked the ball of fur curiously, and the mysterious creature opened its round eyes and looked at her cutely. "So cute. Let's take it home and raise it, okay?" To be honest, Kazara was also touched by the cuteness, but he still said rationally, "Take it back for now, but you have to ask your brother before you do anything." Everyone started their journey home. After returning home, They sat directly on the chairs in the yard, waiting for Nangong Long to come back. As soon as he saw Nangong Long, Xiashi immediately ran over with the furball in his arms, held it in front of him, and asked, "What kind of animal is this?" "Fluffball, no lethality." "Brother, what's going on? Let's go inside and talk." After returning to the house, Nangong Long recounted what he had done. "So we have left Dekyung district." "Yeah, but it's not far. It's incredible no matter how I think about it," Xiashi sighed. "You'll get used to it." The disappearance of District 39 did not have any impact on the people. Instead, Tendu Kikunisho was very worried. He had no idea what Nangong Long had done. A month later, Nangong Long started to collect lowly again crazily. He stopped temporarily until the Holy Emperor contacted him and said that gastrula creatures appeared near the giant stone tablet. Looking at the huge stone monument in front of him that is as tall as a mountain, it is hard to imagine that it is a man-made creation. With such emotion in his heart, Sato began his patrol, as usual. It took Sato a long time to walk past the giant stone tablet. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound in the bushes. Sato's heart tightened instantly, and he subconsciously shone the flashlight over there, but he saw nothing. It should be just a small animal. What am I afraid of? This is a huge stone monument. How could there be gastrula? Sato couldn't help but laugh at his timid self. Suddenly, a creepy feeling swept over Sato's body, instantly dispelling the stuffy feeling just now. Sato unconsciously shone the flashlight towards the top of the giant stone tablet, and the sight he saw horrified him. A huge creature is attached to the stone tablet, seemingly doing something. Pertocolates, how could that? There were roars, gunshots, and explosions in the distance, and it seemed that some fierce battle was taking place. The voice in his ear brought Sato back to consciousness. He looked back and saw that the voice came from their soldier station. Sato immediately ran back and rushed into the house, but unfortunately, there was no one alive except him. Seeing this, Sato frantically shot at the ant-shaped protogastric creature, but ordinary bullets had no effect on the monster in front of him. In the end, Sato detonated the only remaining grenade in his hand. He would rather die than turn into a gastrula. Boom! Shengju meeting room. As soon as he entered the door, the Holy Emperor asked seriously, "What's the situation?" An unknown number of protogastric animals appeared on monolith number 32. Has it been dealt with? Yes, nearby troops have already rushed to the scene and sent out unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. The Holy Emperor nodded in satisfaction. The hotline rang, and the defense minister answered it immediately. The follow-up troops sent out have reported that they have completely eliminated all the protogastric animals that invaded the monolith. Everyone in the conference room smiled. The defense minister's expression suddenly froze. Before the follow-up troops arrived, the advance team was suspected to have encountered the enemy leader and was completely wiped out. The leader had already evacuated before the reinforcements arrived. The only clue is the picture sent back by the advance team soldiers before they died. Release it immediately. A blurry picture was transmitted to the big screen, and the second one was also unclear. It was not until the third one that everyone could clearly see the appearance of the protogastric organism. Because of this, the conference room fell into an eerie silence. The Holy Emperor subconsciously clenched his hands, and with a grim expression, he spoke the answer in everyone's mind. Phase 4 Aldebaran. The Holy Emperor forced himself to calm down and immediately gave the order. Send experts to the monolith immediately to analyze it and discuss solutions. It will be a long night. The subordinates followed the order and started to act, and the analysis results came out quickly. A huge stone tablet with white spots was projected on the big screen, and it was obvious that Aldebaran had been injected with corrosive fluid. As each picture was released, the people present became more and more desperate. What is the result of the calculation? The analyst couldn't help trembling and said, after the collapse of the giant stone tablet, a large number of gastrula creatures will pour in, and the debeijing area will become a hell. What should we do? Lord Holy Emperor, Kikunajo asked calmly. How long does it take to create a new monolith? At least 10 days. Do it now. But the time is simply Seeing the determined look in the eyes of the Holy Emperor, Kikunajo swallowed his objections and said, "Clear." The Holy Emperor was not as desperate as the others. She knew that there was a man standing behind her who was willing to protect her from the wind and rain. Although he always likes to tease and bully me, I feel at ease as long as he is around. Thinking of this, the Holy Emperor couldn't help but smile. Please rest assured, I will ask Mr. Long for help, so there will be no problems in DJing District. Now everyone just needs to do their job and complete their tasks. After hearing the words of the Holy Emperor, the officials recovered from their panic and felt relieved. They also had a certain understanding of Nangong Long's strength. With him around, they believed that the situation would not develop in the worst direction. Kikunajo frowned. Although he didn't want the Holy Emperor to be so dependent on Nangong Long, he had no choice at this moment. After all, this was the best solution at the moment. We need to call on other police officers. There will definitely be a lot of invading protostomes when the giant stone tablet collapses. Even though Nangong Long is very strong, he probably can't resist them all at once. I understand. I'll leave this matter to you. I have more important things to do now. After the Holy Emperor handed the place over to Kikunajo to command, he quickly left the meeting room. Everyone understood that the Holy Emperor was going to find Nangong Long. After returning to his room, the Holy Emperor sat on the bed holding his necklace and said, "Dash, can you come to my room for a moment?" This is the magic prop that Nangong Long gave to the Holy Emperor, so that the Holy Emperor can contact him at any time. Ever since they did it in the office last time, the Holy Emperor basically waits for him in his own room, so it wouldn't be so embarrassing if they did it this way. However, if Nangong Long proposed it, she would not object. Soon Nangong Long appeared in front of the Holy Emperor. Nangong Long sat beside her and looked at her haggard face with pity. What happened? The Holy Sun leaned against him and whispered, "Aldebaran appears. Monolith number 32 is about to be destroyed. I'll fix it." Sorry. Gong Long of the Southern Zhao Kingdom stretched out his finger and flicked the Holy Emperor, then said with a smile, "Why did you suddenly say something like that?" The Holy Sun said guiltily, "You have been helping me all along, and you never mind my willfulness at all." Looking at the Holy Sun, who seemed to be confessing, Nangong Long interrupted, "You are mine. I can love you however I want. You don't need to think so much." Nangong Long stretched out his hand and pulled her cheek. "No, but you know." The haze in the Holy Emperor's heart was swept away. He chuckled and then kissed her directly. The Holy Emperor looked at the man in front of him with seductive eyes. "Let's do it. What you need now is a break." The Holy Sun shook his head and said, "I want to do it now. The only thing I can give you is my love." Holy Residence. Looking at the sleeping face of the Holy Emperor, Nangong Long couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The Holy Emperor was unusually enthusiastic today. Nangong Long could guess some reasons for the Holy Emperor's abnormal behavior. What a silly girl. Woof. In her sleep, the Holy Emperor frowned and twisted uneasily, constantly squeezing into Nangong Long's arms, as if only in this way could she feel at ease. Nangong Long hugged her a little tighter, and the Holy Emperor stopped twisting, not knowing what she was dreaming about, and the corners of her mouth slightly curled up, and she leaned on his shoulder and fell asleep peacefully. "What time is it now?" said the Holy Emperor, rubbing his sleepy eyes. "It's probably evening." DF. The Holy Emperor screamed, then immediately covered his mouth with his hands and stared at Nangong Long with his bright eyes. "Ow! How could it be? I slept for so long." Nangong Long pinched her delicate nose and smiled. "You looked haggard when I came. Is that so? Will I become ugly?" The Holy Emperor touched his pretty face uneasily. "I feel relieved. Not only is it not ugly, but it has added a different kind of charm and history." The Holy Emperor blushed slightly, but still asked, "You didn't lie to me?" "I must be lying to you," Nangong Long said with a wicked smile. "Ah, you bad guy bullied me again." The Holy Emperor clenched his fist and punched Nangong Long's chest repeatedly. Nangong Long looked at the coquettish Saint Emperor with great interest. Feeling a little shy under his gaze, Saint Emperor simply snorted coldly and turned his back to him as if he was upset. Before Nangong Long could coax her, the Holy Emperor suddenly sat up and rolled his eyes at him. "It's all your fault for interrupting me. I almost forgot. I had to get up and take care of some official business." Nangong Long pulled her back. "Don't do anything today. Just rest, okay? You still need to eat." The Holy Emperor twisted his body dishonestly, trying to break free from Nangong Long's arms. There are still many important things to deal with. Seeing that he couldn't break free by force, the Holy Emperor immediately launched a cute attack and looked at Nangong Long with his big watery eyes. It's no use being cute. Seeing that the Holy Emperor was unwilling to give up and wanted to say something, Nangong Long spoke first. "I want you to stay with me." The Holy Emperor was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Nangong Long to say that. "You are so cunning. How can I refuse you like this?" The Holy Emperor gave up trying to get up and leaned obediently on his chest. The next day, Nangong Long returned home. As soon as he opened the door, he was distracted for a moment. Kizara was kneeling at the door in a maid outfit, as if waiting for her husband to come home, while several little Lolas were wearing magical girl-style costumes. "What are you guys doing cosplay?" "Ah, I failed," Chui said incomprehensible words. "Yeah," Tina nodded in agreement. "It's a complete defeat. I have to think of other strategies next time," Xia Sherdao said. Kizara's face turned red, and he tried to hold back his laughter. "What are you talking about?" Nangong Long now has a face full of question marks. "Brother," after entering the room, he obviously kept his eyes on Sister Kizara for a longer time. "Our plan to have masterly seduce brother has failed," Tina explained. Nangong Long covered his forehead and said helplessly, "We could talk about this when you grow up. Wake up, I have something to tell you." Oh yeah. Mu Gung lost his balance and fell onto Nangong Long. Nangong Long simply picked her up. "My legs are numb, right?" Hey, this is also possible. Cunning. The great enemy. Were these Lolas thinking about all day long? Afterwards, Nangong Long briefly explained to them the matter of Aldebaran. "That's probably it, Sedge." Mu Gung frowned and asked in confusion. Logically speaking, even the fourth stage of the perfect body cannot ignore the influence of the giant stone tablet's magnetic field. Why can Aldebaran break this limitation? Break? No. Nangong Long shook his head in denial. The only stone tablet that Aldebaran can attach to is number 32. Kigan's pupils shrank. She was smart and immediately understood the hidden meaning in Nangong Long's words. Xiaoshi also nodded as if he understood something. "Brother, are you saying that there is something wrong with the monolith itself?" "Yes, the purity of the holmium metal in monolith number 32 is not enough." "Why? Are there not enough raw materials?" Chui asked puzzledly. "Not really. Holmium metal is very expensive. Mixing it with other metals can save a lot of money." Xiaoshi sighed. "They are greedy for money like this. They really value money over their lives." Mu Gung stood up angrily. "Who is it?" "Tendo's people were in charge of the construction. I will collect evidence while I am at it." As expected, all the people in Tiantong deserve to die. I want to act with my brother. Good. Jing District. Nangong Long took Tina and Xiaoshi to Katajiri Police Agency, while Kizara took Chui to collect evidence. Nangong Long clearly told her not to be anxious, but once the Tendo clan was involved, Kisaragi seemed like a different person. Her hatred was too deep and too persistent. However, this is not a big problem. The knot in Mu Gung's heart that destroyed the Tendo clan will naturally be untied. As for stopping Mu Gung from taking revenge, I'm sorry that Nangong Long doesn't have this option in mind. He not only wants to bring down Tiantong, but also wants to discredit them. Killing them directly would be too easy for them. Looking at the dilapidated company in front of him, Nangong Long knew that he had reached his destination. "Is anyone there?" "Who is it?" The little girl with dyed blonde hair opened the door. "Long, why are you here?" "Take you to level up and become a super god." The day's gone you decided to take Nangong Long into the house first. "Someone is looking for my brother. This place is too," Xiaoshi said speechlessly. It was the first time she saw someone so sloppy. "Gong Yu, do you want to come with me? Let's get rid of this sloppy old man." Taking the photo album off his face, Katajiri Tamaki said casually, "Long, you're hitting on my sister again. That's too much. Forget it. My brother will probably starve to death alone." Nangong Long spread his hands and said, "Look, your sister said so." Katajiri Tamaki decided to change the topic that made him sad. "You didn't come here just to visit, did you? Of course there is good news for you." After listening to Nangong Long's words, Yushu stood up and looked at him suspiciously. "Long, you are not going to take this opportunity to kill me so that you can kidnap my sister? You guessed it, that's what I planned. I'll throw you into the army of Gastrala while I pick up Gong Yu and run away. Isn't that great?" Seeing Nangong Long's serious tone, Yushu almost got angry to death. "You were just trying to irritate me, right?" After calming down his emotions, Yushu said in a heavy voice, "Do we have a chance of winning? There are thousands of them. If someone else told me that he had to fight against thousands of protogastrics, I would definitely beat him half to death and throw him out, then turn around and buy a plane ticket and run away. You can't beat me. If you don't strike me, you will die. God, please send a thunder to kill this hateful guy. Can you win?" Gong Yu asked from his side. "Of course. I've already told you that I'm here to help you improve your scores." "Ah, to put it simply, it means improving your ranking. None of that matters. I can't let my sister take any risks. But since you said you will win, I will choose to believe you and join." Katajiri Tamaki stretched out his right fist, and Nangong Long understood and also stretched out his right fist to collide with his. "See you in 3 days then." "No problem." Nangong Long, who had walked to the door, suddenly turned around and said, "The compensation this time is good. Move your house or do some renovations after you get it. Don't spend it all on photo albums. Wouldn't you feel bored if you look at them too much?" Yushu picked up a book and threw it over. "None of your business." Nangong Long easily caught the book that flew over and saw that it was a swimsuit photo album. "Don't tell me you have good taste. I'll take this one." Yushu hurriedly looked at the table and felt a sudden pain in his heart. The photo album he newly bought was gone. Tina pouted and said dissatisfiedly, "If you want to see it, Tina can wear it for you. Any style is fine. It doesn't matter if you don't wear it. You can use my body as you like." Nangong Long was already accustomed to Tina's bold remarks and was not surprised at all. But people on the street looked at Nangong Long as if he were a scumbag. Nangong Long simply ignored the opinions of others. As long as he was happy, why bother about others? "Tina, you don't understand that men are like this." Xiaosher looked like he knew a lot. "Let's stop talking about this. Who knows what shocking words he will say if he continues." "Where are we going?" Xiaosher asked. "Go meet Muroto Samayer and ask her to help protect Tina's son Feld." Soon they arrived at Gotian University. Seeing the demon statue on the door in front of him, Xiaosher sighed. "This doctor has a really bad taste." Tina rubbed her hands nervously. She had heard of Muroto Sumayer's name from Professor Rand, so she couldn't help feeling a little nervous. "Brother, what kind of person is Dr. Muroto Sumayer?" "He's a good person, but he just likes to play tricks on people. His personality can be considered evil." Nangong Long pushed the door open and walked in. "Jean, I'm here to see you." Nangong Long introduced Tina and Xiaosher to Samayer, and then Muroto Samayer tidied up and found a place for them to sit down. "This is the new member of your harem," Muroto Samayer said to Tina and the others. "I'm telling you, he's a perverted Lolita lover. If you're not careful, you'll get eaten." "Oh, really?" Tina asked in surprise. "If that were the case, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. I have been prepared, but the dragon has never attacked me at night." Xiaosher ruthlessly exposed Jin's lies. "Ha ha! Samayer, your brainwashing failed. Let's talk business." "Yeah, Tina." Tina understood what her brother meant and released her own son Feld. "I would like to ask Dr. Jean to help maintain son Feld." "No problem. If it can do it, there's no reason why I can't do it." Tina hesitated to speak, but finally said, "Professor Rand should soon know that I am not dead, and my sisters may come to find me soon." "Sister? How depraved hasn't become?" Jean said angrily. Nangong Long touched Tina's blonde hair and said, "I know about this, don't worry. I thought you wouldn't have such doubts after seeing my strength. I didn't notice it. Sorry." Tina quickly spoke. "It's not my brother's fault. It's my own fault. But one of my brothers and sisters is ranked 21st and has reached the realm. Is it really okay? Rankings don't matter to me. Xiashi also patted Tina's shoulder and comforted her. You have to have faith in Long. His strength is abnormal. Besides, as for the realm, Chui and I've already reached it. I believe you will reach it soon too. Jean seemed to have heard something unbelievable, staring at Xiashi and said excitedly, Can you tell me what it feels like? This is my first time meeting an initiator who has reached the realm. Xiashi was frightened by Jin's glowing eyes and could not help but hide behind Nangong Long. With this interruption, Tina's attention was diverted. Jean looked at Nangong Long, who was sandwiched between her and Xiashi, and said unhappily, Hey, get out of the way. Don't block me and Xiashi from communicating with each other. Jean, why are you so excited? Opportunities like this don't come often. How could I miss it? Come on, let's ignore him. Do you feel anything special when you break through the restrictions? Seeing that Xiashi was still hiding and not coming out, Jean decided to take out the killer scissors. As long as you cooperate with me, I will tell you how to knock him down the fastest. Xiaxi's eyes suddenly lit up, and Tina was also very interested. Hey, Jean, that's enough. You're corrupting the kids. Nangong Long's attempts to stop him were useless, as Xiashi had already run over and confessed everything. Tina was also listening carefully, but she just didn't want to miss Jin's teaching method and was not interested in Xiaxi's words. The more Jean listened, the more surprised she became, because Xiaxi's method of reaching the realm was simply unheard of. It was achieved automatically when the erosion rate exceeded 50%. Jean turned around and stared at Nangong Long. How far have you progressed in your research on Gastrula? Nangong Long was obviously relieved after leaving Muroto Samayer. Samayer had too many questions. The most important thing was that he didn't understand them at all. It was the system that was researching. It could be said that he just opened his mouth and made up the content. In fact, even if a proto-inolan vaccine is developed, it cannot reverse the completely disadvantaged position of humans. The gap in power still exists, an insurmountable chasm. At best, humans will not turn into Gastrula, but what's the use of that? Gastrula can reproduce like normal organisms. Unless we can develop a highly lethal biological agent and release it everywhere. Even the protocolizines cannot resist this agent, and humans will die if they come into contact with it. Xiashi, who was walking on the right side of Nangong Long, suddenly ran to Tina and made a hidden gesture, asking Tina to look at the pharmacy on the side of the road. Tina immediately understood and stretched out her hand to hold Nangong Long. 093. Brother, I'm going to buy medicine. Can you wait for us here? Nangong Long knew very well what these two Lolas were up to. It was Jean who had corrupted the two little girls. You are not allowed to go. Tina shook his arm and looked at him pitifully. No, brother, I'm going to buy some medicine to stimulate my spirits. Tina's soft and gentle voice was very attractive, but Nangong Long still refused. What are you carrying in your hand? Tina was suddenly speechless. She subconsciously ignored this point. Nangong Long didn't want Tina to always take medicine to stay awake, so he gave her a ring-shaped prop. Nangong Long looked at Tina with a half-smile. Do you want me to take it back? Tina took a step back, subconsciously put her hand on her chest, and shook her head. No, this is a token of love my brother gave me. How can I take it back? I have it too, Xiashi muttered. I know very well what's going on in your little heads, but I hope you won't take my words seriously, Nangong Long said helplessly. Xiashi nodded seriously and said, I think Dr. Jin's suggestion is highly feasible and worth a try. That's it, Tina agreed. It's wrong to give me drugs. Even if I take a step back, that kind of thing can't influence my will. After some persuasion, the Tumonli finally gave up the idea of drugging. Afterwards, Nangong Long went to find Satomi again and told him about the gathering in 3 days. 3 days later, the 40th district of the Outer District. After setting up the tent, Nangong Long started to wander around. If he remembered correctly, he should be able to meet Shizawa Akira here, but he didn't know who his current initiator would be. There are all kinds of people among the promoters, so the police station is in a mess. I have to admire their tenacity. Your Majesty came here, even though he knew the chances of winning were slim. Chui pulled Nangong Long to a fortune-teller stall. A large number of police officers gathered here. So, some merchants also came here to set up stalls, on the one hand to support the police, and on the other hand to make money. Welcome both of you. Nangong Long held Chui in his arms and sat in front of the young fortune-teller. What do you want to calculate? You shouldn't have come here, Nangong Long said lightly. Maybe you're right, but I also want to do something. Only today will you have good luck, no matter what you do. I think God won't mind if this happens occasionally. The girl's slightly playful voice came over. Well, I want to calculate my marriage. Chui's weak voice sounded. The girl was slightly startled, then said with a slight smile, You probably like your husband holding you. Hey, so accurate. Chui's eyes widened in surprise. Nangong Long tapped Chui's little head and said speechlessly, It's strange that I can't see it when you're so obvious. Chui's face turned red and she stammered. Is that so? What else? You two have such a good relationship, the girl said with emotion. So what is the result? Your wish will come true. Chui lowered her head and muttered. Very good. What's your name? Nangong Long asked. The girl blushed. Is this considered a flirt? If you can answer me, then that's it. What? The girl pouted cutely. My name is Nishin Reina. You can just call me Reina. My name is Nangong Long. You can call me whatever you want. Nangong Long planned to take her back to the new city. After all, she didn't seem to dislike the cursed child. Come with me. The girl stood up with a red face and shouted. It's too straightforward. What about the process? What process is needed? Keep everything simple during special times. Bu Shikui thought Nangong Long was trying to pick up girls again, so she kept poking him with her fingers. At this time, there was a noise nearby, and Guing Long picked up Chui and planned to go over to take a look. Wait for me here. I'll be back soon. After saying that, Nangong Long walked directly towards the crowd. Ling Nai felt that she could not keep up with Nangong Long's train of thought and sat back in her chair in a daze. Take this opportunity to run away. As soon as this thought came to mind, a voice suddenly sounded in my heart. What's going on with this feeling? Am I going to miss something if I leave? Could it be that he is? Reina didn't know what she was thinking about, but the blush that had just faded away reappeared. Boy, do you know who I am? I am Brick, the ruthless and evil man. I invited you to drink, but you dare not give me face. No, I just don't want to drink. Brick was immediately furious and raised his gun, intending to kill the disgusting guy in front of him. Stop it. This is a meaningless fight. It's boring whether you win or lose. 0.7 Stop bragging. Fight! Brick shot directly at Akihiro Nozawa. Bratter, the lowly next to Zhangma, also opened fire and easily knocked down all of Brick's bullets. Brick showed an incredulous look. How is it possible? Then Brick angrily said to his initiator, Hurry up and do it. I will kill them today. The lifeless lowly picked up the javelin and prepared to take action. Nangong Long exuded a hint of cold, murderous intent, and the people around him looked at him in fear and unconsciously made way for him. Seeing the crowd suddenly become agitated, Brick instinctively felt something was wrong. Zhangma, you really haven't changed at all. It's better to just kill this kind of trash instead of wasting so much time talking. After hearing Nangong Long's words, Brick, who was already drunk, completely lost his mind. How dare you call me trash? Nangong Long stretched out his left hand and pointed it at Brick. Seeing that there were many Lolas around, Nangong Long stopped the gravity squeeze he was about to launch and used fire magic instead. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Flames suddenly appeared around Brick, and it looked like they were coming out of his body. Cage! Brick screamed. Starred at asterisk. Brick stretched out his hand and looked at his initiator pleadingly, with a hint of pleasure in his eyes. He ignored him and stepped back instead. Brick turned into ashes in despair. The people around him looked at this scene in horror. They had no idea how Nangong Long did it. Zhang Mo's surprised look flashed away, and then he walked towards Nangong Long and smiled. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Long time no see. Haven't seen you for a long time. Zhang Ma pointed at the confused lowly standing next to the ashes and said, What are you going to do? Nangong Long shrugged and said casually, Take it away. Nangong Long walked to Brickstarter and said gently, I have adopted many people like you. Do you want to join me? The little girl nodded. This was the first time she made a choice on her own. She had only followed orders mechanically before. The reason why she made this decision was actually very simple, because she saw a look of happiness in Bushikui's eyes, which she had never seen before. It seems you are very popular with little girls. I'll be happier if you remove the small print. Nangong Long led Zhang Ma and the others out of the crowd. Only after seeing them walk away did the onlookers dare to speak out. Who is that guy? What a ruthless character. He kills people if he doesn't agree with you. Does any one of you know how that was done? This question is equivalent to asking in vain. Even if someone sees through it, they will not say it here. There's no reason for such a great person to remain unknown. No, maybe it was deliberately hidden. You should still remember what happened a few months ago. The people around him showed a look of realization. You mean, he's the one who brought down Scorpio? Yes, that makes sense. Rumor has it that he can manipulate fire. On the other side, Nangong Long returned to Ling Nai's stall. Let's go. I haven't promised you yet. Although he said no, he had already started packing his things. Who is this? She is Reina Nishian, whom I just met. Reina, this is my friend, Akihiro Nozawa. Although he looks difficult to get along with, he is actually a very nice person. After introducing the two people to each other, the group returned to their temporary residence. Brother Jean-Ma, Satomi shouted in surprise. He didn't expect to see him here. Long time no see, Satomi. Yes. Satomi looked at Nangong Long, who was standing aside, and asked, Dragon, where did you find him? Nangong Long explained what had just happened, and then everyone walked into the tent and sat around the table. Ling Nai sat behind Nangong Long a little uneasily. She did not sit directly in front of the table because she felt that she was not needed, so it was better to sit quietly in the back. To facilitate cooperation, let's introduce each other. Wait a minute. I want to ask if there are only 4 of us in the team, or if we need to continue looking for people to join us. Nangong Long knew that Zhang Ma had this kind of personality, so he didn't get angry because he interrupted him. It's just us. There's no need to look for anyone else. Akame nodded. No, I want to join this battle too. Kazara walked into the tent with Tina and Natsuyo. Nangong Long frowned. Didn't I ask you to watch her? Sister Kigen must come. We can't use force, Xiashur said helplessly. And we have been persuaded by Sister Kazara, and we also want to help brother, said Tina. Brother, I will fight with you, Mu Gung said stubbornly. Nangong Long's mind moved, and he said, Okay, but you have to promise me one thing. Kazara agreed without a second thought, but when she saw her brother's successful smile, she couldn't help but wonder if she was too hasty. After Kazara and Akira greeted each other, everyone started introducing themselves. Katajiri Tamaki, IP ranking 1850. Yushu showed off his weapons, but was criticized by everyone because they made too much noise. Katajiri Yumiyazuki, Spider-type starter, with the same name as his brother. Gong Yu demonstrated her ability to spin silk, and after receiving everyone's praise, she immediately became proud. Nozawa Akira, ranked 950th, 8th level of Tendo Ryu fighting technique. Ina Miyuki, the Eagle-type starter. No wonder he has such good marksmanship. Tendo, style sword art. The sword demon Tendo Bokujin. 940. Soon it was Nangong Long's turn. Nangong Long, ranked 37th, nicknamed Dragon King. F***K. When did you get promoted again? Katajiri Tamaki couldn't help but swear. The others also looked at Nangong Long in surprise. Reina, who had always downplayed herself, covered her mouth in surprise. She didn't expect that someone she met on the street would have such a high ranking. It was just promoted some time ago. It seems that you have done something extraordinary again, Zhang Ma said. Tell the truth, brother. Mu Gung and the others didn't know about this because Nangong Long felt that there was no need to explain such a small matter. I killed the Zodiac Gemini in Eldun not long ago. You are getting stronger and stronger, Zhang Ma said with emotion. If you have time, can you play with me, just like before? No problem. You really don't take the Zodiac seriously, Yushu said with envy and jealousy. Afterwards, it was getting late, and everyone returned to their tents. Lingnai sat uneasily beside Nangong Long, feeling a little uncomfortable because of Mu Gung's scary gaze. Who is she? New friends. The widening phenomenon of the stone tablet has expanded to the point where it can no longer be concealed, and the Holy Emperor can only hold an emergency press conference to explain it. Because of Nangong Long, there are no more cursed children in DxD District except the Initiator, so there are almost no cursed children among the 30% of refugee citizens selected, but the parade incident still happened. It was just that he had changed from opposing the inclusion of the cursed children in the national screening system to disobeying the decision. In the final analysis, it was just that he was not among the 30% of people who were selected for asylum. Is the reason important? This was still good. The more serious thing was that the frequent violent incidents had almost reached the point where they could not be suppressed, which caused great headaches for the senior officials in DxD District. However, the strange thing was that in less than half a day, the violent incidents suddenly stopped. The top management breathed a sigh of relief, but the subsequent reports they received surprised them. All the troublemakers had suddenly died for unknown reasons. It was because of this fear of the unknown that the people stopped the violence. Naturally, all of this was done by Nangong Long. He just didn't want to bother the Holy Emperor with these trivial matters. Outer District 40. Nangong Long and his group were on their way to the agreed place, and my chief was about to hold a meeting, which was actually just to say some meaningless chicken soup to stimulate the blood of the police. Nangong Long's ranking is much higher than ours, but he is not interested in this kind of thing and does not intend to obey any orders. He has his own plans, and he came to the meeting just to meet Mibu Asaka. Reina and the spearman Lowly were sent to the new city by Nangong Long after explaining to Kazara last time, so they are not here. Warriors gathered here. My headmaster, who was standing on the high platform, was shouting, asking everyone to focus their attention on him. I am the head of my hall, and I will serve as the leader of this operation. DxD District is facing an unprecedented crisis. That is why we have gathered here, to destroy the gastrula creatures that have taken away our loved ones, friends, and brothers. Point 2. My headmaster was speaking a lot of inspiring words in a high-spirited tone, and after arousing everyone's emotions, he began to explain the plan of this action. The person he wanted to see had already seen him, and Nangong Long had no interest in any plans, so he planned to leave directly. Let's go. After hearing Nangong Long's words, the others had some questions but did not raise any objections. After all, he was the captain, and they could just go back and ask him if there was anything. Seeing that there were quite a lot of people around, Nangong Long released his murderous aura to open a path, but of course the murderous aura avoided his own people. My cousin saw someone suddenly leave the table and couldn't help but shout, "Stop right there." Leaving the table without permission is a serious crime. Although Satomi and the others were a little worried, since Nangong Long did not stop, they had no choice but to follow him. When Mibu Asaka saw someone ignoring my orders, she drew her sword and rushed forward. The police officers around were watching the fun, wondering what kind of miserable end this person who had offended my clan would have. However, the people around Nangong Long did not think that he would definitely lose. They had just experienced the cold, murderous intent with their own eyes. At the moment when Mibu Asaka rushed over, Bushi Sui disappeared, and no one could see her. Movements clearly. When she appeared in everyone's sight again, she was already standing in front of the fallen Asaka. There will be no next time. Chui retracted her cat claws and looked at Mibu Asaka coldly. The people around opened their eyes wide in shock. You know, my hall master is a high-ranking police officer ranked 275th, but his attacker couldn't even take a single move. Chui is back. Oh, the well-behaved Chui is completely different from what she was just now. I'm not interested in meaningless plans, and you have no right to interfere with me. Finally, I'll give you a piece of advice. Exclude the military from rescheduling your plans. Nangong Long doesn't have a good impression of my hall master, a cunning and stubborn old man. After saying this, Nangong Long left without looking back. My headmaster Masaya didn't dare to stop him any further, but walked up to Mibuya Asaka and asked her if she was injured. I'm fine. Xiaoxia seemed a little depressed. The gap in strength was so great that she had to look up to him. In. As Xiaoxia tried to stand up, the exoskeleton armor on her body shattered to the ground as soon as she moved. Xiaoxiu, in disbelief, immediately picked up Wu Shengli, who was knocked to the ground. In. The result was the same. The knife also broke into several pieces. No, it's impossible. How can such a thing be done? Xiaoxia said in a lost voice. My headmaster Zheng was also in disbelief, but after all, he was older and more experienced, so he quickly regained his composure. Xiaoxia, there is always someone stronger than you. There is no need to feel disappointed. Just keep working hard to become stronger. Xiaoxia took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. My headmaster was returning to the platform and shouting, I'm glad that we have such a strong person among us. This shows our chances of winning. Although the people below were listening, no one could forget what had just happened, nor the meaning of what the other party had said. After returning to the tent, Satomi was the first to ask, Long, what did you just say? Others also looked at Nangong Long, wanting to hear his opinion. The frontline army has no intention of letting us take action. You can see this even without me telling you. The others nodded. They were not stupid. It would be impossible for them to provide support in time when the two sides' bases were so far apart. The arrogant army will undoubtedly be annihilated. By then, we will not only have to face the original 3,000, but also the heads we just gave away. It's difficult for Aldebaran. Nangong Long killed quite a few of them when he built the new city. It's not easy for it to gather 3,000 good. Everyone fell silent after hearing Nangong Long's words. Then why don't we go and tell them? Yenju couldn't help but say. Satomi sighed and answered her question. No way. How could that group of people possibly obey the police? Brother, what do you want to do? Asked Mugong. Nangong Long leaned back in his chair and said something chilling in his words. I can't do anything. 3,000 or 5,000 makes no difference to me. Everyone also understood that even if they wanted to save the soldiers, others might not appreciate it. So they didn't continue to dwell on this issue. What are your plans for the future? Zhang Ma asked Yin. Kill most of the gastrally and let the rest go. Satomi asked excitedly. Why do you do that? Others also stared at Nangong Long, wanting an explanation. Nangong Long looked around at everyone and smiled effeminately. Why? Of course, we want to make those ungrateful guys realize who has been protecting them all along. There's no need to use this method, Satomi retorted. Change it. Okay, tell me. Satomi was suddenly speechless and didn't know what to say. Look, don't you understand that if the gentle method had been used, the new method promoted by the Holy Emperor would have succeeded long ago? Only death and fear can make them remember. There will definitely be a way in the future, Satomi insisted. Where does your mysterious confidence come from? Satomi's mind raced as he tried to persuade Nangong Long to give up this dangerous idea, and soon he came up with a new reason. What if a large-scale infection breaks out? That kind of thing doesn't exist. I'm confident that I can do this, and it doesn't matter if a few people die. Satomi ran to Nangong Long and said angrily, Long, you are wrong in thinking this way. The others also felt that Nangong Long's idea was too extreme and were about to persuade him. But Nangong Long's original idea made them stop unconsciously. Nangong Long stood up and grabbed Satomi's collar with a terribly cold expression. Rentaro Satomi, you know something and you dare to say I'm wrong. Satomi was sweating but still mustered up the courage to look at him and said, Your actions will cause many deaths. Isn't that wrong? Nangong Long let go of Rijian and looked around at everyone and said in a low voice, Have you ever seen a cursed child being cut into pieces? Have you ever seen a cursed child being humiliated? Have you ever seen a cursed child being trampled on? Have you ever seen a cursed child who has lost hope in life and has become like a walking corpse? Satomi shouted in disbelief. Stop talking. Does that really exist? Aren't they very powerful? Won't they resist? Don't you know how Satomi Zoo trains elephants? Everyone's pupils shrank instantly, and it was obvious that they understood the subtext of Nangong Long's words. But what about the law? Rimi said without giving up. Is this the end of the world? Is that kind of thing really useful? Besides, some regions already discriminate against women, not to mention the children who have no human rights. No one will care about their life or death, not even the leaders. Nangong Long continued to speak. No, it should be shouted. You haven't seen it, but I, Nangong Long, have. When I reached out my hand to save them, they smiled and told me they wanted to die. Nangong Long pointed at his chest. Can you understand how I felt at that time? Tell me what the children have done wrong to deserve such inhuman treatment. Everyone was silent. The little girls had tears in their eyes, but they tried hard not to cry out loud. Kigen broke the silence. It was the first time she saw her brother so emotional. In the past, he always looked calm no matter what happened. Brother, why didn't you tell us before? I was a little emotional today, and I didn't want you to know. What happened next, brother? Tina asked Nangong Long. Nangong Long showed a ferocious smile. I destroyed the monolith. I wanted to make those scum feel the same pain, struggle, and despair as the children. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine, wondering how many people had died. What? Do you know how many people will die? Satomi roared angrily. Of course I know, but I don't regret it. An area that is rotten from top to bottom has no value in survival. No one can save the idealistic justice, and it is meaningless to escape from reality. Satomi walked out of the tent dejectedly. He wanted to calm down. He was so confused that he didn't know what was right or wrong. You oppose my plan, but I won't stop you from leaving. I'll follow my brother, Mu Gung said firmly. Gong Yu pulled on the corner of her brother's clothes, and her meaning was very clear. I understand. I won't leave, Yushu said as he looked at his sister who seemed to have given up. You are the captain, and I will listen to you, Zhang Ma said expressionlessly. I won't leave either. I will go and persuade Rintaro. Nangong Long smiled and said, Very good, that's all for today, disband. Everyone returned to their own tents. Nangguanlong certainly couldn't let everyone squeeze into one tent. Kizara followed Nangong Long into his tent. Brother, why did you call me here? Mu Gung said shyly. Don't be so shy. Look at these light bulbs. What can I do here? Nangong Long pointed at the trio of Lolita. Brother is so mean, he actually said we are light bulbs, Tina said angrily. Chui pouts her cheeks and looks at Nangong Long angrily. If you don't keep a close eye on her, Sister Kigen will be eaten by you, Xia Shi said in a strange voice. What are you talking about? Mu Gung covered his red cheeks and secretly glanced at Nangong Long's reaction. If I don't eat her, will I eat you? Okay, Xia Shi nodded. Bu Shikui entangled her hands and whispered. Okay, Tina is fine. Mu Gung stared at the Lolita and shouted. Absolutely not. After being teased by the Lolis, Nangong Long's mood was not as bad as before. Maybe the Lolis just wanted to divert his attention. Kizara, remember what you promised me. What? Kizara pretended to be stupid. Tina tied Mugen back. Kizara quickly reached out to stop Tina from taking action and then said, I know. What does my brother want me to do? Nangong Long took out a piece of parchment and threw it at Mu Gung. The parchment emitted a burst of light and then disappeared. It's very simple. Just accept the treatment and see how it feels. I feel a lot more relaxed. Brother, can you cure me? Mu Gung seemed to be hesitant to speak, with a complicated expression. Nangong Long nodded. You agreed to it yourself. I don't have this promise to you. Brother, you went through so much trouble just to cure my illness. Nangong Long shrugged and said, I can't help it. Who made you so stubborn? I don't want to force you, so I can only use some tricks. A long time ago, Nangong Long suggested curing Kigen, but Kigen insisted not to do so, saying that he wanted to use the pain in his body to remember this hatred. If there hadn't been a Lolita present, Kizara would have already pounced on him. Outer District 40, abandoned city. Nangong Long and others were standing on the roof of an abandoned building at this time. Mu Gung looked at her brother in confusion. She didn't understand why her brother asked them to come here. She believed that other people had the same doubts. Brother, what are we doing here? Something is missing. Nangong Long did not give a direct answer, but muttered to himself. He ignored the surprised looks of others and took out chairs from his system space and lined them up. Everyone already knew that Nangong Long could pick up and take items at will, but they just didn't understand why he took the chair at this time. Everyone, please take a seat. After everyone sat down, Nangong Long pointed at the huge stone tablet and continued. It's going to collapse. What? Isn't there still one day? Satomi asked with a frown. After some hesitation, Rintaro Satomi still chose to continue working with Nangong Long. The evaluation of Satomi Nangong Long is that he is a contradictory man. In the third battle, he hated the trash in DxD District who hurt the children, but he still tried his best to stop Aldebaran. This is understandable because there are people he cares about in DxD District. But he clearly didn't want anyone else to die. But after the war, he didn't want to kill the culprit, Tendo Kazuhiro, which can be said to be extremely contradictory. However, now that Nangong Long is here, everything will be different. He will take this opportunity to clean up the garbage. Satomi, man proposes, God disposes. Do you really think that researchers can take all factors into consideration? A huge sound of collapse was heard. The ground began to shake, and the high-rise building where Nangong Long and the others were also began to sway from side to side, even making people feel dizzy for a moment. Immediately after the earthquake, there followed a cloud of dust that covered the sky, which was caused by the collapse and shattering of the giant stone tablet. It really collapsed, Yushu said in shock with his mouth wide open. Is that the wind? Kizara murmured. What should we do now? Zhangma asked calmly. A+. Shouldn't we go out and help? Satomi asked in a low voice. Nangong Long waved his hand casually and said, No need. I have already reminded my home master Zhang. If he still insists on doing what he wants, it's up to him whether he lives or dies. Satomi remained silent, because he also felt that the plan was inappropriate and even went to find my hall privately, but he was driven away by his men without even seeing him. Tina looked at Nangong Long carefully and asked, Brother, don't you care about the others? Nangong Long touched Tina's blonde hair and said with a smile, How could that be? I just want to get rid of the scum. Nangong Long snapped his fingers, and a figure with bloodshot eyes, wearing black armor and holding a death scythe, immediately appeared in front of him. Zhangma immediately assumed a fighting stance, and Satomi had the same reaction, but was a beat slower. Yushu pulled out his pistol and aimed at the unknown powerful enemy. The aura emanating from the other party made him feel uneasy. The others also took their own enemy-facing postures. However, something unexpected happened. The other party knelt on one knee towards Nangong Long, who was still sitting, and said respectfully, Greetings to the Supreme Lord. Put away your guard, this is my man. The others breathed a sigh of relief. It would be best if they could avoid fighting, as the opponent put a lot of pressure on them. Yushu looked at Nangong Long and asked in confusion, When did you find help? Nangong Long waved his hand to signal him to wait. Then he took out a stack of papers and handed them to the materialized Death Number 1, who took it respectfully. I don't want to see these people again after this fight. Yes. Nangong Long pointed at Tina again and said, No child of her age should be left behind. And as for the promoters, don't worry about them. My subordinates will complete the mission at all costs. Go down. Number 1 disappeared instantly, just like when he came, and Mo and others did not leave any trace of their movements. Originally, Nangong Long had no intention of using special skills to create an adjutant in this world, but there were too many things to do, and he couldn't do everything by himself. As for the list given to number 1, it contained the names of police officers with bad behavior. That's not a human being. Except for the Lolas, everyone was frightened by Xiaoshir's remarks. Yes, there were flashes of fire and the roar of artillery shells in the distance. The war has begun. I know you have a lot of questions. Sit down and talk slowly. Nangong Long looked at the scene in the distance and suddenly said with some self-mockery, I'm really becoming more and more like a villain. Chui shook her head like a rattle and retorted loudly. No. Xiaoshir and Tina also nodded in agreement. Without my brother, there would be no Xinxing, and my friends would not have the happy life they have now. My brother has done well enough. Nangong Long smiled and turned to Gong. You are amazed at what I do, and even say it is a miracle. Kizara nodded in response. It's a pity that I'm not a god, but I'm definitely not a human either. Please give me flowers. The pupils of Mu Gung and others shrank instantly, and they were speechless in surprise. It wasn't that long ago. Nangong Long turned and looked at Xia Shi. Don't you find it strange? Xia Shi paused, as if he remembered something. You mean? Nangong Long nodded and confirmed Xia Shi's idea. Xia Shi took a deep breath and said seriously, I always thought that was a side effect of your mechanization, but I didn't expect that. The others were completely confused and had no idea what the two were talking about. They looked at Yuan Shi anxiously and said, Xia Shi, what do you know? Stop playing dumb. I often secretly sleep on the dragon's chest, but I have never heard a heartbeat. If this is not the result of mechanization, do you understand what this means? Sheng Tianzi and Weiji probably thought so too, which is why they never mentioned this matter. Or maybe they had a guess, but just didn't break the window paper. What do you mean? Tina stammered. Can a living person have no heartbeat? Xia Shi is right. To put it simply, I am a living dead. Mu Gung clenched his fists and looked at Nangong Long firmly. You are my brother no matter what. Chui jumped on Nangong Long and said shyly with a blushing face. Sure enough, we're the best match, because I'm not a human either. After saying this, he deliberately shook his cattail, which he usually didn't show. Tina reacted and shouted, Chui, you actually ran away. We were careless. The usually shy Chui has become so bold, Yuan Shi shouted. The captain is the captain, and that won't change, said Akame, who had returned to his expressionless state. That's right. If you are still you, then there's no problem, right, brother? Rimi, who looked so miserable, rarely smiled. Your smile is too ugly, Satomi. Too asterisk. I don't care about that kind of thing. Yushu walked up to Nangong Long and said casually, Brother, if I become a living dead, will I be as powerful as you? Nangong Long smiled maliciously. I don't mind having more living people, but it might become very strange. Yushu quickly took a step back and waved his hands. Forget it. I can't bear to part with this handsome face. Reorganize your formation quickly, the officer shouted. Turn on the searchlight. The trained soldiers followed the orders in an orderly manner and soon arrived at their respective posts. Everything was ready, and the commander ordered to open fire on the army of gastrula creatures approaching the position. Their attack was indeed effective, and the beetle-type gastrula creatures in the front row were covered in wounds. But before they could be happy, they saw that the injured gastrula continued to move forward quickly, as if it had taken stimulants and was not aware of the pain. Quick, quick, keep firing. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, the adjutant couldn't help but say, Sir, why don't you send out a distress signal? The Legion commander looked at him fiercely and said word by word, No need, their shells are just a little hard. I don't believe they won't die if I hit them a few times. There was a sound of breaking through the air, and beams of light flew in from the sky at high speed, destroying all weapons and equipment, and even many soldiers were cut into several pieces. What is that? The Legion commander muttered to himself absent-mindedly. Soon the army was swallowed up by the army of gastrula creatures. Yushu and others standing on the tall building could barely see the beams of light flying across the sky. What the hell is that? It should be the attack method of the protogastric organisms, Xia Shi guessed. For 10 years, the gastrula has been evolving, but the army is still using the old methods to deal with it. It will soon be over. As if to confirm Nangong Long's words, the sound of gunfire disappeared. It's over, he exclaimed in disbelief. This number is a bit too much. Although it was dark, Nangong Long's dynamic vision, plus the help of magic, made it easy to see the scene several thousand meters away. A rough estimate was that there were at least 6,000 gastrula creatures, which meant that at least half of the 7,000-man army was infected. This is not what he wants. If this number breaks into the city, the Dijang district will be finished, and it will be hard to say what will happen to the Holy Emperor. You stay here, I'll go reduce the number. The others immediately objected, saying that since they were teammates, they should act together. Nangong Long thought about it and agreed. At worst, he could just ask his adjutant to keep an eye on it. Okay, let's go together. Satomi, since you are against my plan, then do your best to stop the gastrula. Satomi sighed and explained. I'm not against your plan. I just don't want to hurt innocent people. I'll be happy if those who die are just garbage. Is that what you think? Then you can rest assured that no one else will be implicated. Nangong Long used the system to hack into the database of DxD District, and the past of everyone in it was recorded. Of course, this was not enough. He also hacked into the satellite to monitor DxD District, and finally recorded the guilty people and handed them over to the adjutant for them to deal with. Use magic to guide the people on the list together, and then just throw a protostomes in. Song is like this. In the next 10 days, the population of DxD District will be reduced by about 20%. The reason why she didn't do it herself, but disguise herself as an intestinal organism, was because she took into consideration the feelings of the Holy Emperor. She probably didn't want Nangong Long to kill so many people. What's the meaning? Literally, when they arrived at the battlefield, they had no time to continue the discussion. Everyone except Nangong Long felt their scalp tingling when seeing the scene before them. Yushu couldn't help but swear. F***K. How can I play with so many? Be careful not to get surrounded. I'll go and reduce the number to half. Brother, if you have any powerful moves, use them quickly, otherwise I'm afraid I won't see the sun tomorrow. Satomi was very surprised. It was just as Nangong Long said. Whenever an initiator encountered a fatal crisis, a black shadow would flash by, and when he looked again, the initiator disappeared. Everyone formed a circle, back to back with each other, leaving no blind spots. Partners are starting work. Arubian's voice followed. No problem. Nangong Long, who had completed the Forbidden Hand transformation, flew into the sky. It's not the same as before, Xiaoshu muttered. Not only her, but everyone except Akame and his initiator also discovered it. Dark devouring light. Annihilation of hundreds of demons. This is the magic that Nangong Long developed by himself, in combination with the Divine Destroyer. Its power is probably at the 8th level. A huge magic circle appeared in front of Nangong Long. The surviving police officers looked at this scene in shock. Countless dark and deep energy arrows shot in all directions. The gastrula creatures that were shot screamed, but it didn't last long before they all turned into ashes. The surviving gastrula organisms quickly gathered towards the injured Aldebaran and began to retreat quickly. Nangong Long, who had just flown into the sky, happened to see my home master being killed by Aldebaran, so he also shot an arrow at Aldebaran. Of course, even if he controlled the power, it was still not enough to kill it. Nangong Long Luo, who had lifted the Forbidden Hand transformation, returned to the ground, looked at Yushu and the others and said, "Go back, it's all right for now." Oh. Everyone followed him in mechanical steps, obviously still not recovering from the shocking scene. After a long time, the surviving police officer recovered and looked at his companions and shouted, "We won and survived. I'm still alive. It's a miracle." The police gradually gathered together and started discussing. Does anyone know what happened just now? I don't know. I only saw black arrows shooting at the gastrula. At this time, a female police officer shouted and attracted everyone's attention. I was nearby at the time. I saw clearly that it was the man who contradicted my headmaster last time. After arriving at the battlefield, 10 sets of armor immediately appeared on his body, and he flew into the sky and performed a miraculous move. The person who was telling the story had a fanatical expression on his face. Is this true? I saw it with my own eyes. You dare to question my idol? Are you asking for a beating? But why didn't you use this trick earlier? Then we wouldn't have to. Before the questioner could finish speaking, the fanatic fan loudly refuted. Bullshit. Can this miraculous move be used just by saying it? Doesn't my idol need to prepare for it? The police officers around nodded in agreement. Indeed, this kind of move should be prepared in advance. Then why did he leave? Nonsense. My idol naturally doesn't want others to see his weak side. I won't say any more. I'm going to follow my idol. The girl with a tomboyish personality said this and took the hand of her initiator and prepared to leave. "Hey girl, wait for us." Nangong Long probably didn't expect that there would be a little fangirl who would create a glorious image for him. First encounter with Aldebaran. The army at the front was almost wiped out, with less than 500 survivors. 547 police officers were killed in the battle, and 468 were surrounded. In fact, not that many police officers died, and the initiators who were taken away by the adjutant were also counted in the list of casualties. There were 3,500 Gastrula survivors, of which 30 were introduced into the city by the adjutant. Outer District 40 abandoned city. Nangong Long and his team, who had just returned to the temporary residence, were discussing what to do next. Nangong Long, who was talking about the plan, suddenly frowned. He felt that many people were approaching here. The surviving police officers. What are they doing here? Part of the reason why Nangong Long took action to eliminate the protostomes was that he didn't want all the police officers to die. On the one hand, these people were not on the death list, and on the other hand, he needed them to spread the news. Mugung looked at Nangong Long and asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" Nangong Long waved his hand. "Nothing, just the surviving police officers are gathering outside. Don't worry, let's continue." "Hey!" Hualing, who was standing outside the room, suddenly stopped talking halfway through. She didn't even know the other person's name, which was awkward. "Why don't you say anything?" asked the police officer who was traveling with you. Hualing scratched her cheek uncomfortably and replied, Does anyone know the name of the idol?" Everyone looked at each other, but no one knew what was going on. "That," a little girl with golden wavy hair spoke weakly. "I know." In an instant, everyone's attention was focused on her. The little girl shrank back in fear. Hualing walked up to her and said gently, "Don't be afraid, just speak slowly." The little girl nodded and said, "My big brother's name is Nangong Long." The people around were shocked, and then showed expressions of sudden enlightenment. Hualing calmed herself down and asked, "How do you know him?" The little girl blushed and stammered. "I met him when I was hungry and went out to find something to eat. He gave me a lot of snacks, and he's a good person. Doesn't your promoter give you food?" The little girl's eyes darkened, and she said sadly, "He doesn't care about me, as long as I'm not dead." Hualing said angrily, "Where's that be asterisk, 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 asterisk D? I want to beat him up. He is dead. Good thing he died." Hearing the discussion outside, Mugung looked at Nangong Long and suggested, "Brother, let me go out and take a look." "Okay, if there's nothing else, let them go." Kizara stood up and walked towards the door. Hualing was about to continue shouting when the door suddenly opened. Kizara looked at them with a serious expression. "What are you guys doing here?" Hualing quickly explained, "We have no ill intentions. We just hope that Mr. Nangong can become the commander of our remaining police officers." "Yes, that's it." The other police officers shouted together. Mugung was a little surprised. She didn't expect things to unfold like this. Just as she was about to go back to the house, someone patted her shoulder and Nangong Long walked up to her. "You all came here. What should we do with the bodies on the battlefield?" Hualing looked at her idol with starry eyes and immediately replied, "We left half the team dealing with this." Nangong Long nodded and was silent for a while before continuing. "I heard everything you said. I can lead you, but I'm different from my headmaster. I won't think too much. I will only act according to my own will." Nangong Long had his own plans for doing this. He wanted to establish a certain prestige among the surviving police officers. What kind of effect would it have when he told them about the Tiantong clan? "That's enough." Hualing immediately nodded in response. "No problem. We will obey orders. If my leader hadn't listened to your advice, we wouldn't be in such a miserable situation." There were mixed comments from the police officers expressing dissatisfaction with my headmaster. Seeing this situation, Nangong Long said calmly, with a blank expression, "My hall master has his reasons for what he did. I don't want to judge whether he was right or wrong. Moreover, he has died on the battlefield. I don't want to hear such discussions anymore." The police officers fell silent. They were not sure whether the conversation just now had angered Nangong Long. "Don't be so nervous. Take care of the battlefield, and then go take a rest." Nangong Long glanced at the plump and pretty red-haired girl. If he guessed correctly, she was the leader of this group. May I have your name? I'm so happy that my idol noticed me. Hualing. Hualing, can I let you handle this matter? Hualing patted her plump chest and replied, No problem. It will take time for Aldebaran to recover from his injuries. He won't attack right away. You can rest assured. Hearing this, the policeman's bad mood improved a lot. The police officers left one after another in accordance with Nangong Long's orders. Hualing suddenly approached Nangong Long with a blush on her face and asked, Can I have your contact information, idol? Mugong behind Nangong Long suddenly stared at Hualing with a terrifying look. Unfortunately, Hualing's attention was all on Nangong Long, and she ignored Mugong. As for the inexplicable chill just now, she just thought it was caused by the drop in temperature. Nangong Long gave her his cell phone number, and Hualing left with a smile on her face. Then, Nangong Long shifted his gaze to Meng Li, the girl with golden curly hair, who was still standing there and refused to leave. Little one, you have nowhere to go. Lori nodded vigorously. Want to follow me? Well, Big Brother is a good person. I was given a nice guy card, and I'm just an 8-year-old girl. Should I be happy or sad? My mood is inexplicably a little complicated. Come in. After explaining the next steps, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Next day, hearing the sound of the door opening, Gu Gonglong immediately opened his eyes. Jean, you're here. Jean looked at Nangong Long with some surprise and smiled. I was planning to scare you, but I didn't expect you to be so alert. Nangong Long stood up carefully to avoid waking up Chui, who was still sleeping. Xiashi and Tina were not here. They were tragically trapped and conscripted. Let's go out and talk. Samayer nodded and quietly retreated. You're not surprised at all that I'm here. Nangong Long shrugged and smiled. Are you the kind of person who would hide? Besides, you know that the so-called underground shelter only delays the time of death a little bit. You know me very well. Why don't you find some time to get to know me better? Jean teased. Why, you like me? Maybe. Nangong Long looked at Muroto Samayer and smiled. I'm serious. You won't be able to run away when the time comes. Muroto Samayer showed no fear and said generously, You choose the place. Suddenly, Jean seemed to think of something interesting and smiled playfully at Nangong Long. It's okay here. Nangong Long spread his hands and said, I can make the sound not be heard. Are you sure you want to stay here? Samayer smiled stiffly and unnaturally. You must be joking. She didn't mind giving herself to him, but saying that here was just a joke. Want to try it? Jean quickly waved her hand and refused. Forget it. I'm really scared of you. I never thought that there would be a day when I, Muroto Samayer, would be eaten alive by someone. Nangong Long smiled, but said nothing. Samayer suddenly looked at him seriously. Can you win? Of course, have some confidence in me. Aircraft reconnaissance planes and the like were shot down by Ansu, so the scene of Nangong Long killing half of the Gastrula creatures with one move was not transmitted back. Is that so? Then I'll wait for your good news. After saying this, Jean was about to turn around and leave, but was pulled into Nangong Long's arms. Looking at Nangong Long Jean, who lowered his head, he closed his eyes. After Jean left, everyone else woke up one after another. After saying goodbye to them, Nangong Long left. He was going to meet Ong Su outside the giant stone tablet today. It's not that Nangong Long couldn't solve it from a distance, but he wanted to observe it up close to find out what exactly prompted this extreme evolution of Orion. Upward transfer. The scene changed instantly, and Nangong Long stood directly in front of Angsu. Seeing the sudden appearance of the enemy, the surrounding protogastric creatures suddenly became agitated and prepared to kill the creature in front of them. Aura of despair. The Gastrula creatures that were ferocious just now suddenly trembled and knelt on the ground. Their instinct warned them that they would die if they went forward. Nangong Long then began to observe Ong Su carefully. His body was abnormally huge. No, it could even be said to be fat, but his limbs were extremely short. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen a Gastrula that has evolved incorrectly. If it weren't for Aldebaran, you would have starved to death long ago. Seeing the lifeless look in Aldebaran's eyes, Nangong Long knew that it didn't care about his life or death at all. Perhaps the failed evolution had made it give up hope of survival. It was probably here at this time only because it could not disobey Aldebaran's orders. If I hadn't known that the protozoan virus couldn't control evolution, I would have thought you were specially trained by Aldebaran. It's a pity that I don't have a career as a tamer. Otherwise, I could talk to you. Just consider it as a good deed for me and send you on your way. Hellfire. The small flame floated onto Ansu's body and spread instantly before it disappeared, leaving no ashes behind. The system has just told Nangong Long that Angsu is the product of failed evolution. Analysis of it will not be of much help to the Lowless, so there's no need to leave the body behind. Don't you see Aldebaran? Isn't it here? Aldebaran is very intelligent. After seeing Nangong Long's moves, he divided his troops into two parts and hid in the forest. Now that we're back, the city should be getting bustling again. Just as Nangong Long thought, the gastrula organisms that were led into the urban area have begun to infect the public. Most of those who hated the cursed child had gathered together before, which saved the adjutant a lot of trouble. However, thanks to a lot of preparations made beforehand, the adjutants were able to complete the task almost perfectly. Thousands of people began to transform into gastrula, but strangely, instead of dispersing, they began to devour each other. Nangong Long, in line with the principle of recycling waste, took this group of scum as an experiment. He wanted to know whether devouring a large number of their own kind could allow the gastrula to evolve extremely quickly or even break through the limitations of Stage 4 and reach Stage 5. Nangong Long's guess was not wrong. The last gastrula that survived became so huge that people in the entire Beijing area could already see it with their naked eyes. The gastrula have invaded the city. Run? Is that Stage 5? Is there any need to run? We will all die. Dekyung District is finished. Some people run away to survive. Some people sit there in despair waiting to die. And all living beings are like this. The Holy Sun held the necklace tightly and said, "Where are you, dragon?" Beyond the Stonehenge, searching for Aldebaran. Come back soon. A giant gastrula suddenly appeared in Area 29, which is suspected to be Stage 5, but the information I have does not contain its existence. The reason for leading the scum to District 29 is simple, because there is basically no one in the area after District 20 in Dijing District. Okay, don't worry, everything will be fine. Well, I believe you. Alas, it was me who did it, but I don't regret it. I believe that after this time, your dominance over the D area will increase significantly. It's time to wrap up. With millions of materials, I only hope it's not too weak. Upward transfer. Looking at the protogastric creature that looked like a giant octopus, Nangong Long commented, "The body is big enough, but unfortunately, it has not reached the level of Stage 5. It shouldn't be because of insufficient quantity, which means that in order to reach Stage 5, some other conditions are needed. Forget it, don't think about it anymore. The most fundamental purpose is to make it easier to eliminate you. The rest is just incidental." Oh, the gastrula creature waved its huge tentacles and attacked Nangong Long. Is this quick-fix system useful? System? No. This type of gastrula that evolves through devouring will soon collapse. Li Wang's. It's really useless garbage. Black hole. Soon, the newly formed proto-intestinal organism was completely swallowed up by the small black hole and disappeared. The people in the distance looked at this scene and muttered to themselves in a daze. What happened? It disappeared. Mission accomplished, my princess. What time is it? Are you still joking with me? No, you are my princess. The Holy Emperor's face flushed slightly, and his mood improved a lot. Smooth talk. Let's get down to business. Do you know how it suddenly appeared? Nangong Long sighed and said, "We can discuss this after the war is over. Now let's stabilize the surviving citizens first." Yeah, you're right. The Holy Sun paused and continued. "I'll wait for you to come back. Abandoned city of District 40. One day has passed since Nangong Long killed the octopus-shaped gastrula." Hualing hurriedly ran to where Nangong Long was and shouted, "Oh no, Aldebaran has appeared outside the Stonehenge." Nangong Long walked out of the room and looked at the flustered Hualing and said calmly, "I see. As expected of an idol, she is so calm. I also need to work hard to calm myself down. Hualing asked, "Sir, what should we do?" Mu Gung and others behind him also looked at Nangong Long and waited for his orders. "Everyone retreat to the flame of return." "Brother, do you want to attack there?" Xiashi nodded. "It's a really nice place." Nangong Long shook his head and denied. "You don't have to do anything. You don't want a solution, do you?" Jean frowned and asked first. "Yes. No." The rest all opposed the decision. Even if my brother is very strong, but I also want to fight with my brother," Kizara said intermittently. "This time is different from the past." Mu Gung put his hands on his hips and said angrily, "What's the difference? You just want to get rid of me." Nangong Long touched Mu Gung's hair and said gently, "You will know the reason in a moment. Please leave now." Mu Gung was softened immediately and said with a red face, "Give me an explanation when it's over." "Good." Then Nangong Long looked at Zhang Yamo and said, "Zhang Ma, you will temporarily command them and carry out their orders." "I see." Zhang Ma led the remaining police officers to retreat to the flame of return, while Nangong Long stayed here alone. "I've already done what you asked me to do." The pleasant voice of the Holy Emperor came to my ears. "Yes, I understand. Is it really okay?" The worried voice of the Holy Emperor sounded. "Of course, deterrence is needed during this period. Don't think too much. Wait for me to come back." Partner, we're going to cause trouble." "Huh. Making trouble. I like it." "Balong." I awakened to the second dragon who is deprived of everything by the tyrant principle. The body is full of jealousy. The heart is seeking fantasy. I am the tyrant of the white dragon. Invite you to enter the limit of innocence. This overbearing and unusual voice rang in the ears of people throughout the Beijing area. The police officers standing on the flame of return looked at each other in confusion. "Did you hear any sound?" "You heard that, too? What's going on?" Kizara placed his hands on his chest and looked in the direction of monolith number 32. The ground began to crack in all directions with Nangong Long as the center. Not only that, all the buildings that came into contact with the airwaves collapsed and shattered, as if a typhoon had passed through. Nangong Long released not only Tyrannosaurus, but also his entire aura. He wanted to shock the entire Dijing district. Nangong Long soared into the sky and looked down at the entire Dijing district. Nangong Long's deep voice came from under the armor. "Sure enough, I still hate this world. Partner, why bother taking it to heart? Those people are just weak and incompetent." Hearing Arubian's consolation, Nangong Long replied, "Understand. Thanks, Arubian. Haha, don't worry about it." The sound of a helicopter came from their ears, and Mu Gung and others couldn't help but look up at the sky. The plane found a suitable place to land, and then Miori appeared in Kizara's sight. "What are you doing here?" Miori covered her face with a fan and looked at Kizara and said, "You'll thank me soon." Then Miori turned around and said, "Take out the equipment." Looking at the assembled instrument in front of him, Mu Gung asked in confusion, "What are you doing with these?" "There seems to be someone in the sky," Tina shouted, pointing at the sky. The others looked in the direction Tina pointed, but unfortunately, they saw nothing. Suddenly, everyone's face changed. "Sedge, what's going on with this strange feeling of oppression?" "Well, that's why I came here." Miori pointed at the projection screen and continued, "This is where the oppression comes from." Seeing the figure on the screen that had lost its human form and completely turned into a dragon, Mu Gung looked at Miori in disbelief and asked, "Is that my brother?" Miwa nodded. Kizara walked closer to Miori and stared at her with an oppressive look. "You already knew that, didn't you?" Miori looked at Kisaragi without any fear. To be exact, if the Holy Emperor hadn't commissioned Sima Heavy Industry to conduct an investigation, I wouldn't have known about it. Mu Gung frowned and said unhappily, "Does my brother know about this?" Of course, if it weren't for Long's willingness, the reconnaissance aircraft wouldn't even be able to get close to this location. "What does my brother want to do?" Chui stared at the screen in a daze and muttered unconsciously, "Is this Tyrannosaurus?" Although the sound was very small, Tina and Xiashi, who were standing next to Chui, still heard it. "Chui, what do you know?" Tina asked. Xiashi also looked at Chui with a very clear meaning. Chui subconsciously covered her mouth and shook her head to indicate that she knew nothing. Tina and Xiaosher looked at each other, then grabbed Chui's arms on the left and right and looked at her with a smile. Tell the truth. The Lola's commotion soon attracted other people's attention. Samire looked at them and asked, "What are you doing?" Chui looked at Jean with a look of help. "Doctor, help me." Kazara turned to look at Tina and the others and said, "Why are you bullying Chui?" "We didn't." Chui obviously knew something, but she didn't say it, Tina explained. Hearing this, Kazara and Miori surrounded Chui, and the others also pricked up their ears and listened carefully. Weiji smiled maliciously and said, "Kuyo, you'd better confess now, otherwise." Weiji gave Chui a look that said, "You understand." Chui hesitated. "Chui, just tell me what you know. Don't you want to listen to me?" Mugung said seriously. Chui raised her head, looked at everyone, and said slowly, "You also know that Long and I have been together for a long time." "We know, but we won't give up," Tina and Xiaosher said in unison. No, that's not what I meant." Chui waved her hands quickly. Let Chui finish her words first. Chui, please continue." "Well, since we are always together, I sometimes hear Long talk about him." Tina and others showed envious expressions, but no one interrupted Chui. Chui pointed at the projection screen and continued. "This, combined with the spell ringing in my ears, should be the tyrant dragon that Long once told me about." Mugung signaled with his eyes that Chui should continue speaking quickly. "What you saw before was a forbidden move. This is a higher level of ability release. Ba Long is a forbidden existence. If it is released with all its strength, it can kill gods and destroy Buddhas. To put it in a more vivid way, it can destroy a country easily." Damn, these are the original words of the dragon. The people around were so shocked that they were speechless. If this was true, it would be too far-fetched anyway. When Chui said this, her face darkened. However, because the power released is too huge and beyond the reach of human beings, the cost is also great. Mugung's face turned pale, and he asked anxiously, "What is it?" "Depleting vitality." The people around gasped. Just now they were wondering why they hadn't used such a powerful move before. Some even complained in their hearts. After hearing Chui's words, they all felt guilty. "What?" Kizara and Miori shouted out loud. Jean lowered her head and began to think, and soon revealed a barely perceptible smile. Looking at the army of gastrula creatures approaching, Nangong Long said to himself, "I was originally planning to keep yours, but now I've changed my mind. It's useless to keep a monolith that can't break through 100% purity." Woof squeaked. The gastrula made all kinds of strange noises and rushed towards the city. "I don't want to use any magic anymore. I'll just fire the magic cannon directly." "It doesn't matter. You have too much magic power anyway," Albion complained. The gems on Nangong Long's body glowed, and magic cannons continuously shot out from it and flew towards the gastrula creatures on the ground. Every gastrula that came into contact with the magic cannon was instantly blown to pieces and died beyond all possibility of death. In just a dozen seconds, all the protogastra creatures on the ground, except Aldebaran, were slaughtered. Beetlejuice was a little confused. How come he was the only one left among the aggressive killing army just now? Aldebaran quickly realized the reality and immediately prepared to escape. "How can you run away? I have prepared a great gift for you." The gem on Nangong Long's chest emitted a dazzling light, and a magic cannon that was as big as Aldebaran was blasted out, destroying everything in its path. Aldebaran instinctively sensed the danger and kept moving its thick legs, but compared to the speed of the magic cannon, it seemed as if it didn't move at all. Boom, boom, boom. Aldebaran was simply unable to withstand the power of the magic cannon and was directly turned into ashes. The unused magic cannon continued to fly away. "It's too strong. Is this divine power?" The police couldn't help but think. Seeing the battlefield in ruins, Nangong Long nodded with satisfaction, turned around, and flew towards the flame of return. After landing, Nangong Long released the Tyrant Dragon mode and looked at Mugung and others with some confusion, who had sad expressions. As for the policeman's admiring and respectful looks, he didn't care too much. What's wrong with you? Didn't I win? We can't let our brother find out that we already know the truth. So Mu Gung cheered up and smiled. Welcome back, brother. Others also expressed their joy. The idol must be very weak now, but he is pretending to be fine. He definitely doesn't want us to worry. Hualing tried hard to look happy. Not only did she think so, everyone present except Jean probably thought so. Nangong Long felt it was weird, but he had other things to do now, so he decided to ask them later. So he reached out and pretended to take out a stack of papers from his clothes, doing this because he didn't want to explain anything to the police. I have something to tell you. In an instant, everyone shut up and waited quietly for him to speak. You must be curious as to why Aldebaran only destroyed Monolith number 32. Kizara immediately understood his brother's intention. Brother, have you found out? Nangong Long nodded and continued. Because it can't get close to the other monoliths, it can only destroy number 32. What does this mean? One of the police officers asked with a frown. It's very simple. The purity of monolith number 32 is not enough. What? How is this possible? The police suddenly became agitated and started talking. Nangong Long clapped his hands to signal them to be quiet. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Hualing looked at him and asked, Sir, why did this happen? Nangong Long motioned Hualing to come over and handed her the information in his hand. Send it out, and you will understand after reading it. The more they looked at him, the more ferocious their faces became, and finally they became furious. It seems that you all understand that this war is not a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster. We don't have to go through all this. Damn it, screw the Tendo clan. The police officer who had just finished saying this suddenly felt something was wrong and immediately said to Mu Gung, yeah, I'm sorry, I definitely didn't. Mu Gung shook his head and said, I'm no longer a member of the Tendo clan. It doesn't matter. Seeing that Mu Gung didn't seem to be lying, the police officer who had been swearing breathed a sigh of relief. The other police officers couldn't help but start talking at this time. We fought hard in the front. It was all caused by that be asterisk, 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 D, Tendu, and Guang. I will never let him go. The crowd who had been cursing for a long time gradually calmed down. They also understood that they had no ability to punish the people of the Tiantong clan. They couldn't help but look at Nangong Long. They felt that Nangong Long should not just let them see the evidence, but should have other instructions. Idol, what do you want us to do? Just ask. I will definitely not refuse. It's over. I hope my idol didn't hear it, otherwise my ladle-like image for the past 2 days will be ruined. Seeing that Nangong Long didn't care, Hualing quietly breathed a sigh of relief. I just want you to do me a small favor. Captain, you said so. We will definitely do our best. That is... The rest of the police officers responded one after another. Spread this information. It's best if everyone knows about it. Remember to hide your identity and don't expose it. No problem. In that case, let's all disband. The police officer showed a reluctant expression, and the people standing here could be considered comrades who had shared life and death together. Don't make that expression. We'll see you at the celebration party. The atmosphere became much more relaxed after hearing Nangong Long say this. Nangong Long took the lead in leaving with Mu Gung and the others, but in the eyes of the police, he left in a hurry because he was too weak to hold on. Kigura, what's going on with you guys? Can you tell me now? Samire chuckled and couldn't help but said, These idiots thought you defeated Aldebaran by consuming your vitality. Isn't it? Mu Gung shouted. Think carefully about what Shui said. Not only Mu Gung, but everyone else was also thinking about what Shui had said before, but they still had no clue. Looking at the people who were still confused, Jean couldn't help but hold his forehead and reminded, Human, is he? Oh. Everyone showed a look of realization, but Weiji nodded thoughtfully, then looked at Nangong. You are really not human. Nangong Long spread his hands and said, Haven't you guessed it a long time ago? Miori covered her face with a fan and looked at May 10th with a smiling look. He said, I'm just not sure, but I don't care. Kizara looked at Miori angrily without saying anything. She had guessed that Miori and her brother might have already. Nangong Long rubbed Shui's little head and said with a smile, You little guy let it slip. Chui lowered her head and twirled her fingers in circles, saying awkwardly, that accidentally just... Don't worry, I don't blame you. Chui breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, are you really okay? No problem. My strength is more than enough to use Tyrant Dragon. As for the price Chui and I discussed, that's what people with insufficient strength will pay if they want to grow quickly. Mu Gong patted his chest and said, That's good. Shengju meeting room. The Holy Emperor stood up and looked at the officials who were shocked and stunned and said loudly, The third battle is over. It is our victory. The officials cheered and immersed themselves in the joy of victory. The Holy Emperor did not stop them, but sat down and waited for them to calm down. The next step is post-war recovery. Immediately count the number of casualties and various losses. Yes, the Minister of Defense and the Minister of Finance stood up and responded. How is the construction of the new megalith going? It will be done tomorrow. The Holy Sun nodded. Once completed, send it to the original monolith number 32 immediately. Clear. Dijing District 1 New Tianong Civilian Security Company. This was bought by Nangong long before. After all, the previous one was too bad. The rest of the group had already returned to their assigned guest rooms to rest. Nangong Long was sitting on the edge of the bed with a dark sphere in his hand. If you looked closely, you would find that it seemed to have countless eyes moving around. I have to add fuel to the fire. The police alone can only pass on information slowly. Let me see what the coverage limit of the monitoring magic eye is in reality. After he finished speaking, Nangong Long crushed the black sphere in his hand. As soon as the broken sphere touched the ground, it turned into a pool of liquid and spread out in all directions. At the same time, eyes opened on the black surface. If an ordinary person saw this scene, he would probably be scared to death. The monitoring magic eye is both an individual and a whole, and the information received by each eye can be shared with all eyes at the same time. Moreover, its ability is not only to monitor, but also has a certain ability to act. Closing his eyes and feeling that the coverage area had exceeded the entire Dijing district, Nan Guanlong nodded with satisfaction. Nangong Long threw a pile of information onto the ground, and in the blink of an eye he was immersed in the pitch-black ground. Throw these where there are crowds of people. A huge eye appeared on the ground. It had no mouth, but a hoarse voice came out. I obey your command. Go down. Nangong Long looked back at Chui, who was still sleeping soundly, breathed a sigh of relief, then lay down beside Chui and fell asleep. The next day, the survivors talked about it. Is this true? Is it difficult for such detailed records to be false? One of them retorted, pulling out a piece of paper with evidence of Tendo and Hikari's crimes. I always thought it was just bad luck in Deking District, but I didn't expect it to be a man-made disaster. To be greedy for even this kind of money is simply not a human being. I trusted the Tendo clan so much, but they're just a bunch of shit. No matter what, I'm going to protest. This kind of scum must be punished. Wait a minute, count me in. And me. Holy residents. The secretary rushed into the meeting room and shouted, Oh no, Lord Sheng Tianzi, Lord Kikunajo. Kikunajo frowned and said unhappily, What's the need to be so flustered? The secretary's face tensed up, and he quickly took out the evidence of Tendo and Hikari's corruption that he had obtained from his subordinates. Kikunajo took it and looked at it. His face suddenly darkened, and the veins on his hands bulged. He shouted, Nonsense! Where did you get that from? The secretary wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and replied carefully, Everyone on the street is spreading the news now. I just asked someone to collect a copy. The Holy Emperor looked at Kikunajo and said, Can you show me the information you have? Kikunajo took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Your Majesty, it is better not to look at it. At this time, someone else rushed into the meeting room with an anxious look on his face. Your Excellency, the Holy Emperor, this is bad. The people have started to protest and demand severe punishment. The official couldn't help but glance at Kikunajo and didn't dare to continue speaking. Speak clearly, the Holy Emperor said seriously. Yes, the masses demand that the Tendo clan be punished. The Holy Emperor was slightly stunned, and then asked, "Why?" The official handed the information in his hand to the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor was just like Kikunajo just now. His expression became increasingly ugly. After reading the information, the Holy Emperor stared at Kikunajo with an oppressive gaze and said word by word, "Mr. Kikunajo, is this true?" Kikunajo replied expressionlessly, 1.0 Someone must have framed my Tendo clan. The Holy Emperor sighed and threw the information to the nearby officials. Take a look at them all. To be honest, the other officials were curious for a long time about what had happened that made the two men look so unhappy. Soon the information was circulated, everyone looked gloomy, and the conference room fell silent for a while. Finally, the Minister of Defense could not help but break the silence and said, "Sir Tendu, these are all true, right? It's obviously a frame-up. But it was indeed Tendu and Hikaru who were in charge of Monolith number 32. Tendu Kikunisho said nothing. The Holy Emperor looked at the Minister of Defense. There are still remains of Monolith number 32, right? Yes. Give me the test results as quickly as possible. Clear. The Minister of Defense left the meeting room quickly. He also wanted to know whether this matter was true or not. If it was true, there would be a big earthquake in Dijing District. Kikunajo, you stay here and wait for the result together. Yes. Tiantong and Guang are now very busy. Who is it? I have already removed all traces. Why was it still found out? What should I do? Is the only way to go to other places. Tiantong and Guang really couldn't bear to abandon their efforts over the years. But if they continued like this, it was only a matter of time before the truth was discovered. Thinking of this, Tiantong and Guang immediately made up their minds. Go buy a plane ticket. I want to leave Beijing District immediately. Yes. Tiantong and Guang looked out the window with a ferocious look. Don't let me know who you are, or I will make sure you die a miserable death. Brother, where are we going? At this time, Nangong Long was driving a sports car with Mugong. I'll take you to get revenge. Tendu and Guang are about to run away. Brother, you mean? Nangong Long nodded and replied, You're right. He is one of the murderers of my uncle and aunt. Mugong's face suddenly turned grim, and he held his sword tightly with both hands. After a while, 24 took a deep breath and looked at his brother apologetically and said, I'm sorry for letting my brother see this side of me. Nangong Long freed one hand and touched Mugong's hair and said with a smile, You don't need to pretend to be yourself in front of me. I like you no matter who you are. Mugong's face immediately turned red, and he said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, I like my brother too. Shengju meeting room. The Holy Emperor looked at the returning Minister of Defense and asked, What are the test results? The purity of the stone tablet is indeed not enough. That means everything written here is true, said the Minister of Rights, pointing at the paper on the table. The Defense Minister nodded. The Holy Emperor looked at Kikunajo and said, Don't you have anything to say, Lord Kikunajo? The other officials also turned their attention to Tendo Kikunisho. I will definitely get to the bottom of this matter. If it is really done by Tendu and Guang, I will never tolerate it, Kikunisuk said expressionlessly. He must have planned to abandon Tendu and Hikaru to save the Tendu clan. The Holy Emperor nodded, and then ordered, Send someone to bring Tiantong and Guang here immediately. Yes, Tendu and Guang, who were rushing to the airport, were blocked by a sports car blocking the way in front of them. Seeing the people getting out of the car, Tendu and Guang could not help their anger and opened the car door to confront the two men. What do you want to do? If you have nothing to do, please get out of the way. I don't want you to be so idle. Nangong Long stared at him as if he were looking at a dead man and said, Where do you want to go now, Tendu and Kuji? Tiantong and Guang's pupils shrank instantly, and then a horrified expression appeared on his face, and he growled, You did it. Nangong Long shrugged and said indifferently, If you answer correctly, the reward is a direct pass to hell. You win. Tiantong and Guang shuddered suddenly. If Nangong Long really attacked, his small body would not be enough to be slapped. Whatever you want to do, even if I broke the law, it should be judged by the judicial department. Nangong Long took a step forward But Mu Gung stretched out his hand to stop him and said firmly, "Brother, I want to do it myself." Nangong Long nodded. Mu Gung smiled. "Brother is the best." Nangong Long turned to look at Tiantong and Guang. "I'll give you two choices. Either I'll kill you right here, or I'll fight you somewhere else. If you win, I'll send you away from D Kyoto." Tiantong and Guang thought quickly and replied immediately, "I choose the second one. Where's the location?" Facing Nangong Long, Tiantong and Guang knew that they would die. In this case, he would naturally choose to fight against Kisaragi. He did not think that Kisaragi would be his opponent, and if he won, he could also get Nangong Long's promise. This was the best result at the moment. We have to be careful and try to avoid hurting that girl, otherwise Nangong Long may get angry with us, Tiantong and Guang thought as they followed Nangong Long into a remote alley with her secretary. Seeing that there were no people around, Nangong Long stopped and said, "Here it is." Afterwards, Nangong Long and his secretary stood aside and watched the two people confronting each other in front of them. "I hope you can keep your promise." Certainly. After getting the answer he wanted, Tindu and Guang held the specially made spear in their hands and stared closely at Kizara in front of them. Seeing Mu Gung making a move that he had never seen before, Wei Tong and Guang couldn't help but ask, "What's your attitude?" Mu Gung replied coldly, "I created this to bury the Tendo clan." Tindu and Guang were furious. "You actually changed the moves taught by your master without permission, trapped in the painting? Brother, let's start." Kizara no longer wanted to listen to Tindu and Hikari anymore. She just wanted revenge. Nangong Long raised his hand and waved it down violently. "Start." Tendo Hagwang decided to take the initiative and swung his spear at Kizara, but Kizara deflected the spear with his knife. Hagwang took a step back and was about to continue attacking, but suddenly fell to the ground. He couldn't help but look puzzled as to what had happened. Type 0 number 3, Asafoetida double-headed sword. Pa. Nangong Long clapped his hands and looked at Mu Gung and smiled. "My sister is really a genius." The secretary's eyes widened, totally unaware of what had just happened. Mu Gung is quite shy. "Brother, you just know how to make fun of me." Tiantong Hagwang, who fell to the ground, screamed in pain. He just saw that his legs were chopped off. "What's going on?" Tendo Kazuhiko, enduring the pain, looked up at Kizara and asked. Mu Gung did not answer, but continued to swing his sword at him. "Don't want." "Not dead." This was Tiantong and Guang's first reaction, and the bleeding had stopped. Kigen seemed to remember something at this time, and turned to look at Nangong Long. "Brother, do you know the other people who killed my parents?" Oh. Kizara turned his attention back to Kazumitsu. "If that's the case, then you're useless." Tiantong and Guang quickly reached out to stop Mu Gung and said miserably, "Wait a minute, Gung. After all, we are half-siblings." Mu was even more furious. "Shut up. I only have one brother, and you're just a scumbag who killed your own father." "I'm a scumbag. I am trash, but I have no choice. Please let me go." Kizara rolled his eyes and came up with a bad idea. 77. Mu Gung put away his sword and said, "Brother, let's go." Nangong Long and Mu Gung walked away slowly. Tindu and Guang shouted behind him, Thank you. You were willing to let me go." Type 01, spiral/flower, blooming, revenge is mine. There was a burst of sound behind him, followed by the secretary's miserable scream. Mu Gung smiled brightly, looked at Nangong Long, and said, "Brother, how do you think he would feel when he died? You thought I would let him go? How is that possible?" Nangong Long pinched Mu Gung's delicate nose and smiled. "Sister, your heart has turned evil." Mu Gung slapped Nangong Long's mischievous hand away and said coquettishly, "I learned this from my brother." The two of them left, talking and laughing, and neither of them paid attention to the shouts behind them. Kigen got in the car and said shyly with a ruddy face, "Brother, let's go to the hotel." Nangong Long looked at Mu Gung and said jokingly, "What do you want to do?" Mu Gung entangled his hands together and lowered his head and said, "You obviously know it." "Oh, you know what?" Mu Gung turned his face towards the car window and said, "Humph, if you keep doing this, people will ignore you." Seeing Kisaragi Nangong Long like this, I couldn't help but want to tease him. Where do you want to go? You decide. I will listen to my brother. Shengju meeting room. After listening to the call, the Minister of Defense reported to the Holy Emperor. When the police arrived, Tian Tong and Guang were no longer in the office. Through investigation, Tian Tong and Guang had already bought the fastest flight ticket out of Kyoto. So it's true that Tendo and Hikaru were corrupt. It must be true. He is absconding because of his crime. The Holy Emperor said calmly. Follow-up report. The Minister of Defense looked strange and continued. Tendo and Hikaru were stopped by Lord Nangong Long and Tendo Mugen on their way to the airport. After that, the two of them said something to each other and then went into a remote alley. Kikunisuk listened expressionlessly, but in fact he was already burning with anger. It was you who did it, Long. The Holy Emperor looked puzzled and motioned to the Minister of Defense to continue. After more than 10 minutes, Lord Nangong Long took Tintong Mugung away, while Tintong and Guang never came out again. People passing by heard screams coming from the alley and immediately called the police. The police immediately cordoned off the scene upon arrival. It has been confirmed that Tendo Kazumitsu was tragically killed. His secretary is mentally ill and cannot yet describe the specific course of events. After hearing everything, Tian Tong, Ju, Ji, Chung looked at the Holy Emperor and said seriously, "Please arrest Nangong Long immediately. Even if Tian Tong and Guang are guilty, it is not his turn to lynch them." The Holy Emperor was embarrassed. She didn't want to arrest Nangong Long. Just as she was thinking about how to turn the matter around, the Minister of Defense glared at Kikunisuk and suppressed his anger and said, "I'm afraid that's impossible." According to the report from the personnel at the scene, they found a book of justice at the scene, which stated that both parties were willing to duel, regardless of life or death. The two people dueling were Tendo Kazuhiko and Tendo Kizara. "You really won't leave any evidence, Long? I'm the one who got you this time." Kikunajo sighed in his heart. The Holy Emperor breathed a sigh of relief. "In that case, don't bother Mr. Long, verify the crimes of Tiantong and Guang as soon as possible and give an explanation to the people of Dijing District." "Yes." The Holy Emperor turned to look at Kikunajo and said seriously, "Don't get involved in this matter." Kikunisuk nodded to show that he understood. He was having a terrible headache right now. Once the matter between Tendu and Ikari was confirmed, the prestige of the Tendu clan would certainly be greatly damaged. He had to quickly find a way to clear this matter up and minimize the harm. The most luxurious hotel in Dijing District. After making love, Mugung felt tired and lay in Nangong Long's arms, not wanting to move at all. Mu said in a lower voice, "Brother, you had so many opportunities before. Why didn't you want me? I almost thought you didn't like me anymore." Nangong Long pinched Mugung's smooth face and said, "How can I not like you? I didn't touch you before because I couldn't bear to do it." Kigen raised her head and looked at her brother in confusion. She had thought of many possible answers beforehand, but this was the only one that didn't occur to her. Reluctant, "Your previous body was not suitable for excessive emotional fluctuations and heavy physical exertion." Mugung immediately understood what Nangong Long meant, and he rested his head on his chest, holding back tears of happiness, and said loudly, "I love you. I love you too. It's a good thing that we are not biological siblings." Mu whispered softly and fell into a deep sleep. Kigen finally woke up slowly in the evening. "Brother, hold me and take a bath, then we can go back." "Good." Shintendo, Civilian Security Company. The three Lolita girls looked at Nangong Long and the other man suspiciously. It was too suspicious that Long was actually supporting Mu Gong the whole time. Mu was even more embarrassed, but he still tried to act as if nothing had happened. "What are you looking at? What's so good about it? This is so suspicious. What did you and your brother do when you went out?" Tina asked. Xia Shi had an expression that said, "I see through everything," while Chui continued to stare at Kizara. Nangong Long looked at the three Lolita girls and said, "Let's go out and settle a personal vendetta. More than that, you and Sister Kigen should have done it," Xiaoshi said slowly. Kizara's face suddenly turned red all the way to his neck. Xiaoshi saw Kizara's reaction and nodded. "It seems to be correct." Tina opened her mouth wide. Do, is that what you mean? Xiashi shrugged and replied. Who else could it be? Even so, I won't give up, Chui suddenly shouted. Tina, who had come to her senses, also shouted. Zhao, will never give up on my brother. Xiashi sighed and said, You don't understand the essence of this problem. What we need to do now is to work hard to grow up, otherwise the dragon will not touch us. But it will take a long time to grow up, Tina and Chui said in unison. Nangong Long looked at Xiashi and smiled. You know a lot. TSK, after all, my IQ is over 200. Kizara suddenly spoke up at this time. When you grow up, I might have given birth to a baby. As he said this, he also made the gesture of stroking his belly. The three Lolita glared at each other immediately. Finally, Nangong Long picked up Mugung and took him back to his room to rest, thus avoiding the war. A day later, the foundation of the new monolith was completed, and the rest was completed in the next few days. After seeing with his own eyes the place where Nangong Long had fought, the defense minister's respect for him reached an unprecedented level. Not only was the entire 40th district in ruins, but the traces left by the last magic cannon were endless. 2 days later, the statistics of casualties and losses of the third battle were completed. The army was almost wiped out. The number of police officers officially registered in DxD District has lost 27%. 19% of the people are missing, and they are said to be Zhuzong, but in fact everyone knows that those people are already dead. Almost all armed fighter jets were scrapped. 3 days later, all of Tendo Huguang's crimes were confirmed, and his trial was immediately announced as an explanation to the public. Soon after, someone from the Tendo clan came out to clarify the matter, immediately disassociating themselves from the matter and claiming that it was all done by Tendo and Hikari alone, and that the Tendo clan was completely unaware of it. The people did not buy it at all, and there were even calls for Tendo Kikunisho to step down. In fact, it was not just Tianong and Guang who were executed this time. Even the 530 senior officials who accepted his bribes were basically sentenced to death. As for the evidence, it was of course provided by Nangong Long, but the matter was not made public. After all, making it all public would easily shake the public's trust. For days later, the battle footage of Nangong Long was released, and people only then understood the reason for the sudden sense of oppression that appeared a few days ago. Seeing Nangong Long's destructive moves, the people were shocked at first and then ecstatic. With such a strong fighting force in DxD District, there would be no danger that they could not overcome. However, it wasn't long before a discordant voice was heard, questioning why Nangong Long had such ability and why he didn't end the war earlier. The media also began to report it extensively. Nangong Long didn't need to guess who was the mastermind behind the scenes. No one except Tendo Kikunisho would deliberately target him. The police officers who had fought with Nangong Long tried desperately to explain the reasons, but to little avail. The Holy Emperor held an emergency press conference to clarify the matter, explaining to the outside world that Nangong Long's Sef ability could not be used casually and required prior preparation, and the cost was also very heavy. When a reporter asked what the price was, the Holy Emperor showed an extremely sad expression and replied that it was a reduction in lifespan. Apart from letting the Gastrula creatures break into the city, Nangong Long has already confessed everything else to the Holy Emperor, so the Holy Emperor knows the truth. But she still did it. No matter what, she didn't want the relationship between Nangong Long and DxD District to become bad. As soon as the news came out, the voices of doubt almost disappeared. Although there are still a few people refuting it, it no longer affects the general trend. Tendu Kikunisuk's plan failed, and people's attention returned to the Tendu clan. In order to restore the image of the Tendu clan among the people, Kikunisuk is trying his best, but the effect is not good. Nangong Long did not continue to cause trouble for him. The best thing was to slowly disgust him to death. Upon learning that DxD District had survived the mass extinction, other regions were shocked to the point of finding it hard to believe. After all, no region had ever succeeded before. How could DxD District have withstood it for so long? Over time, Various regions used their own methods to successfully obtain the most authentic intelligence. What was surprising was that DxD District actually released the information on its own. However, leaders of various regions immediately realized the purpose of DxD District's doing so. It was a warning to them not to have any bad ideas. Knowing that DxD District was fine, those who had left before also returned one after another. Among them were some policemen who fled without a fight. Nangong Long directly asked his adjutant to deal with these policemen, and as for the initiators, he asked them to take them back to Xinqing. Holy residents. Nangong Long looked at the Holy Emperor, who was making strange movements with some amusement. The Holy Emperor blushed and rolled his eyes at him. What's so funny? The Holy Emperor put 2 pillows under his waist. What are you doing? The Holy Son turned his head and whispered, I heard that it's easier to get pregnant this way. Then the Holy Emperor stroked his fair belly and said dejectedly, I've done it many times, but why is there no movement at all? Nangong Long took away the pillow that was in the way and held her in his arms. This is not your problem. You know I am not human, so your chances of getting pregnant are very low. The Holy Emperor stared at him with his lovely big eyes and stammered, Really? The Holy Emperor lowered his head and pondered, then said with a firm face, Then let's work hard to increase the number of times. Nangong Long put his finger on Saint Emperor's forehead and said with a smile, Before that, please tell me what's on your mind. The Holy Emperor was slightly stunned and then slowly said, I thought I hid it well, but you still found it out. Tell me about it. The re-recruited soldiers won't be able to form combat effectiveness in a short period of time, but with you here, it won't be a big problem. But it will take a long time to build new fighter jets, and the materials are not sufficient, which makes it difficult to deal with. Nangong Long stroked his chin and thought, It's not a big problem. When I was traveling around, I encountered many extinction-stricken areas and collected a lot of materials. Oh, and I also have gold. I'll give it to you. The Holy Emperor cried out in surprise. The problem has been solved perfectly. Let's continue what we were doing. After solving the problem in DxD District, Nangong Long once again embarked on the journey to find Lolita, and his next stop was M District. Not only did he have to collect Lolita, but he also had to find that scumbag Ayn Rand. Nangong Long's current IP ranking is 5th. M area. This is the last area of the country. If Ayn Rand has not been found yet, it means that he is left here or is hiding in an unknown area, but he probably doesn't have the courage to do that. The Lolita in this area have been sent back to Lolita City. Now Nangong Long and Tina are staying in the hotel waiting for news. Lolita City was the final result of everyone's vote. There were also City of Hope, City of Dawn, and Paradise City. I don't know which Lolita came up with the idea of calling it Lolita City, but it immediately became popular. In fact, there is a better option, which is my brother's harem of Lolita, but it was rejected by Nangong Longren. A black shadow began to emerge from the ground, and a humanoid creature with only one big eye on its face stood in front of Nangong Long. Sir, we have found Ayn Rand's location. Tina, let's go. Tina was not surprised by this situation, as she had seen it several times before. Soon, Nangong Long brought Tina to a dilapidated building area in the outer area. At least that was what it looked like on the surface. This old man is really good at hiding. Sir, this is right above the laboratory. Nangong Long didn't think of entering through the entrance. That would be too troublesome, so it would be better to just smash in. Have you figured out everything inside? Hello. Very good. Kill them all except Loli. I will do it myself, Ayn Rand. I will do it right away. In an instant, the monitoring magic eyes collectively received the order and began to act. The collective consciousness of the monitoring magic eyes easily allowed them to complete the assassination task, and then they transferred the Lolis away. Boom, boom, boom. Nangong Long punched the ground directly, penetrating the entire underground facility. Under his deliberate control, the force did not leak out, so the ground did not collapse. Nangong Long picked up Tina and jumped out of the entrance. The digging was really deep. Tina pulled at his clothes with a hint of pleading in her tone. Brother, can you let my sisters go? Nangong Long stretched out his hand and placed it on Tina's little head, rubbing it a few times with a little force. I didn't intend to kill them. My goal was to take them all away. Tina smiled when she heard this, but then she rolled her eyes and snorted coldly. It's my fault for forgetting that my brother is a perverted Lullicon. Is this considered Sundara? Nangong Long shrugged and smiled indifferently. Central Laboratory, Ayn Rand angrily shouted. What was that noise just now? Check it out for me immediately. Nangong Long kicked the high-tech-looking door open and walked in. Ayn Rand's pupils shrank instantly. Tina, long time no see, Professor, Tina said coldly. Ayn Rand took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. If she lost her composure, she would be finished. Your Excellency must be Mr. Nangong Long. If you have any last words, please say them quickly. Hearing Nangong Long's arrogant words, Ayn Rand was extremely angry, but she still put on a smiling face on the surface. I admit that you are strong, but even if you want to walk out of this laboratory intact, it is impossible. There's no mortal hatred between you and me, right? Why don't you come to my side? Wealth, power, women, whatever you want I can give you. Although the others didn't know who the intruder was, they didn't dare to say much when they saw the professor's look. Nangong Long touched his chin and pretended to be surprised and asked, Am I so popular now? Ayn Rand felt that the other party was already a little moved, and the fact that he did not take action immediately was the best proof. So she immediately complimented him. Mr. Long is a very popular figure now. Not only did he annihilate 2 Zodiacs, but he also successfully helped DxD District survive the Aldebaran mass extinction event. Which regional leader would not want to recruit you? They just have no way to contact you. I think leaders of various countries must be racking their brains to find ways to contact you now. In order to completely impress the other party, Ayn Rand decided to add fuel to the fire. According to the intelligence he had, Nangong Long was very fond of beautiful women. There were even rumors that Nan Long helped DxD District because of the beauty of the Saint Emperor. As long as you agree, I promise to send different beauties to your room every day. Tina yelled, Brother, I won't agree to that. Then, he looked at Nangong Long angrily and said, Isn't that right, Sheng? Ayn Rand's eyes lit up, and he pointed at Tina and said, If you like this kind of thing, it's even easier. You can have as much as you want. That's all. Nangong Long said expressionlessly. Ayn Rand's heart suddenly tightened. She was in trouble. Rita takes action. Despite persuading Nangong Long, Ayn Rand still prepared another way out. Fight. Request flowers 0. Nangong Long spread out his palms, and all the bullets fell to the ground. To others, his hands did not move at all. He just opened his palms when the gunshot rang out. In fact, Nangong Long's speed was too fast and exceeded the limit of their vision. Sister, stop it. Sister is a traitor. The professor's orders are absolute, Rita said coldly. 4 more figures appeared behind Rita and stood in front of Ayn Rand. Although all his masterpieces were present, Ayn Rand still had no confidence that he could defeat Nangong Long. So he took out a red button from his pocket and said to the hateful man in front of him with a ferocious look, As soon as I press the button, this lab will explode and we're all done for. Then you press it. Don't force me. At worst we will both die and the net will be broken. Why haven't they come yet? What went wrong? Ayn Rand didn't want to die. He was just delaying time and waiting for the arrival of the army. Although Nangong Long could not be killed, his chances of escaping successfully would increase with more people. Unfortunately, Yulong had already seen through his heart. Don't even think about providing support, old man. There is no one alive in this facility except you, and all communications have been destroyed. What? Ayn Rand cried out. I'll send you on your way. Have a good experience. Ling Chi, a 7th-tier phantom magic. Once activated, the enemy will feel the pain of being cut into pieces, but will appear uninjured. No, stop it. Ayn Rand suddenly fell to the ground and screamed loudly, and finally died with a look of fear in her eyes. Professor, the 5 Lolita girls shouted, but there was no sadness in their voices. Seeing the sisters standing there in a daze, Tina walked up to them. Come with your sister. Your brother is a very kind person. You will experience a happiness you have never experienced before. The Lolas nodded mechanically. They didn't know what to do. Nangong Long teleported them back to the ground. The individuals separated from the monitoring. I have already brought out the other experimental subjects in the facility. You can see that the Lolas are a little scared and a little overwhelmed, but they will get better slowly. Nangong Long took them away and gave them a meteorite as a reward before leaving. The experimenters in the central laboratory were just feeling lucky to be alive, but they were crushed to death in the blink of an eye. The only thing to be thankful for was that they died without any pain. It is better to destroy this kind of facility. The shock caused by the meteorite's fall almost destroyed the Stonehenge, but fortunately the local top leaders responded quickly and avoided the crisis of mass extinction. The only reason they survived was that Nangong Long didn't intend to destroy them. Otherwise, he could have just summoned a bigger meteorite. The high-ranking officials were sweating profusely. There was no sign before the meteorite appeared, and all the instruments did not react. It seemed to appear out of thin air, and it happened to hit the top of the secret laboratory. It was obvious that the smartest brain in the M area was dead. A month later, Nangong Long had brought all the Lolita who were stranded outside back to Lolita City. So his next plan was to rob ISO. The reason why we didn't do that before was because we didn't want to alert the enemy. As long as the entire 793 city area is not wiped out, someone will pass the news to other ISO branches, which may hinder the collection of Loli. It's nothing for now. When ISO doesn't have enough starters after a while, the leaders of each region will panic, but that will not be Nangong Long's business. But before doing this, he had to solve another problem first. Tendo Civilian Security Company. Kizaru wanted to say something, but didn't know how to tell his brother about that. Mugung shouted and lowered his head, twirling his fingers and not daring to look at Nangong Long. Seeing Mu, who was usually full of vigor, looking like a child who had done something wrong and wanted to say something but didn't dare to, Nangong Long couldn't help but laugh. Just tell me what's going on. Can I still eat you? Mugung seemed to be deflated. I know, but I'll make it clear that you're not allowed to get angry. After hearing what Mugung said, Nangong Long probably guessed what it was about. Good. Mugung took a deep breath and said slowly, Mr. Ziyuan introduced me to a person and asked me to go on a blind date. Since Mr. Ziyuan took good care of me, I couldn't refuse directly. Afraid that his brother might misunderstand him, Mugung quickened his speaking speed. I'm going to pretend to think about it, and then reject him right away. After saying this, Mugung looked at his brother cautiously. Ziyuan Shinny didn't know about the close relationship between Mugung and Nangong Long, and just thought they were ordinary sworn siblings. After all, only a few acquaintances knew about their relationship, and no one went out of their way to publicize it. Ziyuan Shinny was once the steward of the Tiantong clan, and is now the owner of a holmium metal mine. Seeing Nangong Long's expressionless face, Mugung's face turned pale, and he hurriedly took out his cell phone. Brother, don't be angry. I'll call him and reject him right now. Nangong Long stretched out his hand to stop her from making the call, shook his head, and said, I'm not angry. I know exactly how you feel about me. I was just thinking about what I should do. Mugung breathed a sigh of relief, and the color on his face gradually returned, but then he looked at his brother in confusion. What does my brother want to do? Nangong Long smiled and said, Tell that old man you're going on a blind date. And Kizaru screamed, Why? Isn't my brother? Seeing that Kizaru was getting more and more sad, Nanjilong pushed her hair and said unhappily, What are you thinking about? I just want to show my love to others, but that's not allowed. Mugung regained his spirit and stared at him angrily and said, It's my fault that I didn't explain clearly. I thought, you didn't want me anymore. The more Mugung spoke, the quieter his voice became. Silly, even if you want to run, I won't let you go. Mu even murmured, I won't leave. I will depend on you forever. Then, leaning on Nangong Long's shoulder, he said, Brother, it's not nice to play tricks on someone in front of them. He is the one being teased. Do you think that old man has changed his mind? Mugung frowned. Brother, why do you say that? Nangong Long pinched Mugung's nose and said with a smile, Why are you angry? Don't think I'm targeting him. That old man is actually the highest leader of the underground organization Wuxianghui in Kyoto. He introduced you to a blind date just to win you over to assassinate Tendu Kikunisuk. This way, the biggest obstacle for him to become the highest leader of Kyoto will disappear. Mugung was so surprised that he covered his mouth for a long time before he asked, "What is Wuxiang?" Mugung had no doubts about Nangong Long's nonsense. She had absolute trust in her brother. This is a long story. Nangong Long and Mugung talked about the New World Creation Plan and the Black Swan Plan, and the more Mugung listened, the more frightened he became. "Brother, is that possible?" The New World Project is progressing step by step, but it has not yet reached the stage where everything except the brain is replaced with machinery. The entrance to the Black Swan Project's laboratory is near the number 13 stone tablet in Dijing District. The recent increase in protozoan invasions is due to this reason. Mu was even more surprised. "That's terrible. We need to stop them immediately on 2.7. Nangong Long originally planned to see the finished product of the holmium-resistant gastrula before destroying the Wuxiang Association's base in Dijing District. As for the bases in other areas, Nangong Long did not intend to care about them and let them die on their own. If you still want to rule the world by controlling the protogastric organisms, you will probably be playing with fire and getting burned. However, since they're walking into the trap themselves, there is no need to keep them." Nangong Long pinched Mugung's face and said with a smile, "Okay, since my cute little sister said so, of course I have to send them on their way." Mu is even more shy. He has done everything he should do, but he is not so easily shy. Lowly City, Nangong Long's home. Dressed in a kimono, Kizara turned around in front of her brother and looked at him expectantly. "Does it look good?" Nangong Long nodded, but immediately pretended to be very sad. "Hey, you've never dressed up for me before. I didn't expect that this blind date." Before he finished speaking, Kuingung quickly hugged his arm and explained, "I dressed up just for my brother. It's none of other people's business." Mugung blushed and continued, "And didn't my brother say we should show our affection? I think it would be better if we dress up nicely." Seeing his brother suddenly laugh, Mugung knew he was deceived again, so he pouted and said angrily, "Brother, you bullied me again." Nangong Long hugged Mugung and kissed him. Mugung looked at him with warm eyes and said, "Come on, it's almost time for our meeting." Nangong Long 24 hugged him tighter and said with a wicked smile, "Let them wait." 2 hours later, Mugung looked at his brother with resentment. "Brother, look at how you can wear this," Mugung said, pointing at the kimono that had become wrinkled and a little damaged. Nangong Long's skin was as thick as a city wall, so he naturally didn't feel embarrassed at all. "I can't help myself." Kigen was very happy in his heart, but on the surface he still rolled his eyes at Nangong Long. "I can only change one piece. I need to take a shower." The 9 Lolita group went out to school and were not at home, otherwise Nangong Long would not be so unscrupulous. Fine dining. Etsuro Kama was getting a little impatient waiting, and looked at Zai Wangxian and asked with anger, "What's going on? Why haven't you come yet?" The other party's status was much higher than his, so he didn't dare to get angry. Zai Wangxian didn't show any dissatisfaction from the long wait, and replied calmly, "Why are you in such a hurry? Be patient. Mugung might be delayed by something." The cabinet also said, "Control your emotions and don't let others see it. You have also seen the photos of Tiantong and Guang's death. You should understand the value of that girl." Etsuro calmed himself down and replied, "I understand, father." Zai Wangxian took a sip of tea and continued, "This matter is very important. It is not only an opportunity to win over Tendo Mugen, but also an opportunity to recruit Nangong Long." Etsuro said with a look of resentment and jealousy, "Is that possible? I heard that the Holy Emperor has a close relationship with that man. How do you know if it's not possible if you don't try? As long as I can successfully ascend to the highest position in D Kingdom, I will give him the Holy Sun. I'm sure he will be tempted. After all, he probably can't get the Holy Sun now." Kikunisuk is very opposed to this. The Holy Emperor is rather shy, so he acts very indifferent when outsiders are present. However, his unintentional display of affection lets others know that the two have a good relationship. However, they don't know that the Holy Emperor has privately given himself entirely to Nangong Long. Therefore, Xiwang Zianyi would have such a saying. Etsuro clenched his fists tightly, wondering why that man could be favored by the Emperor. Put away your anger and resentment. I don't need to say anything more about what will happen to you if you mess up this. Etsuro was startled and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly assured, there will be absolutely no problem. I will definitely catch up with Tendo Mugen. Gui Jianzheng also guaranteed that his son would definitely complete the task assigned by the organization, but he knew that the only way to fail in the cruel organization was death. After dressing up again, Kizara held her brother's arm and walked into the private room. Because of what happened before, Mu Gung's face had a rosy complexion, which added to his charm. Mu Gung said rather embarrassedly, "Sorry, something delayed me." Etsuro stood up and said politely with a smile, "It's okay, wait a minute, please ask the witch." Although I felt that the relationship between Kigen and Nangong Long was a little too close, I didn't think too much about it, and just regarded it as a close relationship between siblings. Nangong Long and Mu Gung sat opposite them, next to the old man Ziyuan. "Long time no see, Long," Ziyuan greeted with a smile. "You're not dead yet, old man." Ziyuan's expression froze, but he quickly concealed it and said with a smile, "Long, you really like to joke around." Nangong Long smiled meaningfully and ignored him. He looked at Etsuro in the counter opposite him and said, "You want to marry Kizara?" "Yes, nice to meet you. I'm Mr. Long, Etsuro." Etsuro hid his jealousy and looked at Nangong with sincerity. Nangong Long turned his head and looked at Ziyuan Xianyi and said sarcastically, "This product isn't that great. How dare you introduce it to me?" Ziyuan looked embarrassed. He didn't expect Nangong Long to be so disrespectful to him. Etsuro was so angry that he was about to start cursing, but was held back by his father. The cabinet said seriously, "Even Mr. Long can't make such a hasty evaluation of a person. How about listening to my son's self-introduction before making a decision?" Nangong Long gestured to start your performance. After that, Etsuro Kakuma proudly recounted his awesome life resume, and even glanced at Kizara on purpose. Unfortunately, Kizara ignored him and was completely focused on his brother. The cabinet said proudly, "What do you think, Mr. Long? Is he worthy of your sister?" Nangong Long showed a very annoying expression and said, "You seem to have missed something. You were all ready to escape on a private jet during the Aldebaran incident and the earlier Scorpio incident. Why didn't you include that in the introduction? It's not good to hide the truth." The pupils of the father and son in the counter shrank instantly. How could he know this? It was obviously impossible for him to leak it. However, at this time, they could only deny it. The cabinet said angrily, "Where did you hear such a rumor, Mr. Long?" Nangong Long smiled playfully. "Rumors? I don't think so." The man in the cabinet was changing the subject and looked at Nangong Long seriously and said, "Mr. Long, don't you want to marry my sister and deliberately find excuses to make things difficult for us?" Ziyuan Xianyi also chimed in. "Long, it's not good to frame others for personal reasons. Even if you don't want to marry your sister, you don't have to make such an excuse. And Mu Gung has to make the decision on the blind date himself. Is it really okay for you to be so arbitrary?" Mr. Ziyuan is right. Then Etsuro looked at Kizara with mysterious confidence and asked, "I wonder what Ms. Kizara thinks." Nangong Long, "I can't kill you, but playing with your sister is a way to vent my anger. I always listen to my brother." Etsuro and the other two's expressions changed, and Ziyuan hurriedly said, "It's better for Kizara to make your own decision on matters like this. I think Etsuro is a good person. You can consider it." Nangong Long was about to overturn the table, but Mu Gung angrily interrupted Ziyuan's words and said loudly with a ruddy face, "I'm already my brother's woman, and I will only belong to him for the rest of my life." After saying this, she leaned into Nangong Long's arms, and her meaning was very clear. Nangong Long was a little surprised. He knew how shy Mu Gung was usually, but he didn't expect her to be so bold this time, almost shouting it out. However, he immediately hugged Mugung and said he couldn't hurt her feelings no matter what. Zi Yuan and the other two were stunned. They had just felt that the two were too close and deliberately didn't think about it that way. But it was obvious that things were developing in the worst direction. Zi Yuan said angrily, "You are siblings. Aren't you afraid of bringing shame to the Tendo clan by doing such a thing? We are not relatives. Even if we are, so what? I will not be here if I am more willing." Hearing his brother's words, Mugung's heart was filled with sweetness, and he leaned obediently on Nangong Long's shoulder. Does the Tiantong clan still have the face to lose now? What's more, we're no longer Tiantong people, Nangong Long said disdainfully. Due to the incident between Tendo and Hikari, the Tendo clan has not yet restored its image. Itsuro Kakuma was furious and said, "If that's the case, why did you agree to the blind date?" "Long, even if it's you, you have to give me an explanation," Ziyuan said. "Huh, why? Of course it's you guys. I'm very happy." The father and son in the counter were so angry that they couldn't speak. Nangong Long was so arrogant that he treated them like monkeys. Instead, Shigaki looked at Kizara expressionlessly and asked, "This is how you treat your benefactor?" Mugung looked at him angrily and said nothing. After all, Zi Yuan had indeed helped her a lot before, although it was for a purpose, but Mugung still didn't want to scold him. "You are so shameless, old man." "No, you are shameless at all. What did you say?" Zi Yuan squeezed the teacup in her hand so hard that it made a creaking sound and was about to break. "What are you up to? Do you think I don't know?" Nangong Long stood up, still holding Mugung, looking down at them with a wicked smile. "Is Black Swan fun?" Ziyuan and the other two looked at him in disbelief, wondering if he had been exposed. Taking a deep breath, Zi Yuan asked, "I don't understand what you mean." Nangong Long ignored him and walked out with Mugung in his arms. He lowered his head and looked at Mugung with a sly smile. "Let's go back and continue. I want to savor it carefully." Mugung screamed, then said shyly, "Pay attention to the time. Tina and the others will be back soon." Itsuro Kama gritted his teeth as he watched the two people showing their affection without paying attention to everyone. "I didn't expect it to be like this. I miscalculated due to insufficient information," Zi Yuan said with a grim expression. The cabinet man didn't answer, so it was better not to say anything at this time. As for Itsuro, he was already deeply jealous of Nangong Long. Zi Yuan didn't care about the two and continued. "The situation is very bad right now. Nangong Long should have known about the Black Swan plan, but he probably has no evidence or knows very little. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tested us just now." "Do we need to send someone to kill him?" Itsuro asked. He personally really hoped that Ziyuan would nod in agreement. Ziyuan frowned. "Do you think it's possible to kill him?" Itsuro couldn't wait to say, "Of course we can. We just need to kill him before he uses his ability. Swordtail and Darkstalker both have this ability." "Okay then, let's do as you say. It will be dangerous if we let him continue investigating," Ziyuan nodded. "Even if you die, Nangong Long, Tiantong Mugung will still be mine. It's a pity that I can't play with her in front of you. Of course, the Holy Emperor that you didn't get will also be mine soon," said Itsuro Kuma with a vicious look. Ziyuan did not expose his thoughts, but said, "How's the previous matter going?" Itsuro's face suddenly tensed, and he replied nervously, "The person has been found, but the memory card has not been found yet. However, I have sent someone to check it out, and I believe there will be results soon." Ziyuan said calmly, "You know the consequences of failure." "Clear. Nangong Long's home." "Now I know. To be exact, for little Lolas were staring at Kizara, who was wearing a kimono, and the other 5 didn't care much." "Kizara's sister has become more troublesome," Xiashur said with a sigh. "While we were away, she dressed herself up to attract her brother," Tina said with a pout. Midori's cat ears moved around as she stared at Kizara's chest and asked, "I want to know how I can become as big as you." Kizara covered his chest and said loudly, "How would I know about this?" Mibu Asaka looked at Nangong Long seriously and said, "Master, exercise moderation. In the first battle, Aldebaran suffered heavy losses, and many policemen began to complain about the command of our chief. At that time, Nangong Long spoke up for our chief, and the discussion did not escalate further. Therefore, Cao Xiao was very grateful to him and took the initiative to find Nangong Long to express her help. After the Aldebaran incident, Nangong Long did not let her go and took her home directly. Tina's 5 sisters sat nearby, looking at the situation with a fierce look on their faces. Nangong Long knocked on their heads one by one. Even those who were watching were not spared. "Brother, what are you doing?" "Ah." Choi made a cute sound. Xiaoshi looked at him very calmly. Each lowly reacts differently. You are still children. Don't think about these things all the time. How can I not think about it? If I don't work hard, I will have no place. Nangong Long smiled and decided to change the subject. Let's go eat. It is summer vacation now, so Kizara and others will spend most of their time at the Tendo Civilian Security Company to take on mission assignments. The Shintendo Civilian Security Company is a 5-story building with a lobby on the first floor and the office on the second floor. Satomi and Aramaki live on the 3rd floor. Hualing lives on the 4th floor, and Nangong Long and his friends live on the 5th floor. There are many rooms on each floor, so there is no problem of insufficient rooms. The cleaning work of the company is done by 10 ordinary maids, who also live on the 4th floor. After the Aldebaran incident, Akihabara and Karen also joined the Tendo Civilian Security Company. Satomi and Akira were practicing boxing in the dojo on the 2nd floor. Hualing was watching anime with the lowly group in the screening room, and Nangong Long, Kisaragi, and Miori were playing cards in the office. A bomb, I win again. Nangong Long threw away the last card in his hand and looked at the two of them with a smile. Mu Gung stared at the cards in his hand in frustration. Why did I lose again? Weiji looked at Nangong Long with a half-smile. You really didn't cheat. Otherwise, why didn't we win once? Kizara looked up at his brother suspiciously. Nangong Long shrugged and looked at the two of them with amusement. It would be strange if you two could beat me, if you two fought each other to the death every time. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Kizara and Miori immediately started playing the staring game with their faces pressed together. There was a knock on the door. Kizara sat back in his seat immediately, and Miori also sat back gracefully. Seeing that the two had returned to normal, Nangong Long said, Come in. The maid came in with a little girl. Sir, this little girl wants to see you for something. I understand. You can leave now. The maid bowed respectfully and left the room. Nangong Long pointed to the sofa opposite and motioned the little girl to sit down. Kisaragi and Miori sat on the sofas on both sides of him, and Tanaka sat at the table. The little girl who sat down looked at Nangong Long and began to introduce herself. My name is Han Lahuakui. What a savior of D Beijing district. He was lurking in front of me, but he still didn't notice me. The sword-tail fish who had just followed Hua Chue in thought proudly. Although he thought so, Swordtail Fish still carefully took out his gun and aimed at Nangong Long in an effort to kill him with one shot. Just as he was about to shoot, Nangong Long snapped his fingers and black tentacles suddenly appeared on the ground and wrapped around him. The lack of intelligence on Swordtail Fish is the reason for your failure. But if you had enough information, I believe you wouldn't come here to die. What? The Swordtail Fish couldn't help but shout out. Kizara and Miori looked at the black tentacles with some curiosity, as if they had grabbed something, while Karada stood up and looked at the unreasonable scene in front of him with caution. Brother, where is he? Why can't I see him? Swordtail Fish, do you want me to tear you apart, or do you want to show up yourself? Hearing Nangong Long's words, the Swordtail Fish couldn't help but feel cold all over. Even if he was torn to pieces, he would die. If he didn't want to die, he could only honestly dismantle his device. Miori looked at Nangong Long with an inquiring look. How did he do that? The next step of the new human plan, the New World Plan. He is one of the experimental subjects. His ability is Mario Jet, which can refract light at will to achieve invisibility. You really have a good ability, but it's a pity that I met you. Wei Zong said with a sense of gloating. Swordtail's pupils shrank. The other party actually knew his abilities so well. Could it be that there was a traitor in the organization? Nangong Long looked at Hua Chue, who was always on guard, and said with a smile, Don't be so nervous. I won't do anything to you. I'm very friendly. Huachue thought for a moment and then relaxed her body. The other party was not targeting her. Swordtail Fish couldn't help but ask, "How did you find me? I don't think I made any sound. And what is this ability of yours? You are so naive. Do you really think that I, Nangong Long, rely entirely on my eyes to see the world?" The Swordtail wanted to say something else, but his mouth was immediately sealed by the tentacles. He had just tried to break free with brute force, but to no avail. Nangong Long looked at Huachue and said, "Don't worry about him. What do you want from me?" "I would like you to find out the cause of death of my partner, Mizuhara." Huachue paused for a moment, then said firmly, "But I don't have any money, but I can agree to any conditions you offer as a reward." Nangong Long stood up, walked over to her, leaned over and rubbed her little head and said, "You can't just say any conditions. I know there are many weirdos who like little Lolita like you." Huachue said seriously, "I have collected information. Although there are many little girls around you, you're not a pervert who is obsessed with young girls." Nangong Long decided to tease this serious little loli. "What if it is? What are you going to do? If you can escape, then escape. If you can't escape, then die together." What a hot loli. "I've accepted this commission. Let me tell you about it." Next, Huachue described his partner, while Nangong Long and the other two listened. "That's basically it. Based on the information you revealed, I roughly know what happened." Huachue stood up, leaned forward with his hands on the table, stared at Nangong Long, and asked excitedly, "What do you know?" "Your partner knew something he shouldn't have known. Probably something about the Black Swan Project. Wuxiang would never let the news leak out. So your partner was assassinated." "Black Swan? Wuxiang Club." Nangong Long and Huachue explained, then pointed at the swordtail fish behind them and said, "This guy followed you in. He's one of the assassins of the Wuxiang Society. If you ask him, you'll probably know who killed your partner." Nangong Long removed the restraints on the swordtail fish's mouth. "You heard it all. I won't say anything," the swordtail said toughly. "Then die." Oh. The black tentacles directly broke all the bones of the swordtail fish. "If I had known you were so stubborn, I wouldn't have kept you until now." Nangong Long sighed, as if regretting his decision. Even though all the bones in its body were shattered, the swordtail fish did not die immediately, and looked at Nangong Long in horror. He never expected that Nangong Long would be so decisive in saying that he wanted to kill him. Didn't he even want the information? Didn't I just say I wanted to negotiate the conditions? Was it necessary to be so cruel? Unfortunately, the swordtail fish's throat was broken and it couldn't speak at all. Life is so tenacious. Nangong Long decided to burn him to avoid leaving him here, getting in the way. Hellfire. Huachue looked at the scene in a daze. Before she could react, Nangong Long had already burned the person to ashes. After coming to his senses, Huachue stared at Nangong Long angrily. "Wouldn't that mean you get nothing?" Nangong Long spread his hands and said indifferently, "If he doesn't tell me, what can I do?" Looking at Nangong Long with a serious face, Huachue really wanted to say, "Do you really give the other party a chance to speak?" "Don't worry. I'm also investigating this matter. There are many people with higher status than him. I can just ask them when the time comes." Huachue looked relieved when he heard this. "I see. No wonder you killed him without saying anything. Brother, was it made by Tsuro Kama?" And Kizara couldn't stand Miori's teasing gaze and couldn't help but shout, "That's enough. Stop looking at me like that every time you bring this up." Unwoven with a playful smile. Oh, I don't know what you mean. Ever since Miori found out about Kizara's blind date, she's been teasing him with it. Seeing that Miori had no intention of stopping, Kizara decided to go all out. With his hands on his hips and a red face, he said, "My brother couldn't let me go that day." Weiji was stunned, then turned to look at Nangong Long and said angrily, "I have never heard of such a thing. Could it be that Runyo made it up?" Although Kizara was shy, he still looked at Miori with pride. "Of course it's true. I don't wear a kimono." Weiji stared at Nangong Long with a very dangerous look and said word by word, "Being partial is not a good thing." Nangong Long held his forehead and said helplessly, "How about we discuss this at another time? There are children here." Miori and Kizara were stunned for a moment. They were so arguing that they actually forgot that Keed was still here. Huachue bowed to Nangong Long expressionlessly. I'm sorry, you're such a pervert. It's my fault for making a wrong judgment about you before. Miori covered her face with a fan and laughed secretly. Kizara also wanted to laugh, but she was trying hard to hold herself back. Nangong Long shrugged speechlessly and decided to change the subject. You said it before. The reward you can pay is to agree to any conditions I offer. Huachue nodded seriously. Very good. Then you will stay here from now on. Huachue shook his head to indicate that he couldn't do it. I'm being chased by ISO now. Staying here will cause you trouble. That's why I want to keep you here. Don't worry about ISO. Just live here peacefully. Seeing Huachue still wanting to say something, Nangong Long simply forced her to stay and did not allow her to object. Although she was forced to stay, Huachue did not hate this feeling but felt warm in her heart. Nangong Long took Huachue to her room. Weiji approached him and whispered, "Come to my room at night, otherwise..." Nangong Long naturally understood that Weiji was psychologically unbalanced, so he whispered, "I have a small request." Miori gave him a look. "Okay." Seeing the two of them acting sneaky, Mugung couldn't help but interrupt and said, "What are you two talking about?" Metropolitan Police Department. Etsuro Kakuma paced back and forth in the room anxiously, feeling a little uneasy as there was no news from Swordtail Fish yet. Yuha looked at Etsuro impatiently. "Please give me flowers, Zero. The Swordtail must have failed. I told you to send me instead." Etsuro stopped and looked at Yoha, then turned back to his office chair and sat down with a grim expression and said, "You're right. If there's no news for such a long time, he must be dead. Let me play quickly." The cabinet shook his head and rejected Yoha's proposal. "That's not necessary. I've decided to send the hummingbird." The cabinet looked down on Yoha. How could he get the position of 4 wings at such a young age? Yoha made a mistake and became a 2-winger with a lower rank than him. How could the cabinet easily give him the opportunity to make merit? Wouldn't that mean he would be stepped on by a little kid again? Yoha also saw what he was thinking, but he couldn't disobey the orders of his superiors. It was not because he was afraid of them, but he just didn't want to make the professor angry. Duh. Knowing that there was no need to continue the conversation, Yoha stood up and left the room that disgusted him. The next day, Nangong Long took Huachue shopping, on the one hand to buy daily necessities, and on the other hand to create opportunities for the enemy to kill him. Since you are planning to play a trick on them, you have to give them the illusion that you are almost successful. Therefore, Nangong Long now uses magic to make his face paler. Of course, he wanted them only as a byproduct. He had another purpose, but he had to wait a little longer because the target had not taken the bait yet. Huachue looked at Nangong Long, who looked like he was seriously injured, and couldn't help but complain. What a bad taste. Nangong Long rubbed Huachue's hair and said indifferently, "We have to give others some hope, right? The location of the hummingbird target has been transmitted to your phone. Clear. According to the latest intelligence, the target was injured to a certain extent. I think it was caused by the swordtail fish. However, it is a bit suspicious that the other party was injured. Maybe he has some hidden cards. You have to be careful." Hummingbird said indifferently. "Haha. No matter what tricks he plays, everything will be over as long as we kill him. I didn't intend to fight head-on. My trump card was to assassinate him unexpectedly. You shouldn't be on guard against a cute girl like me. I took the opportunity to kill him." Nangong Long did not take Huachue to shop directly, but took her to the amusement park first, then to the zoo, and finally to the mall. Huachue said he was bored, but he would still smile unintentionally while playing. After choosing the clothes, Huachue walked into the fitting room. After changing, she asked Nangong Long for his opinion. Nangong Long is already very skilled at this kind of thing. After all, he often accompanies the Lolita at home and Mu Gung and the others to buy these things. However, Kizara and Miori have recently reached the point where they even ask Nangong Long for his opinion on buying underwear. According to Miori, it is her responsibility to understand the preferences of her lover. After buying the necessities, the two were about to return. When they entered the mall lobby, a girl who looked a little flustered and confused walked towards them. "I found the target 317, so I pretended to be lost to get close to him and killed him when he was not prepared. Intelligence showed that he was a perverted guy, so I would be fine since I'm so cute. Thinking so, Hummingbird Licka began to walk towards Nangong Long. DST. When she was about 2 steps away from Nangong Long, Li Jia pretended to fall accidentally and fell towards him. At this time, people would usually come over to support the beautiful girl. In fact, just as Li Jia thought, Nangong Long did step forward and supported her. "Are you okay?" Li Jia leaned into his arms, called him idiot, and took out a dagger she had hidden in advance and stabbed Nangong Long. Li Jia raised her head and smiled grimly. "Go to hell." Clang. Li Jia's face froze. She didn't feel any piercing of her flesh, but instead heard a metallic collision sound. Hua Chue saw Li Jia attacking Nangong Long and kicked her away. Then he looked at Nangong Long with concern and said, "Are you okay?" Nangong Long pointed to his abdomen. "Do you look like something's wrong?" Seeing that he had no wounds except for some torn clothes, Hua Chue breathed a sigh of relief, and then stared at Li Jia, who had fallen to the ground. She didn't want to lose her companion again because of her negligence. She must be another killer. And Li Jia stood up again and said with a very wonderful and unbelievable look, "Why are you so stubborn? You obviously haven't used your abilities." Nangong Long said rather boringly, "Huh, I told you that if I don't transform, I'm a weakling? That's just your self-righteousness. Do you think I don't know you're here to kill me? You're too naive. I was just acting with you just now. Otherwise, do you think you could have stabbed me like that? How does it feel to have so many ups and downs?" Li Jia was stunned for a moment. Then she started thinking quickly. Retreat is the top priority. I must pass this information back. There are enough people in the mall, so I still have a chance to escape. Then let's kill some people first to mess up the scene. Li Jia began to control her weapons and rushed over. Just in case, Li Jia hid them nearby in advance. "Can you let me go?" Li Jia said, pretending to be cute. She was not that naive. She said that just to delay time. "Impossible. Tell us who killed Mizuhara," Hua Chue asked loudly. "What are you talking about?" "Who is Mizuhara?" Li Jia asked back in confusion. Nangong Long calmed down Hua Chue, who was a little emotional. A small tire like a frisbee flew to Li Jia's side. Li Jia directly gave orders to attack the crowd and create chaos. When she looked around, she was stunned. All the people around her disappeared. Because she had been alert to Nangong Long, she did not notice the changes around her. What's going on?" Hua Chue also looked at Nangong Long with a puzzled look, even though many people were talking just now. Nangong Long looked at Hua Chue and explained, "I used the barrier to drive people away so that people other than the target would unconsciously avoid this place." "Oh," Hua Chue nodded. She already knew that Nangong Long had many strange abilities, so it was easier to accept them. Li Jia also heard Nangong Long's words. Although she was shocked by the fact, she immediately began to think about her situation. She might die here today. Wanderer of the Death City, additional attack, thorns. Blades began to emerge from the small tires and spun rapidly, attacking Nangong Long. Nangong Long quickly and accurately knocked off each blade, and the weapon controlled by Li Jia really turned into a tire. Then, he disappeared from the spot and appeared behind Li Jia, knocking her unconscious before she could react. Nangong Long picked up Li Jia and said to Hua Chue, who was still in a daze, "We should go now." Hua Chue, who was following Nangong Long, asked, "Where are we going?" "Gotan University. Laboratory." Jean saw Nangong Long carrying a young girl in and couldn't help but tease. "I did it after all. This time I might be locked up for a long time." Hua Chue had a head full of question marks, not understanding what the person in front of him was talking about, while Nangong Long smiled indifferently and placed Licka in his arms on the long table, and at the same time took out Licka's weapon from the storage space. This is one of the experimental subjects of the New World project I told you about before. Jin's expression slightly changed, and she said angrily, "Did Wald betray his oath too? You are the only one who has kept the oath. The rest of you have already been thrown away." After saying that, Nangong Long pulled Hua Chue in front of him and introduced him to Muroto Samayer. "You really have a special liking for lowly," Jean said with emotion. Nangong Long went over and woke Li Jia up. Li 4.5 Jia woke up and looked around vigilantly. Finally, she said in a low voice as if she had accepted her fate. It's useless for you to capture me. I won't say anything. My heart is being monitored by the organization. Once they know that I've been captured by you, I will be executed. Nangong Long looked down at Li Jia and said domineeringly, I don't want you to die. No one can kill you. After he finished speaking, Nangong Long cast a spell and inserted his hand directly into Rika's chest. The other three widened their eyes. Jean and Huachue were surprised by Nangong Long's change before and after that he actually killed Rika directly. Rika was surprised that she didn't feel any pain, as if the hand was just a virtual image. Dark magic, illusionary injury, the 8th tier magic, which makes the arm become virtual and penetrate into the enemy's body to destroy its internal organs, or takes out the enemy's internal organs. Nangong Long took out the monitoring device from Li Jia's body and shook it in front of her with a playful smile. The problem has been solved. Do you want to continue to resist or tell the truth? Rika was so shocked that she couldn't speak, while Samaire and Keed kept staring at him. Nangong Long continued with ill intentions. Even if you don't tell me, I can still get what I want, but the process will be painful. Li Jia, who had come to her senses, looked at him with disdain. What pain could be more painful than undergoing constant reconstructive surgeries during the growth stage? I know what you're thinking from your expression, but the pain I'm talking about is not physical pain, but spiritual pain. Nangong Long raised his right hand, and a ball of black gas appeared above it. It seemed that there were countless wronged souls struggling in pain inside. The miserable wails made people shudder. Don't test my patience. Li Jia instinctively felt that something was wrong and quickly raised her hand to stop him. Wait a minute, I'll say. Nangong Long put away his terrifying smile and replaced it with a gentle one. It would have been over sooner. The speed of his face changing was textbook level, and the other three were amazed. 24 after that, Li Jia explained everything that should and shouldn't be said, but when Huachue asked her about Mizuhara, she shook her head. I really don't know this name, but I have heard before that someone knows the secrets of the organization and needs to be silenced. The person who did this is the Dark Stalker. Who is he? Huachue asked hurriedly. We assassins don't know much about each other, but they believe that after I fail, he should be the next one to carry out the assassination. After finishing speaking, Li Jia looked up at Nangong Long and asked, What do you want to do with me? Nangong Long pinched her chin and looked at her with a wicked smile. Of course, do something you love. 11. Li Jia took a step back with her hands on her chest and looked at him warily. One of the intelligence reports is correct. You're a pervert. Jean watched this scene with great interest. She knew that Nangong Long didn't mean that, and that was why she was curious about what he wanted to do. Jean, I have sealed her ability. She is now weaker than an ordinary person. I'll give it to you. You should be very interested. Samaire stared at Li Jia with shining eyes and stretched out both hands to grab her. Then I won't be polite. Nangong Long took Huachue's hand and prepared to leave the laboratory. Jean, I will come pick you up after this incident is over. Samaire stopped what she was doing and looked at him. Okay. Jean naturally understood the meaning behind Nangong Long's words, and to be honest, she was a little nervous. Nangong Long nodded and walked out with Huachue. The two ignored the wailing and cries for help coming from behind them. You can't run away, just surrender. Help! Metropolitan Police Department. There were crackling sounds coming from Itsuro Clerk's office. Itsuro Clerk was in a bad mood. The hummingbird did not send back any messages, and the response of the monitoring heart also disappeared. It was obvious that she had failed. At this point, the only option is to send out the Dark Stalker. Otherwise, if the mission fails completely, he will be punished and may even die. Once successful, Juhu will restore the status of the Four Wings. Although he is very unwilling, there is no other way at the moment. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Itsuro immediately suppressed his emotions and made it impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. Yoa pushed the door open and walked in. He had no intention of knocking on the door of that annoying guy. As soon as he sat down, Yoa spoke directly. Hummingbird also failed. Itsuro nods expressionlessly. You are the only one who can solve the problem. Yoha looked at him with disdain and said sarcastically, What were you doing this morning? The cabinet frowned and said with anger, Don't go too far. If you fail the mission, you won't have a good ending. Haha, this situation is not caused by you. I believe you'll be much worse off than me. The cabinet clenched his fist and whispered, Don't you want to change back to four wings? Yoha's expression changed. He didn't like others talking about this. You'd better not mention this matter again. Send me all the information about the target. I have my own way of doing things and don't want you to interfere. After saying that, Yoha stood up and prepared to leave. No problem. They have been using direct assassination as a helpless choice. Beforehand, someone had suggested taking hostages to threaten Nangong Long into submission, but after analysis, they found that the success rate was very low. If they couldn't kill Nangong Long in the first place, the consequences would be terrible. Even if they took the risk to do so, no one would be able to catch them, and they would only die a more miserable death. How could Nangong Long not make any preparations when he knew there were enemies? In Nangong Long's room at night, the eyes that appeared on the wall were reporting the latest intelligence collected to Nangong Long. Sir, Tendu Kikunasuk has already contacted the father and son of Kuma and intends to recommend them to the Holy Emperor at the right time. Itsuro Kakuma sent a dark stalker to assassinate the master. The relationship between the two seems to be very bad. We have already obtained the evidence that the adults asked us to collect. Two pitch-black arms emerged from the wall and respectfully presented the information in their hands to Nangong Long. Good job. Keep monitoring. Yes, I will take my leave. The black eyes slowly disappeared on the wall. Nangong Long left the information about the Tendo clan in his hand aside and said, It must feel very uncomfortable for Kikunajo to be scolded by others. I will send you to death soon. 2 days later, Nangong Long took Huichui and quietly went to the outer area. Yesterday, he received a letter of challenge, and the group had the current scene. Jijuhu had already ambushed at the agreed location in advance. If he could shoot him, that would be the best. If not, he would have to fight head-on. The option of retreating in case of failure did not exist in his mind. If he could not become Professor Wald's right-hand man again, he would rather die in battle. Hiding in an abandoned building and staring closely at the meeting place, Nangong Long's figure soon appeared in his sight. Target confirmed. Annihilate immediately. Yoha pulled the trigger and fired the anti-material sniper rifle's bullet at the target. Nangong Long picked up Huichui and dodged the fatal blow. In fact, it would not have mattered if he didn't dodge, but Nangong Long took this opportunity to pick up Huichui and get closer to her. After all, this lowly is usually very serious. Huichui's face turned slightly red. Can you let me go now? Good. The fire that had regained its freedom looked vertically in the direction for which the bullet came. Do you want to give chase? No need. The enemy is approaching here quickly. We just need to wait. Yoha quickly ran down the abandoned building and rushed to the meeting place. After arriving, Yoha began to introduce himself. Nice to meet you. My name is Yuha, and I am a dark stalker. Huichui stared at him with hatred in his eyes. You're the one who killed Mizuhara? Yoha seemed to have suddenly realized something and said nonchalantly, Oh, you mean that guy? I killed him with one perfect shot. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. He knew something he shouldn't have known. I'm going to kill you to avenge Mizuhara. As Chue said this, she was about to rush over to deal with this enemy, but Nangong Long held her back. Huichui looked at him puzzledly. What are you doing? If it was in the past, Huichui would have been furious, but after a few days of getting along, she already knew that Nangong Long would not stop her for no reason, unless he thought his life was in danger or there was a possibility of injury. Calm down. The bullets in his gun are special. Even if you're hit by one, you'll be finished. What? Huichui shouted in surprise. Yoha shrugged and smiled indifferently. Your ability to gather intelligence is truly terrifying. I didn't tell anyone else, but you still knew about it. The swordtail fish and hummingbird died because you knew everything about them. No, they're just too weak. Yoha nodded in agreement, then took out a bullet and smiled at Huichui. You found a great new companion. This is a super concentrated holmium metal bullet. Even if your regeneration ability is far superior to that of an ordinary initiator, you will die if you are hit by it. Huo showed a surprised expression and said in a low voice, "How do you know my abilities?" Yoha put on a matter-of-fact expression. "I'm not one of those arrogant guys. I will do my best to investigate not only you, but anyone related to him. Even if it can only increase the chances of the assassination being successful by a little bit, I won't lose anything." Yoha changed the subject and continued helplessly. "But now it seems to be of no use. Hey, before we fight to the death, can I ask you a question?" Yoha looked at the two people seriously and expressed their requests. Nangong Long nodded to indicate that he could continue, and Huo did not rush to take action when he saw him nod. "Have you ever cried because of the beautiful scenery and the changing seasons around you? I have been blind since I was born. I have no chance to see any beautiful scenery. Not only that, I am also excluded and laughed at by the people around me. But when I met the professor, everything became different. The professor gave me an artificial eye, and I gained sight. It was the professor who saved me from hell. So I must defeat you who hindered the professor. I'm sorry, I don't understand what you said. But if we weren't enemies, maybe we could become friends." Yoha stretched out his hand and invited. "Convey the professor's message. Since you know about the Black Swan Project, why don't you come to our side and rule the world together?" Nangong Long did not answer his question, but said something irrelevant. "Do you really think you can control the protogastric animals that are resistant to holmium? If you fail, it could lead to the extinction of humanity." Yuha showed an expression of admiration and enthusiasm and said, "The professor will naturally be able to solve these problems. I just need to obey his orders." Nangong Long shook his head and looked at Yoha, whom he admired mysteriously, in silence. If it was really that easy to solve, the enterovirus would not have broken out. In the final analysis, it was just humans reaping the consequences of their own actions. Seeing Nangong Long's expression, Yoha knew there was no point in talking. So he clenched his fists and rushed towards Nangong Long with all his strength, taking the initiative. He had just seen Nangong Long dodge the bullet easily, so he didn't plan to continue using the gun. Nangong Long disappeared in a flash, and Yoha began to operate his two artificial eyes that had been released long ago at a high speed. "Where is it?" "No, still no." Yoha kept turning around, but still couldn't find anyone. Huo took this opportunity to fire several shots at Yoha, but Yoha, with his liberated eyes, easily dodged the attacks. "It's not enough. I want to defeat you and return to the Four Wings again." Ao Xiang's strong obsession to defeat Nangong Long makes Yoha's artificial eye upper limit begin to increase continuously. "I can barely see it, but it's not enough for me to continue to improve," Yoha roared in his heart. Soon Yoha's vision turned into a sea of white, and he reached the other side of 0.02 of a second, a realm he had never reached before. Yoha took the initiative to attack Nangong Long, and he avoided all of Huo's attacks. He was not sure how long this state could last, so his first goal now was to kill Nangong Long. Seeing the change in Yoha's movements, Nanlong has changed the way he fights. "What?" Yoha shouted, and the other party disappeared from his sight again. Nangong Long moved in another dimension and appeared in front of Yoha, punching him in the abdomen. Ordinary punches could not cause any damage to Yoha, and too much force could easily penetrate him, so Nangong Long used special techniques in this punch. While hitting, the force would spread in the form of vibrations to destroy the opponent's internal tissues, making him lose his combat ability. Seeing Yoha fall to the ground, Huo walked to Nangong Long, raised his head, and asked in confusion, "What happened just now? His movements were so strange that I didn't hit him at all." Nangong Long patted Huo's little head and explained, "That's the power of the prosthetic eye." Nangong Long squatted down and looked at Yoha and continued, "If I'm not mistaken, your artificial eye has just reached its limit." Yoha spat out a mouthful of blood, looked up at him, and smiled helplessly. "So what? I still lost. You are really strong. The swordtail fish and hummingbird deserve their deaths. Any last words?" The Wuxiang Society is very powerful, and its members come from all over the world, gathered together for the same goal. Sooner or later, the holmium metal will be exhausted, which is why there are the New World Plan and the Black Swan Plan. The top leaders of the organization want to use force to unite the world to jointly drive out the protostomes. And to do this, they need to first eliminate those disobedient regions. Nangong Long looked at Yoha. Is it okay to say this? Yoha turned over with great effort and lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, looking at the sky and smiling indifferently. I'm going to die anyway, so just consider this as your reward for defeating me. Little ghost, you want revenge? Then hurry up, or I will die. Huichui did not take action immediately, but looked up at Nangong Long, seeing him nod. Huichui pulled out his gun. Yoha closed his eyes. That's good. Bang, seedlings. Nangong Long picked up Huichui, who was trembling a little because it was his first time killing someone. What are you doing? Huichui said in a low voice. Nangong Long rubbed her hair and said, Don't be so stubborn. Be good, and let's go home. Home? Huichui murmured something quietly and let him hold her. At Itsuro's house, the father and son were extremely anxious and restless. Itsuro Kama said with an unpleasant expression, Father, the Dark Stalker has also failed. What should we do next? The man in the closet was watching his son stand up angrily and point at him and say, You shouldn't have suggested killing Nangong Long. Otherwise, how could we be in this situation? Itsuro Kakuma sighed and said regretfully, What's the point of saying that now? At this point, his face began to turn grim and angry. Besides, I didn't expect Nangong Long to be so difficult to kill. He must have some hidden cards that we don't know about. Otherwise, there is no reason why the original plan would fail. The cabinet was slumped on the sofa with a look of despair on his face, as if he had given up struggling, and said dejectedly, It's all over. The mission failed, and the organization will send someone to deal with us soon. There was a hint of madness in Itsuro's eyes. He unconsciously clenched his hands on his knees and looked at his decadent father. No, we still have a chance. Didn't Tendu Kikunisuk come to win us over before? As long as we use this opportunity to kill him and the Holy Emperor, there will still be room for recovery. A glimmer of light returned to Gijian's Heng's eyes. Although his son's plan was crazy, it was worth a try. If he did nothing, there would be no way out. You are right. If we succeed, I believe it will offset the previous failure. The cabinet was taking a deep breath to calm his irritable and panicked mood and said slowly, We need to plan this carefully. We can't fail again. After that, the father and son talked for a long time, and after finalizing the plan, the cabinet personally met with Tianton Kikunisuk to discuss the timing of the meeting with the Holy Emperor. What they didn't know was that Nangong Long had been waiting for this opportunity. Tendo Civilian Security Company. Huichui, who was sitting at the dining table, was rubbing the corner of her clothes a little uncomfortably. Just now, Nangong Long had pressed her shoulder seriously and said that he would give her an unforgettable memory, and then turned and left. What is he going to do? Is he going to do it here? Huichui quickly shook his head and reached out to pat his slightly red cheeks. Really, what am I thinking about? Even if it is that, it shouldn't be here. It must be something else. Calm down, Huichui, it's okay. Just as Huichui was daydreaming, Nangong Long and others, came in carrying a big cake. Nangong Long smiled and said, Happy birthday, Huichui. Happy birthday. The rest of the group shouted together. Huichui was stunned with surprise and just stared at everyone until Nangong Long placed the cake in front of her, and she came to her senses. Make a wish. You are the protagonist today. Huichui raised his head and looked at him puzzledly and asked, How did you know today is my birthday? I don't remember ever telling you that. Nangong Long rubbed her little head and smiled. I have my own way. Make a wish now. You see, those guys can't wait to eat the cake. Huichui looked in the direction Nangong Long pointed and found that Zhao Xia and the others were staring at the super luxurious cake with shining eyes. He couldn't help but chuckle, and Zhao Xia and the others looked away embarrassedly. Huichui placed his hands together in front of his chest, closed his eyes, and made a wish, then opened his eyes and blew out all the candles in one breath. Nangong Long clapped his hands. Cut the cake. E.B. The Lolas happily sat at the dining table and waited. Huichue looked at Nangong Long and smiled. Thank you, and I love you. The Lolas who were eating cake paused and immediately focused their attention on Huichue. Tina spoke unclearly with her mouth full of cake. Brother, I don't want to give up to you. Xiaoshi held his forehead and said helplessly. I knew this would happen. There are more competitors. Chui kept poking the cake on the plate with a small fork and kept muttering. I'm obviously the first one. You're all just stealing cats. Miji covered her mouth and laughed. The speed of Dragon Raider's Loli is still amazing. Kigan kept eating cake. Washu ignored them and looked at Nangong Long and expressed his wish. Today is my birthday. Can you please grant me a small request? Okay, what is it? Huichue showed a look of success in his plan. I want you to hold me and feed me. Nangong Long picked up Huichue and let her sit on his lap. He lowered his head and looked at her and smiled. Is this okay? Huichue nodded, then pointed his finger at his open mouth. Nangong Long understood and used a fork to pick up a small piece of cake and put it into her little mouth. Are you satisfied? Huichue smiled happily and looked at Tina and the others with pride, then pointed at the cake and said, I want more. The Lolas stared at the two angrily. Brother is partial to me. Tina looked at Nangong Long with tears in her eyes. Xiaoshi pretended to be sad and whispered, When you find a new love, you forget about our old loves. Chui kept wagging her tail and looked at Huichue and said, I'm the first one. Chao Xiao whispered, Master, I want to say it too. Mu Gung pouted and acted like a child. Brother, I want one too. Weiji was laughing sweetly, her eyes rolling around, and no one knew what she was thinking. Nangong Long looked down at Huichue and said helplessly, Can we continue later? Huichue nodded. Nangong Long stood up, holding his plate with cake on it, walked to each loli and fed them one by one, not leaving out Miyori and Kisaragi. Yenju slapped the table and stood up and looked at him. I want it too. Good. Nangong Long picked up Huichue again, looked at the others, and said, I've fed you everything. Are you satisfied now? Today is Huichue's birthday. You can make a request. Next time it's your birthday. Really? Can I sleep with you? Tina asked excitedly. Turned down. Tina suddenly became dejected. What? Mugung looked at Nangong Long expectantly. Brother, can I also mention it? Of course you can. Oh, I'll have to think about it carefully then. Weiji glanced at Nangong Long meaningfully. Tendo Kikunisuk family. The father and son of the counter are discussing the specific cooperation matters with Tendo Kikunisho. Finally, it was agreed that Kikunisho would introduce them to the Holy Emperor in the hope of being reused and obtaining a higher status. And what they needed to do was to become staunch supporters of the Tendo clan. After the Aldebaran incident, the prestige of the Tendo clan was not only greatly damaged among the people, but even the high-level officials were very dissatisfied and no longer supported the Tendo clan as before. After all, how could they be nice to them when they almost died? Therefore, Kikunisuk had to take the initiative to seek allies. If others had come to him in the past, he might have ignored them and at most asked his subordinates to meet them. Finally, both sides ended the meeting with smiles on their faces. Holy Sun private room. Kikunisuk said he wanted to introduce those two people to me. Do you want to go with me? Of course I will go. Well, I feel relieved if you are here. The Holy Emperor moved his body to a more comfortable position, leaned against him, and whispered, I have sent people to Monolith number 13. Just as you said, there's indeed a laboratory there. The police arrested many people, but I ordered those experimental subjects to be destroyed. It is too dangerous to keep them. When he said this, the Holy Emperor's tone became somewhat sad and upset. I didn't expect that someone in D. Kyoto would join such a terrible organization, and I didn't expect Kikunijo to introduce them to me. Is there something I didn't do well enough? Don't take all the responsibility on yourself. Those are none of your business. Wuxiang has infiltrated almost every region, and even some leaders are their people. The Holy Emperor covered his mouth in surprise and looked at him in disbelief. How come? The deceased Qi Wu Zhongshuan was one of the highest members of Wuxianghui. The new leader of Dabin, Marita Chingi, is also a member of Wuxiangui. Thinking about it this way, the Daban region is really miserable. Don't be surprised yet. There's more. What? The Holy Emperor exclaimed unconsciously. The new leader of the northern DxD region, Jizoji Tsukiko, is also the highest-ranking member of the Gashikai. So you've done a great job. The Holy Emperor clenched his fists and looked serious. We have to find a way to stop them. Nangong Long patted her shoulder and said, honestly speaking, even if you tell other leaders this, they may not believe it. What's more important is that some regional leaders are members of the Wuxiang Society. The Holy Emperor was a little depressed. Okay, stop thinking about those things. The Holy Emperor patted his cheeks and regained his spirits. That's right, we need to solve the problem at hand first. Okay, let's go. Holy Residence Hall. The Holy Emperor sat at the highest seat at the end of the red carpet. Nangong Long stood beside her, but used magic to hide his figure so that others could not see him. Can you put your hand on me? I feel a little uneasy when I can't see you, the Holy Emperor said to the empty left side. There was a knock on the door. The Holy Emperor quickly straightened his clothes and made sure there was nothing wrong before allowing the other party to come in. Kikunajo walked into the hall and bowed to the Holy Emperor, who was sitting on the high seat. Greetings to His Majesty, the Holy Emperor. What's the matter, Lord Kikunajo? The two people I recommended to His Majesty, the Saint Emperor last time, are waiting outside the door. Can you please allow them in? Can. The father and son from the cabinet outside the door walked into the hall and then bowed respectfully. This is Masaru Kakuma and Itsuro Kakuma, who are in charge of the Metropolitan Police Department. Recently, many things have happened in the D-Kyoto district, resulting in a serious shortage of manpower, and the security of the holy residence is not in place. Therefore, I hope that the Holy Emperor can make use of these two people and at the same time give them the task of guarding the holy residence. Kikunisuk said seriously. 0. The Holy Emperor looked at him expressionlessly. I am relieved that Mr. Long is safe in Shungju. The father and son in the counter looked froze. It was him again. Kikunajo looked displeased. Lord Saint Emperor is too dependent on Nangong Long. How can the safety of the saint residence be entrusted to a policeman? The Holy Emperor stood up without hiding his anger and looked down at Kikunajo. Do you think there is anyone stronger than Mr. Long in the entire Debeijing district? The most important thing is that I believe in him, and I won't allow anyone to question him. Feeling the touch on his shoulder, the Holy Emperor calmed down a little, sat back in his seat, and looked at them. Seeing the resolute attitude of the Holy Son of Heaven, Kikunajo spoke in a deep voice. The Holy Emperor waved his hand to interrupt him. There's no need to say this anymore. I just want to ask one question. Are they worthy of my trust? Kikunisuk straightened his body and looked at the Holy Emperor and assured him. Absolutely no problem. I recognize the abilities and character of the father and son in the counter. Hearing this, the father and son smiled, and the haze in their hearts was swept away. The next step was to find an opportunity to kill Sheng Tianzi and Kikunisuk. In their view, as long as Kikunisuk guaranteed to take over the security work of Shungju, it would be a sure thing. There was no joy on the Holy Emperor's face. Come here. The Minister of Defense rushed in with a team of people and immediately surrounded Kikunisuk and the other two. Kikunajo frowned and looked at the Holy Emperor and asked, "What does this mean?" The father and son in the closet were confused. This script was wrong. The Holy Emperor sighed, looked at Kikunajo with disappointment, and said in a low voice, "Don't you know it clearly? I don't understand what your Majesty is talking about." The Minister of Defense said with a playful smile on his face, "Assistant officer, do you still want to resist?" Kikunajo frowned, and a bad premonition emerged in his heart, but he still said firmly, "When is it your turn to blame me?" The Minister of Defense did not get angry, but smiled and said, "Things have changed over time, Tendu Kikunisuk." Nangong Long clapped his hands and revealed his figure. "Old man, you're always so tough, but this time it's useless. You are done for even if you are tough." Kikunisuk and the other two looked at Nangong Long, who suddenly appeared in shock, as there was clearly nothing there just now. The Minister of Defense was also surprised. He knew Nangong Long would be there, but he didn't expect him to appear in this way. However, he immediately performed the 403 salute respectfully. As expected of someone who had experienced many ups and downs, Kikunisuk calmed down immediately. Is it because of his slander that your majesty is like this? The Holy Emperor was about to open his mouth to refute, but when he saw Nangong Long waving his hands at him and saying nothing, he looked like he could just make the decision. Seeing that the Holy Emperor listened to Nangong Long so much, Kikunisuk was in a bad mood. Itsuro Kama clenched his fists in jealousy. Why not me? How am I worse than him? Don't talk nonsense, old man. You have already committed a capital crime. The two people behind you want to kill the Holy Emperor, and you're introducing them to me. So, I don't guarantee that you have the same intention as them. Kikunajo's expression changed drastically. He lost his usual composure and shouted loudly. Impossible! I am absolutely loyal to the Holy Emperor. The father and son in the counter looked very ugly. Nangong Long glanced at the Minister of Defense. Show him. The defense minister winked at the secretary, who immediately handed him the information. After taking the information, the defense minister threw it at Kikunajo without any hesitation. He had wanted to do this for a long time. If the Holy Emperor had not been present, he would have thrown it at Kikunajo's face. See for yourself. Don't say that Lord Long wronged you. Kikunajo suppressed his anger and picked up the paper that fell on the ground. But before reading it, he said sarcastically to the Minister of Defense, Lord Long, when did you become his lackey? The Minister of Defense sneered. You still have the time to care about me, but you can't even protect yourself. Seeing this, Kikunisuk didn't say anything more and looked carefully at the information in his hand. The more he read, the more solemn he became, and his old face almost wrinkled. After reading it, Kikunajo stared at the father and son in the closet with fierce eyes. You actually took advantage of me? There was a strange flash in the cabinet's eyes. Master Tianong, you can't turn your back on me. Didn't we agree on this before? Kikunisuk was a cunning old man who could tell at a glance that the cabinet man was planning to use him as a scapegoat. He immediately turned around and looked at the Holy Emperor with a serious face. I guarantee with my life that I have no knowledge of the conspiracy between the father and son in the cabinet. Ha, old man, you're slapping yourself in the face. You just guaranteed the integrity of them. Is it really okay to change your face so quickly? Kikunajo was speechless because of Nangong Longding. Lord Tendo, what you said is meaningless, Itsuro Kakuma advised in a low voice. Kikunajo turned around and roared. Shut up, old man. Lord Saint Emperor, you know everything I have done. They are framing me. The Holy Emperor closed his eyes and didn't look at him. Nangong Long waved his hand to signal the Minister of Defense. Go on, let him see for himself how loyal the Tendo clan is. I understand. Kikunisuk's face was as gloomy as water as he looked at the new information in his hand. It recorded all the shameful and dark events of the Tendo clan. The details made people doubt whether Nangong Long was personally involved. Nangong Long looked at Kikunajo and said playfully, assassinating political opponents, embezzling public funds, falsifying accounts, and being the mastermind behind the Scorpio incident. Is this what you call loyalty? That's really scary. That's right. The Holy Emperor doesn't need someone as loyal as you, the Minister of Defense echoed. At this point, Kikunisuk had nothing to argue about and returned to his usual expressionless face. I finally fell into your hands. Although I had a premonition, I didn't expect this day to come so soon. The Holy Son opened his eyes and looked at him. Kikunajo, don't you want to explain? There's nothing to say. I admit that these are all true. Hearing him admit it so frankly, Saint Emperor felt somewhat uncomfortable. After all, Kikunajo really helped her a lot. Kikunajo seemed to have let go of everything and looked at Nangong Long calmly and said, I hope you can do your best to help Lord Saint Emperor in the future. I would do it without you telling me. Although I have always regarded you as a thorn in my side, I acknowledge your abilities. One last request. Can you please let me die with dignity? Nangong Long shook his head and said, "It's Kizara who could decide this, not me. Just pray that she will agree to it." Kikunajo laughed self-deprecatingly. "I never thought that my fate would be decided by a little girl, and never thought that she would lead to the downfall of the entire Tiantong clan." Kikunasuk knew very well that the reason why Nangong Long always targeted the Tendo clan was entirely because of Kizara, so he said this. Nangong Long spread his hands and said seriously, "I can't help it, but I love her very much." Seeing that Kikunajo was about to give up resistance, the cabinet member hurriedly shouted, "Don't give up, Master Tendo. Our long-cherished wish has not yet come true." Kikunajo didn't bother to pay attention to them and walked aside. The guards wanted to subdue him, who was moving freely, but were stopped by Nangong Long. At this point, there was no need to step on him again. Kakuma originally planned to let Tendo Kikunasuk gather his loyal followers, and if he shouted, people outside might hear it, but it was obvious that Kikunasuk did not have this plan. In fact, the cabinet was thinking too much. Would the Minister of Defense not deal with the people outside before rushing in? His brain probably forbade him to think in that direction. After all, it was too desperate. Etsuro Kakuma shouted at Nangong Long like a drowning man grasping at the last straw. "You must know that Ziyuan Xini is the top leader of Dijing District. The Master said that if you are willing to help him take the leadership position, he will give you the Holy Son of Heaven. You probably haven't met the Holy Son of Heaven yet. So this is a good offer, right?" Yes, that's right." The cabinet man immediately agreed. When Kikunajo heard the name of Shiwan Senichi, his expression remained calm, because the previous information also contained evidence of Shiwan's guilt. Nangong Long glanced at them with a look of idiocy, then turned to the Holy Emperor and said with a smile, "You heard it. They want to give you to me. I'm so excited. Do you think I should agree or not?" The Holy Emperor stood up and walked to his side, rolled his eyes at him, then took the initiative to lean into his arms. She felt that it was time to make their relationship public. "I've been his for a long time." Nangong Long gave a gesture, and the guards immediately subdued the father and son in the closet. I should have guessed it earlier. The defense minister was surprised, but not surprised. He felt it was only a matter of time. "Minister of Defense, aren't the new recruits still in training? Send them over here along with the previously captured Zaiwangxian as live targets." "Yes. By the way, don't kill them all at once." The Minister of Defense immediately understood and showed an expression that showed his subordinate understood. The father and son in the closet showed horrified expressions and wanted to say something, but unfortunately their mouths were sealed. The Holy Emperor hesitated. "Isn't this a bit? Think about what they did. It's not serious enough. There's no need to pity them." The Holy Emperor nodded and said, Nangong Long was taking Mu Gung to the residence of the Tendo clan. The Lolas also clamored to come, but were rejected by him because what followed might be bloody. Nangong Long had already told Mu Gung what happened yesterday. Although revenge was imminent, Mu Gung's heart could not calm down for a long time. The jade hand held by her brother tightened unconsciously. Noticing Kigan's emotional fluctuations, Nangong Long stopped and pulled Kigan in front of him and put his hands on her shoulders. Mu Gung looked at his brother in confusion. "What's wrong?" Nangong Long looked at her and said seriously, "No matter what decision you make, I support you, so just go for it." Kizara suddenly threw herself into his arms, put her arms around his waist, and hugged her brother tightly. "Meeting my brother is my greatest happiness in this life." Nangong Long rubbed Mu Gung's hair and whispered softly, "Fool!" 24 Mu Gung let go of him, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and smiled playfully. "Brother, I heard it." Nangong Long pinched Mu Gung's cheeks and pulled them apart, saying with a smile, "So what if you heard it? You were just a little fool. Talion, let me go." After playing around for a while, the two continued on their way to the Tendo clan. Nangong Long opened the door of the Tendo clan's dojo and walked in with Mu Gung. Kikunajo had been waiting inside, and behind him were the other 3 people who participated in the murder of Kizara's parents, Tendo Hinata, Tendo Jintaku, and Tendo Shimin. Unlike Kikunajo, who was kneeling, the 3 of them were pressed to the ground by the guards. After all, They were not as calm as Kikunajo, and they were still struggling until now. Of course, it is impossible that there were only 5 people implementing the plan, but they were just miscellaneous soldiers who followed orders, so Nangong Long had them executed directly. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Kikunajo opened his eyes and said calmly, "You're here." Seeing that Mu Gung and the other 3 were vying to beg for mercy, they even played the family card. "Kigura, please let me go. I know I was wrong. I am your uncle." Tendo Hinata cried miserably and looked at Kizara with eyes full of regret. Tiantong Xuanjua kowtowed continuously and begged for forgiveness. "I was forced to do it. My cousin didn't mean to do it at the beginning." Tendo Shimin was not so exaggerated and just looked at Kizara pitifully. "And is just a woman and has no decision-making power at all." Seeing this, Kikunajo shouted coldly, "That's enough. You guys have made me lose face." Hearing these words, Mu Gung was not moved at all. He walked up to the 3 people, looked down at them, and said coldly, "When you murdered my father and mother, did you ever think that they were your relatives?" Looking at the 3 silent people, Mu Gung continued, "Can't tell? Then let me tell you that you haven't thought about it at all. The only thing you care about is your own status. Today you must die." "1. I don't want to die yet. Don't kill me." Mu Gung turned around and returned to his brother, stretched out his jade hand, and motioned his brother to give him a knife. Nangong Long did not give it to her, but took her hand, looked into her eyes, and said seriously, "Let me do it." Kizara was slightly stunned, but soon understood her brother's intention. Then she raised the corners of her mouth and nodded. Seeing that Mu Gung agreed, Nangong Long raised his left hand and threw a magic at Tendo Hinata. Evil Spirit Bite. The miserable wails of Tendo Hinata frightened the guard so much that he let go of his hand and stepped aside. Tendo Hinata kept rolling and even began to tear his own flesh, which made Xianjua and Shimin so frightened that their scalps tingled. 10 minutes later, the screams disappeared and Tendo Hinata completely lost his life. Xianjua and Shimin begged for mercy desperately, fearing that they would suffer the same death. Nangong Long ignored them and continued to release magic. Next target is Tiantong Xuanjua. 10,000 ants invasion. Tiantong Xuanjua was in great pain. He felt like countless ants were crawling all over his body, even inside his body, constantly biting his flesh. A strange scene appeared. Under the horrified gaze of the guards and Tiantong Shimin, Tiantong Xuanjua's flesh began to disappear rapidly. The strange thing was that not even a drop of blood was shed. Soon a complete skeleton appeared in front of everyone. Seeing Nangong Long pointing his finger at her, Shimin immediately broke free from the guards who had loosened their restraints due to fear. She knew she couldn't run away and could only rely on other ways to survive. Tiantong Shimin suppressed the fear in her heart and tried hard to make her smile charming and sexy. "As long as you're willing to let me go, I will be yours. Although I am not younger, I have maintained myself well." 34-year-old Tiantong Shimin looks only 26 or 27, so she has the capital to say so. Shimin racked her brains to promote herself. Mu Gung gave her a mocking look. She knew her brother liked beautiful women, but not just anyone could be his. Nangong Long looked at her expressionlessly. "That's all." Shimin's heart tightened. Could it be that he was not moved? "No, there are many benefits if you let me go." Nangong Long didn't want to listen anymore, so he grabbed her neck and lifted her up, then broke her neck and threw her aside. "Everyone is like this. Do you really think beauty can solve the problem?" Kizara snickered on the side. "You are the only one left, old man." Kikunajo had closed his eyes when Nangong Long was about to take action. He didn't want to see his incompetent descendants begging for mercy, so he thought out of sight, out of mind. After hearing Nangong Long's words, Kikunajo looked at Kigen and said expressionlessly, "At this point I will not beg for mercy or ask for your forgiveness, but I hope you can agree to my suicide. This is my last request." Nangong Long looked at Mu Gung and said, "You decide." Mu Gung looked conflicted and finally sighed and said, "I agree. Thank you." Seeing Kigen nod, Nangong Long took her out of the dojo and ordered the guards to go out as well. leaving Tendu Kikunisuk alone in the room. Soon, the sound of people falling was heard in the dojo, and the Tendo clan was completely defeated. Nangang Long ordered the guards to clean up the dojo, and he left with Mugung. Before leaving the residence of the Tendo clan, Mugung suddenly hugged Nangang Long and burst into tears. He said nothing, but just hugged Mugung gently. It was better to cry out than to hold it in. After a long time, Mugung's crying gradually became quieter. Nangang Long patted her back and said softly, "Are you feeling better?" Mugung nodded and hummed softly, then raised her head and looked at him with eyes red from crying. "Brother, let's stay together forever, okay?" Nangang Long rubbed her hair and said with a smile, "Certainly. Revenge has been taken. You have to be happy every day from now on. Do you understand?" Kizara hugged him tightly and put her cheek against his chest and said, "As long as I am with my brother, I will be happy." Mugung let go of Nangang Long, sorted out his face, and said with a smile, "Brother, let's go home." On the way back, Nangang Long suddenly sighed. Mugung looked at him puzzled and asked, "What's wrong?" Nangang Long pretended to be a little regretful and said, "I should have considered Tian Tong Shimin's suggestion. I was too impatient. I should have enjoyed it." Kizara put his hands on his hips and looked at his brother angrily. "Brother, you are not doing this right." Nangang Long reached out and poked Mugung's bulging cheeks. "Tell me what's wrong." Mugung turned his head. That's just not right." Even though she knew her brother was just joking, Kigen couldn't help but feel a little angry. Nangang Long pinched Mugung's nose and made her look at him and said with a smile, "You make me want to continue to touch you." Mugung slapped his hand away and pouted. "My brother is always like this. He likes to bully me." Because Kizara's reaction is so cute. Kizara blushed slightly and walked over to him and hugged his arms. "Mine is much better than hers, isn't it?" "Certainly." Kizara smiled and pulled his brother back. After returning home, the Lolita all ran to Kizara to show their concern for her. Miori also rarely quarreled with Kizara and showed her concern in the same way. 2 days later, Nangang Long drove to Gateda University to find Muroto Samayer. Nangang Long skillfully pushed open the door of the basement, and the first person to greet him was not Jean, but Li Jia, who suddenly threw herself on him. Li Jia was sitting in the corner of the laboratory and rushed over immediately when she heard the sound of the door. She wanted to leave here no matter what the cost. Li Jia raised her head and looked at Nangang Long and cried, "Take me away. I will be obedient. I really don't want to stay here anymore." Nangang Long was a little amused and confused. What was going on? I hadn't been there for just a few days, and Li Jia had already become like this. Nangang Long looked at Li Jia carefully and found no injuries on her body. So he was about to pull her away, but Li Jia held him tightly and refused to let go, as if Nam Long was her last hope. Muroto Samayer was standing by with her arms folded, watching the two of them with a smile. Nangang Long looked at Jean and asked, "What happened? What did you do to her?" Samayer shrugged and said, "It's normal. You can see I didn't abuse her." Rika turned her head and looked at Samayer and loudly retorted, "You did this and that to me." Samayer looked at her and smiled playfully. Then tell me in detail what I did." Li Jia was suddenly speechless. How could she say those things? Seeing them like this, Nangang Long knew that there was no big problem, so he said directly to Jean, "Let's go." Samayer's face turned red but soon disappeared. Li Jia was still hanging on him, so it was difficult to pull it away forcefully, so he could only persuade her. "How about you let go first, and I'll take you away when I come back?" Li Jia looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Really? You're not lying to me?" Nangang Long smiled evilly. "If you don't let go, I'll keep you here forever." Upon hearing this, Li Jia immediately let go of her hand and shook her head like a rattle. "No, please don't. Isn't it enough that I'm obedient? You promised to come back and pick me up." After seeing Nangang Long and Jean leave, Li Jia started to save herself. Although she thought Nangang Long would not make such a mistake, Li Jia tried various methods with the idea of giving it a try. After being exhausted, she finally proved that she was right and that she really couldn't escape by herself. What did you do to Li Jia to make her so scared? It's a secret. Nangong Long planned to take Jean around for a walk, but was strongly opposed by Jean, so he could only take Jean directly to the hotel. Hotel. After making love, she leaned on his chest exhausted. Let's go to my house, Jean, Nangong Long suggested again. Samire shook her head and said, No, don't you think this is exciting? You still have this interest. I don't believe you don't feel this way. The next morning, Nangong Long saw Jean was still sleeping soundly, so he got up quietly. After washing up, he called the service desk and asked them to send up breakfast. Noticing someone outside the door, Nangong Long got up and opened the door to avoid the waiter ringing the doorbell to wake up Jean. The waitress was a little surprised. She didn't understand how the other party knew she was coming, even though she hadn't done anything yet. Nangong Long gestured to the waitress to keep quiet and whispered to her, My girlfriend is still sleeping. Don't wake her up. Just give this to me. Nangong Long put a stack of banknotes in the waitress's hands, then turned around and pushed the food cart into the room. It was not until Nangong Long closed the door that the waitress came back to her senses and looked down at the money in her hand. It was the first time she received such a large tip. The most important thing is that the man is so warm. Nangong Long pushed the dining cart aside and sat down beside the bed, waiting for Jean to wake up. The waitress returned to her post and talked to her best friend about what happened just now. I really want a boyfriend like that. It really warms my heart. I want it too. When he comes down, you have to show it to me. No problem. Samire dazedly reached out her hand to her side, but felt nothing. However, she immediately felt someone holding her other hand and felt relieved. She then opened her eyes and looked at him. Don't worry, I'm here. Are you hungry? A little bit. Nangong Long turned around and got a meal from the dining cart. Jean sat up, put the pillow behind her back, leaned against the head of the bed, and reached out her hand to take it. No, I'll feed you. Samire smiled. Which one do you want to eat? After breakfast, I just looked at him and said jokingly, I didn't expect you to be so considerate. No wonder Mu Gong and the others were tricked by you. Nangong Long smiled evilly. You too. Yeah, I was also deceived by you. After eating, Jean felt a little sleepy again. After all, she had been busy for a long time last night. Jean lay back down and said to Nangong Long, I need to sleep for a while. You go and get busy first. The Tiantong clan's affairs have a great impact on the Dijing district, and we still need you to help the Saint Emperor stabilize the situation. Okay, I'll leave after you fall asleep. Whatever. How thoughtful and gentle. Thinking of this, I fell asleep with a smile on my face. In fact, the affairs of the Tendo clan have been almost dealt with. All we need to do is find someone to take over the vacated position. The selection principle is very simple. Whoever has stronger ability will get a higher position. As for the assistant officer position, Nangong Long was appointed in name only, and no one jumped out to oppose it. They were not stupid. The Tiantong clan was so strong that they didn't see it. They were not arrogant enough to be stronger than the Tiantong clan. What's more, the defense ministers who held military power all looked like little brothers. Seeing Jean fall asleep, Nangong Long muttered, Don't worry, I will be back before you wake up. Upward transfer. Nangong Long appeared directly in the office of Saint Emperor. She should have started working at this time. DF. The Holy Emperor exclaimed, then rolled his eyes at him. Can you please say hello next time you come, Sifa? Nangong Long spread his hands and said jokingly, If I say hello, I won't be able to hear my princess's lovely voice. Nangong Long walked to her side. The Holy Emperor stood up on his own initiative, and then Nangong Long held her and sat down. No problem, right? Well, it's basically back to normal, and the officials are now very obedient to my orders. Unlike before, they seem to be obeying me, but in fact they were all convinced by me. Although it's because of you now, Nangong Long interrupted her. That's different. I support you 100%. I'm just trying to intimidate your subordinates, but I won't interfere with your decision. I understand, so thank you for always helping me. Don't say things like this again. It's great to have you, the Holy Emperor said silently in his heart. Next, Nangong Long accompanied the Holy Emperor to process the documents. Nangong Long basically would not offer opinions on his own initiative. Only when the Holy Emperor asked him would he express his views. After a while, the Holy Emperor said that she had a meeting to attend and asked Nangong Long if he wanted to go with her. As it was just an ordinary meeting, Nangong Long did not go, but said goodbye to the Holy Emperor directly. The Holy Emperor nodded and went to the meeting room. She was not too surprised by Nangong Long's answer. After all, he basically did not attend ordinary meetings. When Jean woke up again, it was already afternoon. After rubbing her eyes, Jean looked at Nangong Long and asked, "When did you come back?" "About an hour ago." "Oh, why didn't you wake me up? I can't bear to see you sleeping so soundly." Jean smiled and got out of bed. "Would you like to take a bath with me?" "Okay." After taking a shower, Jean did not wear her usual clothes, but a black business suit. Not only that, she also put on light makeup. Nangong Long looked at her and said teasingly, "How did you change your gender?" Jean rolled her eyes at him. "It's all for you. I can't go out to eat with you in such a sloppy way." Nangong Long smiled and put his arm around her slender waist and left the hotel. After stabilizing the DxD district, the Holy Emperor conveyed the conspiracy of the Wuxiang Society to leaders of other regions through video conference, and at the same time passed on a copy of the information he had about the Wuxiang Society to them. Leaders of different regions had different reactions. Some said they would seriously verify the facts, some questioned it, and some thought it was just a fantasy. The Holy Emperor had been mentally prepared for this. She had done everything she could. As for the rest, it was up to them. Nangong Long began to go to various areas to break through ISO and take away the initiators there. In order to disrupt the unified command of ISO, Nangong Long first attacked the headquarters of ISO. Nangong Long's behavior immediately caused an uproar. ISO had never been breached since its establishment, let alone Nangong Long's reckless attacks. Leaders of all regions ordered a thorough investigation into which organization was responsible. They didn't know who did this. They just knew there was such a madman because Nangong Long cast interference magic on himself, affecting people's senses and making them unable to remember what they looked like. He didn't want to be disturbed before collecting all the lowlists. No matter how the top ISO officials in various regions take precautions, they cannot stop Nangong Long's sabotage actions. In less than a week, ISO was already in name only. There were two reasons why it was resolved so quickly. First, Nangong Long had been to these places before and could be transferred directly. Second, the ISO branches in various regions were very obvious and easy to find. However, Nangong Long did not stop there. Instead, he went to various regions and used magic to manipulate the leaders to summon local police officers with extremely high-paying tasks and bring them together. Eliminate the promoters who abuse their initiators and then take the lowly away. As for the promoters who treated their partners well, Nangong Long asked the lowly's opinion. If she wanted to go with him, he would take her away, and if she wanted to stay, he would not force her. However, the memory of him would be temporarily forgotten, and it would recover after a while. The reason for doing this is that they don't want the news to spread. Otherwise, it would be difficult to gather all the police officers from other areas. 1 month later, the number of police officers around the world dropped from 700,000 to less than 50,000. Most of the people who became promoters were not good people, so it was not surprising that the number dropped so sharply. All regions were now in a complete panic. In the past, there were many cursed children who could be replenished at will, but now they are almost impossible to find. How can they replenish their combat power? No matter how much they hated the cursed children, they had to admit that they were really needed to fight against the protozoa. Leaders from various regions began to hold frequent meetings to exchange information and try to find out what caused the disappearance of the cursed child. The policemen whose memories were restored also began to talk about this matter, and soon the news was heard by leaders of various regions. They were first shocked that they had no memory of summoning the policemen at all, and then they quickly united to put pressure on DxD District to force the Saint Emperor to hand over Nangong Long. The Holy Emperor was suddenly very anxious, but when he saw Nangong Long was still calm, he felt like he was being stupid. After all, How could Nangong Long do something he was not sure of? Nangong Long asked the Holy Emperor to use satellite to film himself and transmit live to leaders of other regions. After seeing Nangong Long sink an island with one move, all the voices disappeared and no one wanted to be the first to stand out. The area of that island is obviously larger than any existing region. In other words, it only takes one move for Nangong Long to destroy any area. The helpless leaders of various regions can only treat the police officers who remain in their own regions well for fear that they will flee to other regions. At the same time, they're also trying to figure out how to make friends with DxD District and then Nangong Long. Of course, it would be even better if they could dig into their own regions. Because of Nangong Long's strength, the words of the Holy Emperor also became more important, and leaders of various regions began to pay attention to the Wuxiang Association that the Holy Emperor had mentioned before. As a result, various regions began to conduct strict inspections, which was unexpected for the Wuxiang Society. Therefore, after suffering heavy losses, they had to shrink their forces. Leaders from various regions were terrified. They had no idea that the Wuxiang Society had infiltrated to such an extent that there were many of their people even among the top leaders. Not to mention that Wuxianghui didn't expect it. Even Nangong Long didn't expect things to develop like this. It can only be said that Wuxianghui was shot even when it was lying down. Although the Wuxiang Society suffered a tragic loss, the members who became leaders suffered basically no losses, and those who died or were arrested were basically lower-level members. There is nothing that can be done about it. After all, they also attend the leaders' meetings. There is no reason for them not to make some preparations and wait to be exposed. Originally, the leaders of country were planning to hold a meeting to discuss future development strategies, but because the leaders of North Departure and Dabin were unable to shirk their duties, the meeting was postponed. They are the highest-ranking members of the Wuxiang Society. Going to DxD District on their own initiative at this time is no different from seeking death. The current code of conduct of the Wuxiang Association is to avoid danger, if possible, and rest and recuperate. A few days later, Libra suddenly appeared. To summon Libra, you need the Ring of Solomon and the Head of Scorpio, or more precisely, the vocal cords. In order to ensure the safe appearance of Libra, Nangong Long deliberately sold Scorpio to a laboratory in Country M, so that he could achieve his goal and cheat them at the same time. Andre's men will definitely try to snatch these two things, so a fight is inevitable. As for how many people will die on both sides, that is not something Nangong Long needs to consider. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Office of the Holy Son of Heaven. Although he already knew that Libra appeared between the Debeijing area and the Xianti area, there was no trace of anxiety on the face of the Holy Emperor. Instead, he looked at Nangong Long, who was sitting on the sofa with a faint smile. When are you going to solve it? Nangong Long put his hands behind his head and looked at the ceiling and said, "Wait a couple of days. It won't hit the D Kingdom anyway. Let's just scare the people in the Xianti region first." The Holy Emperor covered his mouth and laughed. "You are so mean. Have they offended you in any way?" Nangong Long stood up and walked to the front of Saint Emperor, stretched out his hand to lift her delicate chin, and said with a smile, "What do you think?" The Holy Emperor stared with wide eyes and said with a puzzled look, 00. I have no idea." Nangong Long pulled her cheek and said teasingly, "They didn't come to the meeting proposed by the princess, so of course they have to be taught a lesson." After Nangong Long let go of his hand, Saint Emperor rubbed his cheek and continued, "It's not their fault. The event was canceled because the Big Ban and North H Road didn't come." Nangong Long shrugged and said indifferently, "Who cares? They have to take the blame for this." The Holy Son chuckled, then said seriously, "Do you think I should announce that the leaders of the Great Ban and Northern H Road are members of the Gashikai? I don't have any objection, but that might lead to a regional war." The Holy Emperor also thought so, which was why he had not exposed them yet. "Then let's keep it like this for now, and look for opportunities later. By the way, there is one more thing. Andre said he wanted to see you. I guess the Libra incident was probably done by his men. He probably wants to use this incident to negotiate and regain his freedom. Do you want to go? Andre was an international terrorist who was captured by Satomi more than half a year ago. It was because he did not bring his initiator with him. Otherwise, it would not be easy for Satomi to catch him. Nangang Long waved his hand and said, I have no interest in meeting a man in prison. I think so too, said the Holy Emperor with a smile. Hurry up and kill him. Why keep him alive? His men might come to rescue him. The Holy Emperor thought about it seriously. She felt that what Nangang Long said made sense. After all, his men dared to attack the heavily guarded laboratories in various countries, so there was no reason why they would not dare to jailbreak. Well, you are right. The CNT region quickly sent people to the Dijing district with a clear purpose. They hoped Nangang Long could take action to deal with Libra. As for the outbreak of war with the Diking district, the leaders of the CNT region have never thought about it. That is undoubtedly an act of seeking death. Nangang Long naturally ignored them, since he was not in a hurry anyway. This immediately made the people in CNT area very anxious, and they could only think of ways to save the country in a roundabout way. Therefore, they negotiated with the Holy Emperor, hoping that he could come forward to persuade Nangang Long. So they put their attitude very low and almost agreed to any conditions proposed by the Holy Emperor. At this time, Nangang Long was wandering around the artificial floating island, waiting for the lowly to take the bait. A silver-haired girl was staring at the food cart selling snacks, looking like she really wanted to eat something. Nangang Long walked to the dining car and ordered 2 takoyaki, then turned around and handed them to the silver-haired lowly and said with a smile, 247. The silver-haired lowly said somewhat embarrassedly, Well, I didn't bring enough funds for the activity today. I'll treat you to a meal. Oh, thank you. Lowly raised her little hand to take the takoyaki and walked to a bench nearby and sat down with Nangang Long. Seeing that the little girl was about to put the freshly made takoyaki in her mouth, Nangang Long quickly reached out to stop her. Lowly looked at him with confusion. What's wrong? Nangang Long looked at her and smiled. The inside of the takoyaki is very hot. You will burn your mouth if you eat it like this. Lowly blushed. I haven't eaten it. Thank you for reminding me. The little girl blew on the takoyaki carefully, and when she felt it was almost done, she put it into her little mouth and chewed it slowly. Good spit. After a while, the little girl finished the takoyaki in her hand, so Nangang Long handed over his portion as well. The little girl wanted to eat it very much, but quickly waved her hands to indicate that she couldn't have it. Seeing this, Nangang Long directly used a bamboo stick to pick up the takoyaki and stuffed it into the little girl's mouth. Wow! The little girl stared at him with eyes wide open, and her mouth moved unconsciously. Nangang Long looked at her and smiled evilly. Do you want me to continue? The little girl shook her head with a conflicted look on her face and reached out to take the takoyaki. Big brother, do you like children very much? At this point, Lowly paused, as if considering whether to say the next word, and finally she decided to say it. Or do you only like cute Lowly? What a sharp question. Nangang Long shrugged and said with a smile, If I say it's the latter, will you hit me? Lowly shook her head and said, No, I can feel that big brother doesn't have any evil intentions. Nangang Long smiled and habitually wanted to rub the little head of the lowly, but he stopped before he put his hand down. After all, they had just met not long ago. The little lowly looked at him and said, It's okay, I don't mind. Really? Then I'm welcome. It feels really good, Nangang Long said in his heart. After finishing her takoyaki, the silver-haired lowly looked up at him and asked, Big brother, can you stay with me for a while? Okay. The little girl took Nangang Long's hand and walked towards the beach. When they arrived, she let go of his hand and found the boat she had hidden in advance. The little girl pulled Nangang Long onto the boat, but immediately frowned in worry. If she didn't release her strength, she wouldn't be able to row the boat. If she did, she would be discovered by her big brother. Too bad. She was so happy that she forgot this. Nangang Long took the oar and paddled, then looked at her and asked, Where do you want to go? The silver-haired girl breathed a sigh of relief and pointed at the artificial floating island. There! Nangong Long asked knowingly. That's a prison. What are you doing there? Loli smiled unnaturally and tried to get away with it. Just a little interested. Nangong Long looked at her with a meaningful smile and said nothing. The Loli felt a little flustered by being stared at and subconsciously turned her head away from his sight. After approaching the artificial floating island, Loli took out a telescope to observe the floating island prison in the distance. She had to find a route to avoid all mines and prepare for the invasion tonight. After a while, Loli thought she had finished her observation, put down the telescope in her hand, and said to Nangong Long, "Let's go back." Nangong Long turned the boat around and began to row back, while asking her, "We've been chatting for so long, but I still don't know your name. Can you tell me?" Loli was silent, and after a brief hesitation, she said her name. "Yulia." Then he looked at him and asked, "Big brother, what about you?" Nangong Long. Yulia's pupils shrank instantly. She was not unfamiliar with this name. She even read his profile carefully before coming to DxD District, but there was no photo in it. Yulia immediately forced herself to calm down and comforted herself in her heart that it was not such a coincidence. Maybe they were just people with the same name. But she decided to ask in person to make sure. Big brother is the hero of DxD District, the strongest policeman? Hero? I'm not a hero. As for the strongest in this world, I should be. Yulia felt a headache. She actually went to the big boss of DxD District to cause trouble. She was afraid that she would die of idleness. However, she didn't expect that he had such a good personality. He was not as cruel and cold-blooded as the outside world said. Nangong Long pretended to remember something. Yulia, I seem to have heard this name somewhere before. As he spoke, he raised his head and looked at Yulia carefully. Seeing that Nangong Long seemed to be trying hard to recall something, Yulia's heart tightened. Was he going to be exposed? What happened? Nothing. I just suddenly felt like I've seen you somewhere before. Yulia rubbed the corner of her clothes and said nervously, "Ow, how is this possible? This is my first time in D2.2 Beijing District." At this moment, Nangong Long suddenly showed a look of sudden enlightenment. "I remember now. You are the strongest initiator of the former E-country." Yulia immediately became alert and vigilant, but Nangong Long continued to talk to himself and had no intention of taking action. "The Holy Emperor showed me your profile a few days ago, and I was wondering why you looked so familiar." Nangong Long looked at Yulia, who was ready to take action at any time, and smiled. "Don't be so nervous. I'm not planning on doing anything to you. Didn't we get along so well just now?" Yulia was confused. "You won't catch me?" Nangong Long asked back. "Why should I arrest you? Since you know who I am, you should know my purpose. How can you let me go like this?" Nangong Long looked at her and said calmly, "Give up. You can't save Andre even if you break into the prison." Yulia's face turned pale instantly. "Are you going to intervene?" Nangong Long sighed slightly and said, "I still like to hear you call me Big Brother in that cute voice." Yulia looked at him in confusion. Is this the right time to be fussing over such things in this atmosphere? But Yulia could also hear the affection for her in his tone. Yulia unconsciously clenched her hands together and stared at him seriously. "If I go with you, can you let the captain go?" "Sorry, I can't do it," Yulia said with some self-mockery. "That's right. How could they let the captain go just because of me?" Nangong Long stopped paddling and planned to pat her on the head like he did before. But this time Yulia took a step back to avoid him. Nangong Long was not angry, but looked at her and said, "I like Yulia very much, but I don't want her to trade me." Yulia's heart trembled slightly, and then she choked up and said, "Stop talking. If you continue, how can I treat you as my enemy? Why do we have to meet?" Then 24 Gong Long reached out and held Yulia's hand and pulled her in front of him. He put his hands on her shoulders and looked at her and said, "Yulia has something to tell you. You'd better be prepared." Yulia looked at him, holding back her tears. What is it?" "Andre is dead." "What?" Yulia screamed. Then he grabbed Nangong Long's clothes, stared at him, and said loudly, "I don't believe it. You and I are right. It's true." Yulia seemed to have lost all her strength and fell down on the boat, staring ahead with empty eyes and repeating over and over again, Impossible. Impossible. How could the captain die? Nangong long hugged Yulia and let her lean on him. If you feel sad, just cry. This sentence was like a fuse, and Yulia burst into tears. After a long time, her voice gradually subsided. Yulia raised her head and looked at him expressionlessly. Did you do this? Nangong Long said calmly. It's not me. In fact, I have never met Andre in person. Although he asked to see me, I refused. Yulia breathed a sigh of relief. If it was really him, she really didn't know what to do. But Nangong Long's next words made her nervous again. I did suggest to the Holy Emperor that Andre be killed. Seeing Yulia was about to speak, Nangong Long spoke first. Hear me out? Yulia blinked to indicate that she understood. Of course, the Holy Emperor agreed to my proposal, but just as he was about to issue the order, the leader of the CNT region contacted him and said he wanted to hold a video conference, so the order was temporarily shelved. The meeting discussed nothing more than the reason for the appearance of Libra. The old man kept hinting that it was DxD District that summoned Libra, and hoped that DxD District could drive Libra away. This was also one of the reasons why Nangong Long left them alone. The Holy Emperor naturally had no choice but to refute it, so he passed on the information he had about Andre to him, and at the same time expressed his own guess, that is, everything was planned by Andre. Nangong Long looked down at Yulia. That's actually what you did, right? Yulia nodded and said, well, because it was the captain's order. After that, things were very simple. The leaders of the CNT region requested to take Andre in. The first reaction of the Holy Emperor was to ask Nangong Long for his opinion. Only after he nodded did the Emperor agree to hand over Andre. Why didn't we receive any news? Because the transfer was done secretly last night, few people knew about it. After explaining, Nangong Long continued. This morning I received news that Andre has died in prison. Yulia clenched her fists and said gloomily, so it was the leader of the CNT region who did it. Nangong Long rubbed her hair and denied this statement. I think the people in CNT region are not that stupid. Their first choice should be to negotiate with Andre. If they can reach an agreement, they won't have to beg me like they are now. Yulia frowned. Who is that? If I had to guess, that's what Wuxiang would do. Wuxiang Society? Why do they do this? Yulia also knew about the large-scale hunt for Wuxianghui members some time ago. First, Wuxiang will be eager to take revenge. After all, they suffered heavy losses, and this opportunity is rare. Second, the leader of the CNT area is not one of their members, and Libra's next target is likely to be DxD District. They hate DxD District very much. You know the reason, even if I don't tell you. Yulia nodded. Andre's death was so quick, which also shows that there are still people from Wuxiang Society in the top management of CNT area. Yulia seemed reluctant to leave the warm embrace she felt, then stood up and said, We'll say goodbye when we reach the shore. Where do you want to go? A glimmer of hatred flashed in Yulia's eyes, and she said firmly, I want to avenge the captain. Nangong Long said while paddling. I'm not trying to discourage you. The Wuxiang Society has already hidden itself, and it's not easy to find them. Even if you find them, what can you do? The Wuxiang Society's New World Plan is still going on, and mechanized soldiers will only become stronger. You can defeat one, but what about a group? Yulia refuted 933. I have companions. Do you have more companions than the Wuxiang Society? Yulia was silent. The silent atmosphere was not broken until the boat docked, and Yulia reached out and grabbed the corner of Nangong Long's clothes. Yulia lowered her head and found it difficult to speak. Perhaps she felt that her next words were a bit too selfish. Please help me. I know it's too much for me to say this. The captain is obviously the enemy, but I still shamelessly beg for your help. But I can't think of any other way. At this point, Yulia looked up at Nangong Long. Although I know you don't like me trading myself, the only thing I can offer is myself. But this is not entirely a transaction. I also want to stay. Nangong Long squatted down to make himself the same height as Yulia, stroked her hair, and said with a smile, I can help you, but I have a small request. Yulia's face lit up with joy, and she said hastily, I promise you anything. It's not that exaggerated. I just hope we can get along like we did in the beginning. Yulia was slightly stunned. She didn't expect this kind of request. Seeing that she didn't speak, Gugong Long sighed. Is it not possible? Seeing that Nangong Long seemed to have misunderstood, Yulia hurriedly said, I can do it. Nangong Long looked at Yulia with a smile on his face and poked her cheek and said, Then what should you call me? Yulia blushed and tangled her fingers, replying a little embarrassedly, Big Brother. And what should we do next? Go to Big Brother's house? Yulia asked. No, before that you have to solve your companion's problem. Yulia's face changed, and she said in a pleading tone, Can you not kill them? Nangong Long thought for a moment and nodded and said, If they don't cause trouble, I can let them go. Yulia breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they did not do anything before the plan started in order not to attract attention. Nangong Long pulled her face to the sides and pretended to be angry and said, I don't like this expression. You should smile more like when you eat takoyaki. Screech. Go and say goodbye to your companions. After rubbing her cheek, Yulia took Nangong Long's hand and went to the meeting place she and her companions had agreed on in advance. As it got darker, there were almost no people in the coastal park. Soon, Yulia brought Nangong Long to a remote place, and Andre's men who were hiding in the dark immediately appeared and surrounded the two. Who is Yulia? Mark asked with a vigilant look. Yulia raised her hand and said anxiously, Put the gun down. She was afraid that her companion's behavior would anger Nangong Long. Once they fought, she knew what would happen to her companions without even thinking about it. Mark asked solemnly, Yulia, what does this mean? You better listen to her. I hate people pointing guns at me. Nangong Long's casual look made them angry. Mark shouted angrily, You are looking for death. Stop it, Mark. He is the strongest police officer in Nangong Long. If you start, everyone will die. Yulia opened her arms to block Nangong Long, facing Mark and looking straight at him. When the people around heard Yulia's words, their pupils shrank instantly and their hands shook uncontrollably. It was a subconscious reaction, and they quickly forced themselves to stop shaking. Mark took a long breath and made sure that his emotions were stable before speaking. Yulia, why did you bring this man to the meeting place? Mark paused, and then said the guess he didn't want to believe. You betrayed me? Mark knew very well how loyal Yulia was to Andre, so there was some disbelief in his tone. No, Yulia retorted loudly. Then he turned to look at Nangong Long and asked, Big Brother, can you let me talk to my friends alone? Nangong Long nodded and turned to walk away. The people around him unconsciously made way for him. They didn't have the courage to block the way of a tough guy who dared to destroy ISO alone and could move freely afterwards. Seeing Nangong Long walking away, Yulia began to tell her companions about her encounter with Nangong Long and the fact that Andre was dead. They could not believe their ears that the captain was dead. Yulia, have you ever thought that he is lying to you? Yulia shook her head and said, Impossible. You have also seen the information about Big Brother. With his strength, is there any need for him to lie to us? He doesn't need to worry about anyone when he wants to kill someone. They were unable to refute Yulia's words, and the atmosphere fell into silence and grief for a moment. Although it was not appropriate to disturb her companions at this time, Yulia was the first to break the silence and told her companions about her future plans. So, I will follow Big Brother from now on. You guys should leave here quickly. Big Brother promised me that he won't do anything as long as you don't cause any trouble. Misha looked at her and said in a low voice, Yulia, are you okay? I didn't force myself. I think there's nothing wrong with staying with my older brother, Yulia replied from the bottom of her heart. Mark put away his grief and said, In that case, I wish you good luck. We will also personally investigate the truth. You know the contact information, so keep in touch. Seeing Mark leaving with his men, Yulia turned around and returned to Nanlong. Brother, let's go. Yulia took the initiative to stretch out her little hand for him to hold. I'll take you home. On the way back, Yulia looked up at him and said anxiously, Will my big brother's family accept me? Nangong Long looked down at her and smiled. Of course they will, but you're so cute. I guess they'll collectively denounce me first. Ah, Yulia exclaimed. What? Nangong Long did not answer her first, but bent down and picked her up. Yulia tilted her head and looked at him shyly and puzzledly. Why did you suddenly hug me? Aren't you tired of looking up all the time? Is that so? Tindo Civilian Security Company. Seeing Nangong Long coming back, the maid waiting on the first floor immediately bowed and said respectfully, Welcome back, sir. Nangong Long nodded in response and went straight upstairs. As expected, Mu Gung and the others were waiting for him in the living room on the 5th floor. Seeing Nangong Long bringing a new lowly home, Tina looked at him with tears in her eyes. Brother, there are more opponents, right? Xiashi shrugged and looked at Tina. Aren't you used to it yet? Qian Lu Zhao. Chui's cat ears stood up, her tail kept swishing, and she looked at Yulia with an oppressive look. No matter who it is, I will never admit defeat. I'm the first one. Kigan was used to it, so he gave his brother a look and said nothing. Yulia felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by Tina and the others, so she turned her head and lay on Nangong Long's shoulder without looking at them. When Tina and the others saw this scene, they immediately puffed up their cheeks in anger. Nangong Long looked at this group of precocious Lolita and smiled. Okay, she is Yulia and will live here from now on. She is your new companion. Nangong Long held Yulia in his arms and sat on the sofa and talked to Kigan and the others about how he met Yulia. When they heard that Yulia was Andre's subordinate, they exclaimed in surprise. Finally, everyone showed their kindness and welcomed the new friend Yulia. 2 days later, Nangong Long came to the mine where Libra was located alone. The leader of the CNT region finally felt relieved when he heard the news. He had been living in fear and misery these past few days, fearing that Libra would release the virus or that Nangong Long was not going to take action. Nangong Long stayed in the air and looked down at the Libra below, which looked like a giant earthworm. The virus sac in its abdomen was so full that it would not be strange even if it exploded at any moment. Let's not talk about the appearance for now. Just losing your original self is already a failed evolution. You are the last piece of the puzzle. Hearing his words, Arubian asked, Partner, are we heading to the new world? Soon. I'm looking forward to what the next world will be like, Arubian said with a smile. Nangong Long stood at 520 and casually said, Who knows? Libra discovered that there was a tiny thing above his head that suddenly roared. Its voice was very strange, as if it was a mixture of the sounds of countless different animals. In short, Nangong Long could not tell the difference, but one thing was certain, that was it was really unpleasant. Because of the virus sacs, Nangong Long did not plan to play slowly with Libra. After all, the spread of the virus sacs would be a very troublesome thing. Super-level magic, eternal hell. A huge and gorgeous magic circle appeared around Nangong Long, and the spells on it kept flowing. Nangong Long took out the paid prop hourglass and crushed it, and the magic started the next moment. Nangong Long spends time every day in the system's training space practicing magic of various levels, in this way allowing himself to better understand his own magic, hoping that one day he will be able to find a way to instantly cast super-level magic without the need for Krypton gold props, or even go a step further and cast it continuously. However, up to now he could only reduce the launch time, and had no idea about continuous firing. This goal still seemed like a long way to go. The sky became extremely dark, and a dark vortex began to appear under Libra. Countless figures emerged from it, including humans, animals, demons, monsters. All living things were inside. Wailing, roaring, and fighting sounds continued to come out from it. Libra sank quickly into it. No matter how it struggled, it could not escape the pull of the creatures in hell. It was filled with endless resentment and hatred for the living. Soon, Libra became motionless. The Libra death magic was also lifted, and the sky returned to its previous clarity. Nangong Long heard a system prompt in his mind. Ding, mission. Kill 3 Zodiacs completed, including the mission of lending a helping hand to the cursed child that was completed not long ago. Nangong Long has completed all of his missions in this world. Of course, even if there was no such task, Nangong Long would still help the Lolas. Will the host conduct a lottery? Yes. Ding, Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Dragon King Acnologia's ability card. It will be released in the next world. Nangong Long smiled. I made a lot of money. It seems that the Lolas brought me a lot of good luck. Host, have you started extracting the next world? Yes. Ding. Next world, Devil High School. Please choose one. Protagonist Route 2. Random route. Nangong Long smiled playfully. It turns out to be this world, so of course I will choose one. Seeing two celestial dragons combined into one person, the expressions of those people would surely be very interesting. Confirm completed. Do you want to cross now? No. He still had some things to do before leaving. After Nangong Long recovered Libra's body, he turned around and left the mine that had become a ruin and flew back to Dijing District. If Libra's body was not kept for research, the super-level magic just now would be enough to destroy Libra to the point where not a single bone would be left. Office of the Holy Son of Heaven. The Holy Emperor cried out involuntarily when someone suddenly hugged her from behind, but she quickly regained her composure. There is only one person who had the ability and the will to do such a thing. I'm back. Libra is dead? A confident voice came from behind. How could it still be alive after I attacked it? The Holy Emperor turned his head and said playfully with a smile in his eyes, I know, you're the best, my guardian angel. The next day, Libra's research was completed and the medicine to treat the Lolas was completely formed. Nangong Long distributed the prepared potion and gave each Loli an injection. The upper limit of the Loli's erosion rate became 100%, which could now be called the fusion rate. After doing this, Nangong Long went to the next world. Host, Nangong Long. Age, 7. Identity, Contemporary Red Dragon Emperor. Mission, defeat the true Red Dragon God Emperor. Nangong Long looked at the light screen in front of him that only he could see and sighed deeply. He turned into a child again, but he was not too surprised. After all, this situation had happened in the previous world. Thing, do you want to use the Dragon King Acnologia ability card? Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, Nangong Long felt a huge force merging into his body, and his physical attributes were instantly improved qualitatively. Nangong Long clenched his fist and then unclenched it, looking at his palm and muttering to himself. My current strength is definitely world-class, so the next task is to spend some time getting familiar with my new abilities. The new power allowed Nangong Long to reach the level of a world-class boss in one fell swoop. Sensing the change in Nangong Long's power, Arubian said, in surprise, Partner, your strength has increased again. Well, I learned a new ability. Compared with this world, the strength of the Yusho Dragon was far above the Urshan Long, but not yet at the level of the true Red Dragon God Emperor, because the true Red Dragon God Emperor definitely has world-class strength. Just as Arubian was sighing, a red gauntlet suddenly appeared on Nangong Long's left hand, and Draig's deep voice came out from it. The host qualifications this time are quite good, surprisingly at such a young age. Before Draig could finish his words, he was interrupted by Albion's incredulous roar. This is impossible. Arubian, Draig also shouted. Ertion Long was a little confused. What was going on? Why did two dragons appear on the same person? Arubian, puzzled, asked Nangong Long for the reason. Every time I arrive in a world, I have an identity. According to the current situation, I am probably the Red Dragon Emperor of this generation. Nangong Long did not talk about the system, but changed the way he explained the reason for this situation. Arubian said that he needed to calm down. How could the fight continue? Was the host going to fight himself? Draig couldn't understand what the two were talking about and couldn't help asking, What's going on? Can you explain it to me? After listening to Nangong Long's explanation, Delage felt that his view of the life of a dragon had been almost shattered. But he was Tian Long after all, so he recovered quickly. Noticing Arubian's reaction, he also knew that Nangong Long was not lying. Arubian never thought that we who have been fighting endlessly would encounter such a situation. Yeah, it looks like there will be no more fighting in the future, Alubian said in a low voice. How could that be? When this host dies, our fight will continue. Arubian sneered. Drake, feel the host's aura carefully. Sensing the power fluctuations in Nangonglong's body, Drake shouted in shock. I +4. I say, aren't you too bored of fighting each other all the time? Why don't you change your goal? For example, defeat the true Red Dragon God Emperor, the infinite Dragon God Orpheus, or something like that, Nangonglong suggested. The arguing heir Tianlong fell silent for a moment. Partner, to be honest, my strength is not enough to compete with them, said Arubian. I feel the same way, mate, Drake said in a low voice. Well, that was in the past. Don't you still have me now? 3 years later, Drake and Albion would quarrel at first, but after a while, the two dragons probably got tired of it and the quarrel turned into a chat. The lowly Irina who lived next door moved away some time ago, so no one came to visit Nangonglong anymore. Therefore, Nangonglong, who had nothing to do, activated the forbidden hand of the White Dragon Emperor Light Wings and flew around in the sky to kill time. Himejima Akino was running away desperately, trying to shake off the pursuers behind her. Akino Himejima is considered an ominous person by her family and a disgrace to the Himejima family. Her mother died at the hands of an assassin sent by the family in an attempt to protect her. This time, the current head of the family, Jijima Zhuang, personally led people to carry out the roundup. Himejima Akino ran to an area of deserted houses and randomly found a house to hide in. She didn't have much strength left and would definitely be caught if she continued running. Search quickly. She can't run far. She must be hiding nearby. Akino, who was hiding in an abandoned warehouse, hugged her knees with a sad look on her face. Mother, it seems my daughter can't escape this time. Please give me flowers. Soon, his men brought Himejima Zhuang to the abandoned warehouse. Master, this is the only place we haven't searched. Nangonglong, who was bored, found that there were a lot of people searching for something below, so he stayed in the air to observe. The men who rushed into the warehouse soon found Akino hiding behind a waste box and pulled her out. Found it, the men shouted as they escorted Akino out of the warehouse and brought her before the head of the household. Rias, who was hiding in the dark, was about to show up to save Akino, but the situation on the field soon changed. The moment he saw the black-haired girl, Nangonglong swooped down. Although she was very young, he recognized that it was Himejima Akino. 00 of. After knocking away the two people around Akino, Nangonglong protected Akino behind him, ignoring the vigilant eyes around him, and turned to her and said, Are you okay? Himejima Akino stared blankly at the man in full armor standing in front of her and replied subconsciously, Fine. Jidao Zhuang looked directly at the mysterious man in front of him. Who are you? Nangonglong moved his eyes forward and said in a bad tone, It is a very bad behavior to interrupt other people's conversations. And you guys are a bunch of men. Do you have any shame in bullying a little girl? Before Himejima Zhuang could say anything, his subordinates got angry first. You are looking for death. It's not your turn to manage what our Himejima family does. If you know what's best for you, get out of here right now. Nangonglong looked at them and said sarcastically, Do I need to care about the Himejima family? Don't feel good about yourself, you barking dog. The faces of the people from the Himejima family suddenly turned very ugly, and they were ready to get rid of the people in front of them. Zhu and I pulled Nangonglong's arm with some concern. Who could this person be? He is so arrogant. Rias stared at the changes on the field with curiosity. Agrippa, who was standing beside her, frowned and did not answer. Jidao Zhuang looked slightly angry and said in a rather unhappy tone, Your Excellency, it's too much to say that. Besides, this is our family affair, and outsiders have no right to interfere.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.